Sorry, you're a very polite crowd, but we haven't actually started yet, so there's no need to be that sort of hushed tone. Although the blinds have come down behind us. But I'm waiting for it to be given a thumbs up or some sort of signal, because so as well as this being very exciting to see you all in person, this is actually being live streamed, so from the BIS and the SMB websites. And so we will be joined by people all around the world, but I'll say all that again when it's actually live streamed. There's still some more people coming in. Okay. That wasn't a good photo. Yeah. One of the joys of in-person events, of course, is logistical challenges. So I don't know if we found our moderator for panel 1 yet, because she flew in this morning. But I'm looking out for Mike to see if he's panicking or not. Yeah, we're good? Okay. I mean, I've got the thumbs up from you. I'm looking for the thumbs up from her. Sorry, for those people coming in, don't worry, you're not interrupting anything. Do find yourself a place to sit. Okay. Are we ready? Yes, okay, then I'm going to start. Great. Welcome this morning. It's genuinely very exciting to see people in a room, in real life. It's been a while, and we're a little bit optimistic. So this is actually third time lucky for this event. You need a little bit of optimism when you're working in innovation, but nonetheless, we got here eventually. Third time's a charm, and we're really very, very pleased to see you all this morning. So, as I said, this is also being live streamed and will be available as a recording on the BIS and SMB websites. So don't let that put you off being open and honest. But with that, I'll turn over to the welcome remarks. So this is a joint event hosted by the BIS Innovation Hub and the Swiss National Bank. So we have welcome remarks from the two co-hosts, and then some level setting, I suppose, is a way of describing it, from Fabian Scher, who will tell us exactly what we're talking about today. But first off, we have Agustin Carstens, who will address some welcome remarks, and then followed by Thomas Jordan of the Swiss National Bank. So, thank you very much, Agustin.
Well, thank you, all of you, for joining us here today. And I echo Henry's initial remark that it's a real joy to see so many of you here today. This joint session between the BIS Innovation Hub and the Swiss National Bank aims at exploring the links between traditional and decentralized finance, as all of you know, usually called DeFi. So I see many new faces, and therefore I think that it would be useful for me to take a few minutes just to put into perspective the BIS and this topic of DeFi. So as you know, the BIS is the world's first international financial organization, founded in 1930. We are owned by 63 central banks, including the Swiss National Bank. We are usually described as a bank for central banks, but we are much more than that. We are the forum for global collaboration between central banks, with a mission to support monetary and financial stability. International collaboration is a precondition for globally consistent rules and standards for the financial system. The BIS draws on its unique position at the intersection of research and policy to produce top-notch economic analysis and advice for central banks and financial supervisors. I really encourage you to familiarize yourself with our work. But more recently, central bank collaboration at the BIS has extended into the area of innovation and technology. The role of the BIS Innovation Hub is to be a focal point for central bank experts on innovation, to work on cutting-edge technological trends relevant to central banks, and to develop financial technology public goods that drive the future global financial system. Our Innovation Hub is not a policy shop. It is a laboratory. In partnership with central banks, other financial authorities, banks and technology firms, we create proofs of concept, prototypes, or minimum viable products. Hackathons and conferences like this help us understand trends, scope out our projects, and reach out to the fintech community to move innovation forward in a responsible way. The BIS Innovation Hub has a global presence and is growing very, very fast. Our first 3 centers here in Switzerland, Hong Kong, and Singapore have already completed 9 projects over the last 2 years. There are more than 10 more active or upcoming during 2022 in these centers, and the new ones that we have just opened in London and Stockholm. And in the second half of this year, we expect to open another center in Toronto and another in Frankfurt, Paris for the Eurozone. We also have a strategic partnership with the New York Fed in its New York Innovation Center. So as you can see, we're trying to build a global force for innovation for the central bank and financial community. So as part of the first wave, the Swiss Center, operated together with the SMB, has been in the avant-garde of our efforts. I want to personally thank Thomas Jordan and his team for his vision and extremely strong and enthusiastic support. Our joint projects, Helvetia and Jura, showed how wholesale CBDCs can settle across borders and currencies. They are great examples of how new technologies can help central banks deliver on global monetary and financial stability as the financial system evolves. The projects are also examples of how the Hub does things by getting into the weeds of coding and business processes. It's the only way to truly understand new technologies. This year, we're turning our attention to DeFi. Future projects and this conference will help us understand the technology and how it can help shape a better future financial system. In welcoming you all here today, I want to outline what the future might look like. At its core, the fundamental value of the financial system is trust. Trust is or trust in currency is what glues together domestic and global financial systems. The central bank issues money, providing society with a reliable unit of account, store of value, and medium of exchange, and so trust in the currency is ultimately grounded in the trust in the central bank. In this sense, money provided by the central bank is a public good. This requirement underlines much of our current exploratory work on central bank digital currencies. They could create a stable and open foundation for new financial services. But where does DeFi fit into this vision? As the chair of the BIS Board of Directors, François Villeroy de Gallo said during his opening speech at our recent BIS Innovation Summit, and I quote, CBDC is not about the big brother of central banks threatening the free world of decentralized finance. Rather, it could be about providing further tools to help make DeFi successful and sustainable. But what defines successful and sustainable? What should the future financial system look like? Beyond this foundation of trust, there are some core values that the money of the future must retain. First, stability. Monetary and financial stability are key. This is not an abstract requirement. Millions of people around the world lack stable money and prices. It frustrates development. It ruins lives. Second, integrity. Tomorrow's financial system must continue to be based on the rule of law. There cannot be openness or safety for users without clear rules to protect the system from money laundering and illicit activities. Third, efficiency and interoperability. A system that is safe but controlled by monopolies and walled gardens goes against the spirit of principle that monetary system is the public good. Payments must flow seamlessly between different systems and across borders to drive competition and choice for users. Fourth, consumer protection. Digital payments are a data goldmine, one that many are seeking to control for additional gain. Future systems should prevent this. Privacy is a fundamental human value that the financial system must uphold. Fifth, sustainability. The financial system of the future should contribute to resolve our climate crisis, not make it worse. A blockchain that consumes more energy than a country is not the future. And finally, inclusion. A financial system only works well for society if it works for all in society. Financial exclusion imposes enormous costs on the economy and society, particularly in developing countries. Technology and innovation, particularly in the payment space, can play an important part in bringing the unbanked into the financial system. Today I want to hear about the technology underlying DeFi. I have 5 questions. First, what is DeFi? Underneath the hype, what can the tech do today and in the future? Does DeFi have to be anonymous and involve cryptocurrencies? How decentralized does DeFi need to be? Second, where is DeFi going? Is it just liquidity for crypto markets? I hope the answer is no. Where specifically might DeFi adoption help the better future I outlined? How might consumer protection be improved and users protected? Will we see fragmentation of the DeFi landscape, and what challenges might this bring? Third, looking further ahead, will DeFi collide with or complement the existing system? Are we seeing a new structure for the financial system, or innovative ways to automate processes that can be incorporated into traditional infrastructure? What about the tokenization of traditional assets? How can trust be preserved without cumbersome or risky custody models? And when new legal frameworks are developed, what impact might this have? Fourth, what role do stablecoins play? What is needed to make them safe? How can a stablecoin run caused by a loss of trust be avoided? And if it does happen, a run, how might contagion spread in the DeFi ecosystem? And could it impact the traditional funding markets? Moreover, what effect might big techs and personal data have on stablecoin systems and DeFi? And finally, what role might there be for future CBDCs? Central bank money is traditionally the foundation for safe, open, neutral, and stable systems. Can CBDC help make DeFi truly stable? And conversely, could DeFi protocols help make the future CBDCs more efficient, aiding adoption and improvement of cross-border payments? These are difficult questions, but we have experts for central banking, academia, banks, and DeFi to help. Sowing the seeds of responsible innovation requires collaboration, iteration, and learning from each other. With a great agenda and with great speakers, I'm looking forward to today. I welcome you to this conference, and I hope that today's dialogue can be the start of a better understanding for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Agustin. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Thomas Jordan.
Thank you very much. Dear Agustin, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to see so many friends again here. I'm also very pleased to welcome you all to this conference. Technological progress is crucial for increasing prosperity. The Swiss National Bank is fully aware of the positive potential of innovation. Finance has always adapted to the needs of the economy and society. Decentralized finance, DeFi, is the latest strand of innovation that promises to make the provision of financial services more efficient, transparent, and accessible. Central banks also pursue these goals. At the same time, it is important to study and understand the risks associated with DeFi carefully. Some of the risks associated with DeFi are also inherent in the traditional financial sector, such as money laundering and cyber threats. Others are specific to DeFi, such as a lack of accountability in decentralized governance. If DeFi is to become a relevant part of the financial landscape, then both public authorities and the DeFi sector will have to find viable and sustainable methods to mitigate such risks. Developing a nuanced understanding of both the opportunities and the risk involved in DeFi is therefore essential. Only such a deep understanding will enable us to harness the opportunities provided by DeFi in a safe way. I would like to raise two questions that are important from a central bank perspective. The first question relates to potential benefits and limits of the technology that underpins DeFi. The second question relates to the role of central banks and regulation. Let me spell out the first question. What are the potential benefits of the technology employed in DeFi, and where are the limits of what technology alone can achieve? I will share some observations with you. One observation is that DeFi is built on genuine and promising technological innovations compared to the way the traditional financial sector provides services. The combination of distributed ledger technology, DLT, and smart contracts promises efficiency gains. A crucial caveat is that these efficiency gains will only become meaningful if the benefits from the technology can be harnessed by the broad range of actors and participants in the rest of the financial system. For this to happen, DeFi must eventually be integrated into the existing financial system. Another observation is that DeFi faces practical challenges. One practical challenge is the need to design smart governance rules and contracts that deal effectively with the complex and dynamic changes that take constantly place in the real world. In traditional finance, interactions among banks, customers, and authorities are very dynamic. There is a constant need to deal with unforeseen developments. In practice, this means that renegotiation of contracts is quite common. Public authorities play an important role too. They guide business conduct to promote market integrity and fair dealing through regulation and safeguards against negative outcomes. By contrast, DeFi aims to eliminate these actors. In their place, smart contracts are supposed to govern all relationship between stakeholders. The question is, can smart contracts truly cover all possible events that can occur in a complex and dynamic environment? My hunch is that a purely technological approach has its limits. Another challenge for the practical implementation is posed by the well-known economic forces present in financial infrastructures. DLT enables decentralization on a technical level. However, the reality in today's DeFi's ecosystems does not match the vision of full decentralization. In practice, there is considerable concentration, most notably in terms of platforms that underpin DeFi. This is not surprising. Traditional financial market arrangements have long experienced strong centralizing forces in the form of economics of scale and scope. This is particularly the case at the infrastructure level. It remains to be seen if the anticipated interoperability of DeFi services will counter these forces effectively, or whether a centralization is unavoidable also in DeFi. Now let me turn to the second question that is on the minds of public authorities. What is the role of central banks and the regulators in the context of DeFi? The question itself is, in principle, at odds with the paradigm of DeFi. But because there is significant overlap between DeFi and traditional finance, the question is worth asking. There are two main overlaps. First, in terms of the provision of money as an asset for settling financial transactions, and second, in terms of the nature of financial services that are provided. I will start with the provision of money as an asset that connects DeFi and traditional finance. Having a medium of exchange that is acceptable to all counterparties to settle the payment leg of transaction is fundamental to the functioning of any financial market. But because prices of many cryptocurrencies are very volatile, they are not really suitable as a medium of exchange. Money is therefore brought into DeFi from the traditional financial sector in form of stablecoins. Stablecoins attempt to transfer the stability of real currencies using the same unit of account. But stablecoins, without the appropriate regulation, are an imperfect substitute for traditional monies. Central bank money and book money created by well-regulated commercial banks do perform their roles as sound money effectively, thereby ensuring security and trust. Stablecoins, on the other hand, lack effective safeguards to counteract potential risks, such as maturity and liquidity mismatches between reserve assets and liabilities. If confidence in the integrity of a stablecoin's backing is lost, a run could materialize quickly. Such a disruption would not only be bad for DeFi exchanged assets, it could spill over to traditional financial markets as well and negatively affect the overall stability of financial systems. Another overlap between DeFi and traditional finance are the services provided by DeFi. The services are largely similar in nature to traditional instruments, such as lending and borrowing. In traditional markets, solid regulatory frameworks are in place for these services. These regulations exist for a good reason. They provide assurance about the quality of services, and they protect the interests of non-financial businesses and society as a whole. In order to become economically relevant, DeFi will need to become part of the regulatory perimeter. Eventually, it will become clear which benefits of DeFi represent genuine progress and which advantages stem purely from a regulatory arbitrage. The challenge for public authorities is to find ways to regulate the sector without stifling innovation. The two questions I have sketched out, one regarding technology and its limits, the other regarding the role of authorities in this sector, highlight the challenges we face. We do not yet have definitive solutions for overcoming these challenges. It is essential that novel types of financial systems operate with the same level of safety, efficiency, and trust as established financial systems. This is a basic requirement regardless of the underlying technology and structural organization of a market. We firmly believe that dialogue and cooperation between DeFi and traditional finance offer the best way forward. Such cooperation can contribute to an efficient, transparent, and accessible financial system that is also secure and stable. I hope that today's conference will give us an opportunity to take a step in this direction. With this, I conclude my remarks, and I look forward to a stimulating discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. So now I'll hand over to Fabian Scher, who will tell us all about why we're here, or at least what we're talking about. Fabian, please.
All right, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here. I think it's fair to say it's a little unexpected to see a DeFi conference organized by the Swiss National Bank and the BIS. But I think it's extremely important. It's an important exchange, and I think the organizers did a fantastic job putting together a program and also inviting people from traditional finance, from central banks, obviously, but also from the crypto space. And this conversation is extremely important to have. Now, my job right now is to set the stage with a definition, with what we're actually talking about, because a severe risk, I'm somewhat afraid, is that we have a different language in these two different areas, and that we might think that we agree on things we actually don't, and otherwise that we might think we disagree on things we actually do agree on. So let me get started with a simple definition. What is DeFi? And I have to say that's my definition. When you ask different people, then you might get something completely different. So there is no clear consensus on what it is, but I think it's not the most controversial one. So decentralized finance, or DeFi, employs public blockchain networks and smart contracts to build open, transparent, composable, and non-custodial financial protocols. Now, when you look at these words, open, what does it mean? Open means anyone can join. You don't have any restrictions. You don't have to ask anyone for permission. You can just join that network by default. What does transparent mean? Transparent means it's mathematically verifiable. You don't have to trust anyone. When something happens on that blockchain, you can verify if the execution actually is in accordance with the consensus protocol and with the contracts. And you yourself, you can do that. And also the data is available. It's not in silos. It's not on a multitude of core banking systems. It is available in the public domain, and that's really exciting. It has its pros and cons, of course, but it's exciting. And composability, that's something I'm going to talk a lot about in that talk. You can think of it a little bit as interoperable Lego pieces. So you have money Legos, you have individual protocols, and when you have a protocol, then something that's newly created, so a different protocol, can just make use of the first one. No worries, I will have some examples in the talk, but that's something that is extremely exciting about DeFi. And last but not least, non-custodial. You don't have to trust anyone else with your assets, with your money. You hold your private keys. You can access these protocols without going through an intermediary. You can access them directly. Now, a while ago, I've published a paper with the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, where I've proposed a model how you can think about DeFi. So what are the different layers? And we will go through these layers one by one. So you have the settlement layer, which essentially is the blockchain. Then you have the asset layer, where the different assets are created. In a blockchain context, these assets usually are referred to as tokens. Then you have the protocol layer, where you have things like exchanges, lending protocols, derivative protocols, asset management protocols. So pretty much anything you can think of in a traditional finance context can be recreated on a public blockchain, can be recreated in DeFi. And then you have two more things, the application layer and aggregation layer. You could also summarize the two of them by calling them access layer. That's essentially what it is. It's the idea of how people are going to access these smart contracts. So we can think of a front end. Now let's get started with the settlement layer. The settlement layer essentially is just a blockchain. Don't worry, I'm not going to talk for a long time about blockchain. I assume most of you are familiar with that. But there are some things which are extremely important. And there might be some misunderstandings already on the term blockchain. What do we need to have a blockchain? Well, first of all, we need a peer-to-peer network. We need some way of exchanging information. Information, usually transactions and blocks, which are just collections of transactions. And ideally, you can just join that network. Again, you don't have to ask anyone for permission. What else do you need? Well, you need some way of telling whether a transaction came actually from the person who it is claiming it came from, and also hasn't it been manipulated along the way. So transaction authenticity and integrity. And it is usually achieved through public key cryptography. And then last but not least, you need a consensus protocol. It doesn't really help when everyone has his own database and there is no agreement on that. Everyone is just having their own instance. So you need some way of reaching an agreement. And that's referred to as a consensus protocol. And of course, there are more centralized ones and more decentralized ones. But the goal is, again, that there are no special privileges so that we don't have a boss. What you see here is extremely important. And also this may part right here, that's probably the most important word right here. Depending on the exact specification and architecture of that blockchain, it may create something that's decentralized, open, transparent, and immutable. When you have a peer-to-peer network where you have some restrictions on who can join, for example, then of course you have someone with special privileges. When you have a consensus protocol where one person or one entity is the boss, and obviously it's not immutable because they can change it. So when we talk about DeFi today, then we're really talking about a public network, an open network, a decentralized network. And I think that's really important, okay? Now, what people usually have in mind when they talk about a blockchain transaction is a transaction in cryptocurrency, so from Alice to Bob. And that is already exciting because, again, it's self-custodial. They don't have to ask anyone for permission. But that's the most trivial case and certainly not what we're here for. With DeFi, you can do a lot more than just a simple transaction of a cryptocurrency. But to understand that, we have to understand smart contracts. Because whatever we do later on is based on these contracts. Now, a smart contract is actually a misnomer, has nothing to do with contracts, has nothing to do with being smart. What it is, it's just code on the blockchain, code that's running there on an account. And the code is immutably stored on the blockchain. It's publicly observable, so you know what you're getting into. The execution is verifiable, and state changes, so when something happens, that's actually stored on the blockchain again. And most importantly, in the context of DeFi, these smart contracts, they can control assets, so they can lock up assets. And when you have assets on a smart contract, then they are subject to the rules of that smart contract. Now, there are two slides which are a little more technical, but I think it's extremely important to understand that. That's why I'm specifically talking about this. A smart contract has two integral parts. Number one, it's functions. It's do something. So you can send a transaction, that smart contract, you can call it. And then you have state variables, and that's basically the storage of that smart contract. And you will see an example when we talk about tokens, what exactly I mean. And that's where we're going now, to the asset layer, so how we can actually create tokens. I think everyone in here knows what tokens are on a very high level, right? I mean, when we talk about tokens, then we talk about the representation of an asset on a blockchain. What people usually have in mind is real estate, paintings, maybe stablecoins. But the first thing that's important is to differentiate between off-chain promises, where you obviously have a counterparty risk because somebody is promising you to deliver something, and the blockchain cannot enforce that. When I promise you to deliver an ounce of gold, it's subject to my reputation. And something that happens on-chain, so an on-chain utility. And much of what we're talking about today is actually an on-chain utility, so things like governance tokens. Now, a little more technically, what is a token? A token itself already is a smart contract. It has functions, and it has a storage, some variables. And even if you have no experience whatsoever with these tokens, pay attention. It's not that hard. It's super simple, actually. The first function you have is a transfer function. So let's just say, again, Alice is calling that function. Then she's sending a transaction to the smart contract. She specifies a to address, so for example, Bob, and an amount. And then she's calling that smart contract. And in the smart contract, you can think of it a little bit as a spreadsheet. You have all of these different ownerships. This is an ownership table, essentially. So what would happen is, when you call that smart contract and say, Alice to Bob, amount 3, then this ownership table, these balances would get updated accordingly, okay? And the second thing you have to know is this combination of approve and transfer from. And you can think of it a little bit like direct debit. It's really just direct debit. That's what it is in a traditional sense, okay? You give somebody else approval to withdraw assets from your account. And that's super important in the context of smart contracts. So when you call transfer from, you say from to amount. And of course, you need to have the permission. And the permission is called with approve. So you set a spender, you set an amount, and it's stored in yet another table, also in that smart contract, the allowances table. So for example, this row right here means Alice gave the approval to Bob to spend 5 of these tokens, okay? And that's all you need to know about tokens. That's really it. That's the standard. Now, why a standard? Well, you could implement these tokens in any way, really. But if you want to make use of them in a DeFi environment, then they are better standardized. Because otherwise, a decentralized exchange, for example, would have to treat each and every token individually, which would probably not be a good idea. And that's one of the problems we currently have with core banking systems. So let me give you an example with a conditional token transaction. Here again, if Alice and Bob, Alice currently owns a red token, Bob currently owns a blue token. They'd like to exchange these 2 tokens, okay? And of course, you could say Alice is going to move the red token first, and then later on Bob is going to move the blue token, but that would require trust. One of the really exciting things you can do in a blockchain setup is make these 2 steps inseparable in a so-called atomic transaction. So you know for sure that they both happen together, or none of them happen. None of this happens at all. And that is a basic building block. That's called atomicity, and you will see later on when we go into so-called composability. So when we add things, this is really important that it's part just of one transaction, where you can effectively get rid of this specific counterparty risk. Now let's go into the protocol layer. And again, it's about exchanges, lending protocols, and so on. But I want to start with something extremely simple. And this really simple thing is just a token basket. Our goal right now is to create a simple protocol, again, smart contract-based, that emulates a mutual fund with a 50-50 allocation in red and blue tokens and mints a new token, a yellow one, that is redeemable and represents partial ownership in that basket. Okay? So you have Alice. Alice currently owns a red and a blue token. And then you have a smart contract here, a new one, which is a token basket. And what happens right now is that Alice would call that contract, this token basket. The token basket would pull these tokens from Alice's account, so the red and the blue token, and would mint a yellow token, which is redeemable for the proportional allocation of Alice. That's the idea. That by itself is not that special. But again, what's special about it is that this is a single transaction. You have no risk whatsoever involved. That's composability. This happens in one transaction. Of course, it's several steps. Or when one step fails, the entire transaction will fail. And since we're talking about a smart contract where you can look at the code in advance, you know exactly what's supposed to happen. And that is extremely exciting. Now, let's actually build on that example. What if Alice doesn't own a red and a blue token to begin with? What if Bob owns 2 red tokens initially? What would happen? Well, you could say maybe Bob is going to a decentralized exchange. And of course, you could have a separate transaction where Bob exchanges one red token for a blue token. But what you could also do is set this smart contract up in a way that already in the smart contract, when the smart contract receives 2 red tokens, it is making use of the decentralized exchange. And it gets back a blue token. And then again, we have the blue and the red token in this token basket, and they can mint the yellow basket token that can later on be redeemed for these 2 assets. What is exciting? Well, again, it's one transaction. Everything you see here, it is a single transaction. It's atomic. You cannot separate it. And that is extremely exciting. Now, how do these decentralized exchanges work? There is a large variety of different setups, but probably the most relevant one is a simple XYK, constant product function design. And you can think of it a little bit as this is the current holdings of the smart contract of the decentralized exchange in X tokens and in Y tokens. And when you multiply the two, so the product always has to be equal to a constant K, okay? So you end up with this convex curve right here, and then when somebody swaps tokens, then what happens? Well, this person would add X tokens to the smart contract, to the decentralized exchange, and would get Y tokens in exchange, get them paid out. That's the entire setup. This happens automatically. It's an endogenous price-finding mechanism, and due to arbitrage, this should be in line with the other exchanges, so more centralized ones. Now, people can actually provide liquidity. That's the other part. It's not that there's just some tokens magically on there, but anyone can provide liquidity to that decentralized exchange. Anyone can add X and Y tokens in the same proportion and become a liquidity provider. And the question is, why would they do that? And there is one simple answer. Of course, there's a fee involved. When somebody swaps with the smart contract, with this exchange, then there is a fee accumulation, and people will get a proportion of that fee when they are holding these liquidity provision tokens. Okay? So what do you end up with? A completely decentralized exchange with no dependencies whatsoever, with an endogenous pricing mechanism, just a smart contract that creates billions of US dollars daily, just with infrastructure. No employees, no way to stop it, no special privileges, and that is extremely exciting. Now, let me actually add on that example. Remember, we had the token basket, we had the decentralized exchange, but that by itself is, well, you need some form to generate a yield in a mutual fund, right? So what could you do? Well, the token basket, who currently holds this red and blue token, could actually invest that in a decentralized lending platform. So we have a decentralized lending platform here with over-collateralized loans. The token basket could add some tokens to that lending platform and receive liquidity provision tokens, where it would get a yield. And as you probably have guessed already, yes, it's still one single transaction. It's still just Bob calling that initial token basket, and everything is one inseparable transaction, where you have no counterparty risk whatsoever. Now, the last thing is the application and aggregation layer. And to be honest, that's probably the least exciting part. That's just the user interface, if you want to call it that way, okay? So, of course, anyone can just connect with the smart contracts themselves. You don't need any additional browser-based interface or anything like that, but most people will not do so. Most people, they like it when it's in their browser, they like a Web3 interface, they like just when they can use it similarly to the existing banking services. And that's why you have these front ends on the application layer, and also when there are multiple applications mixed up together, the aggregation layer. That's probably one of the most centralized parts right here. That's also where a lot of financial institutions are interested in, that they can offer these services as a bridge to DeFi. Now, let me come to the, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that, I'm just doing it, to the question of the conference already. Which is, as a quick reminder, does safe DeFi require CBDC? And I have a pretty clear opinion on that. And I'm looking forward to the discussions later on, but my opinion is no, absolutely not. If you read the question again, does safe DeFi require CBDC? What does it mean? It's like saying, does safe decentralization need centralization? Right? And when we take DeFi as being really decentralized, and certainly it's a no. But again, not sure if I'm allowed to do that, but I'm doing it. Let me propose a different question. Could a CBDC in a DeFi ecosystem be mutually beneficial? Because I think that's a much more interesting question, to be honest. Right? Are there benefits? And when you look at DeFi, I think it's a maybe, because certainly even though there is room for completely decentralized protocols, when you look at the current state of DeFi, there are many more centralized protocols, right? And things like heavily centralized stablecoins, off-chain collateralized stablecoins. And when you have an off-chain collateralized stablecoin where some entity promises you to deliver USD, then a CBDC is just strictly better than that. In most of these centralized stablecoins, you also have backdoors in there. You also have functions where you can blacklist, whitelist, where you can move funds even if you don't have the private key. We probably would see that in a CBDC as well, but that's not different, right? It's the exact same thing. But you get rid of one risk, the counterparty risk. And in many cases, with some of these stablecoins, it's not just one counterparty risk because you have multiple institutions in there. In that sense, it could actually be great for DeFi because clearly there is a demand for centralized stablecoins, and I don't see why there shouldn't be a demand for a CBDC on a public blockchain. But also, when you think from the perspective of CBDC, of course, you could issue a CBDC on your own ledger, right? You could do that. And it's much more efficient, but then you're not part of the ecosystem. Even if you have bridges, you lose this composability I've shown you, because then there is no way to have it in a single transaction. Then again, you have the counterparty risk. If you would have a CBDC on a public blockchain, then you could use that CBDC in these composable transactions. You could have a single transaction doing all of these different things. And I think that is exciting. In the end, I think it really depends on your definition of DeFi. And this brings me back to my initial statement that this was my definition. But again, when you ask different people, then you might end up with different answers. And I think for today, it's extremely important that we specifically state what we're talking about, that there aren't any misunderstandings, because I think that's the biggest risk, probably. And this brings me to the last topic of my presentation, the decentralization spectrum. Certainly there are, and I want to emphasize that, I want to highlight that, there are truly decentralized protocols. And again, this is extremely exciting. So we should keep that in mind. But there are also companies, and in that case, it really is companies, not protocols, that play decentralization theater. And I think the big challenge for policymakers, regulators, and pretty much anyone who has to do with these protocols and companies is to figure out which of these protocols are truly, legitimately decentralized and which of them just play decentralization theater. Let me start with the latter, decentralization theater. And also, again, the stack might be really helpful in that regard. We could start with the settlement layer, let's say. And the first question you could ask, is the blockchain truly decentralized? If the blockchain is not decentralized, when it's just one entity with a consensus-making node on the blockchain, then it doesn't really matter what you're doing on top. You can have a decentralized protocol, but then it really does not matter. Then it's just centralized. On the asset layer, is there off-chain collateral? Is there anyone promising something? Are there blacklisting, expropriation functions, backdoors of any kind? Clearly, when someone has special privileges there, then it's not decentralized. On the protocol layer, is there anyone who has admin keys who can change the protocol? How is the governance token allocation? So when there are some votings, are there any data providers, so-called oracles, with special privileges? Does somebody have a key to a kill switch, for example? These are all things that happen. And obviously, depending on how it's set up, it's not decentralized. And then last but not least, on the application aggregation layer, you could ask the question, who provides the user interface? Who provides the front end? Is there some advertisement, some target advertisement to people who probably should not be in contact with these things? Is it suitable? And so on. So you can really go through the stack again, step by step, and look at all of these different dependencies. But again, and this is really important, there are some protocols that are completely decentralized. So that are completely transparent, that are completely immutable, statically deployed, where you have no operator, where there is no special privilege, and not even the developer, him or herself, can change anything about that protocol. It just keeps running. And even if we would decide that it's a good idea to step in, it doesn't really matter because we simply cannot do so. And that's important to keep in mind. And personally, I think we already have the answers to these types of companies or protocols. That should be pretty obvious, because we have financial regulation, and when they are custodians, then we should treat them as such. But that's the much more exciting part right here. So true decentralization. That's what's actually new. And I hope that we can focus on this discussion right here, where something is completely decentralized. And I also hope that we can focus on some of the benefits and not only the risks. Because I think this has a lot of benefits. It's actually extremely exciting. Key takeaways. Number one, DeFi in one form or the other is here to stay. It might change, it might look different. There might be financial institutions involved because there is a place for them, but it's definitely here to stay. It's not going to go away. Number two, the things that probably matter most are composability, self-custody, and the deterministic execution. So that you can look ex ante at a smart contract and you know exactly what is supposed to happen and you can verify that for yourself. Number three, I think there is a place for centralized services in DeFi on top. So it's not that just because you have a decentralized infrastructure, everything needs to be decentralized. On top, you can have financial intermediaries again, you can have more centralized tokens and so on. But what is extremely powerful is that the foundation is decentralized. And I think that's important. If the foundation is already controlled by a single entity, then there is no way back. I think, in fact, it's somewhat dangerous. And number four, when I talk to politicians, policymakers, regulators, government officials of any kind around the world, I usually see that they're extremely afraid of decentralization, that they fear it to some extent. And I think that's not a good approach, to be honest. I think there are many very beneficial properties to decentralization, and personally, I think we should embrace it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fabian. So I was slightly glib when I said that you'd tell us sort of why we were here and what we were talking about, but I think you did. I really do. It's because it is exciting, and because we have some very clear questions. And thankfully, we have some people in the room who can give us some answers. So that's the introduction to the sort of the first session. So can I ask the panelists to come up? This is my hopeful look. Fantastic, we've got people standing up. So, while they're coming up, there's steps this side. There may be steps that side, I can't see. But if you can sit yourselves down, and then Camilla, you can have the podium. So. Yes, exactly. So you'll be able to see your presentation on here. Oh, okay. And then you can hand over to these guys at the podium if they've got presentations too.
Okay, and to show the presentation?
Then you have this thing.
All right.
I hope that one, but if it's not, it's this one.
Okay.
Can we get the presentation up? Fantastic.
Yay.
So, let's see if that works.
All right. All right. Hi, everyone. So excited to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm presenting about the latest in DeFi, what I think is a booming and better financial system. I'm Camila Russo. I'm the founder of The Defiant, one of the leading financial information platforms focusing on Web3. I'm also the author of The Infinite Machine, the first book on the history of Ethereum, and previously I was a Bloomberg News journalist for 8 years. All right. So as Fabian really explained very well what DeFi is about, I agree, it's extremely exciting. Decentralized finance is rebuilding the financial system as we know it before our very eyes. I kind of saw this happening emerging from Ethereum hackathons and conferences when I was researching for the Infinite Machine back in 2018. And it was really astounding to see how developers were rebuilding each key piece, each kind of building block of finance right on top of public blockchains. And what started to come out of that effort was a truly open and global financial system that doesn't rely on any third parties, just as its underlying technology, the blockchain, doesn't rely on any third parties. I think what we're witnessing here is a new layer on top of the internet. So the internet is made up of different protocols. Right now, developers and entrepreneurs are building a value layer, the value protocol layer, on top of all the other stack, the tech stack that makes up the current internet. So what's being done right now is finance, money, value is being made native to the web. The current financial system, what it does is there's kind of finance on one hand, very separate from the internet, from the way we usually communicate, and then there's the web, this kind of global, seamless information network. Now, thanks to blockchain and crypto, those two can work together. And this is why we're seeing this explosion in innovation, because you're combining two very powerful forces, the internet and finance. And so developers started building, as I mentioned, all the basic kind of building blocks of finance right on top of public blockchains like Ethereum. And I'll give you some examples. Very important one, crypto hackers are building new forms of money. So there are basically three different types of stablecoins. There's fiat-backed stablecoins, there's crypto-backed, and there's algorithmic stablecoins. Fiat-backed means that there is actual fiat money, as crypto people like to call central bank issued money, stored in banks, and that's backing stablecoins such as USDC. Then there is crypto-backed stablecoins such as DAI, that's mostly backed by Ether and also other stablecoins. So that's a lot more native to DeFi. With the stablecoins like DAI, you kind of don't even need fiat currencies. Initially, DAI was only backed by ETH, so you could have this completely parallel money that didn't require any central banks or any financial institutions at all. Now DAI is backed by USDC, so you could argue it's become a little bit more centralized. And then there's algorithmic stablecoins. And in this case, Terra, UST of the Terra ecosystem is completely decentralized. It doesn't require any sort of fiat currency or any fiat-backed stablecoins. It is backed purely by Luna, by the token of the Terra ecosystem. And it relies on this algorithm that keeps the peg to the US dollar. Second important kind of building block of DeFi is lending and borrowing. So you have dozens by now, I think, of protocols, which, as we saw before, really only rely on blockchains and smart contracts to work. They're automated. Things like Aave, Compound, Liquidity, they allow users to deposit value directly on smart contracts without asking anyone for permission and start gaining interest directly to their address, block by block. And The other side of this is borrowers. So borrowers can deposit collateral and take out a loan in exchange. Again, without any sort of intermediary, just a non-custodial blockchain address speaking to a smart contract and executing these transactions. There are decentralized exchanges, things like Uniswap, Curve, SushiSwap, which by that kind of curve, that mechanism that you saw, that X and Y equals K, I think, you really, again, don't need any sort of centralized order book. You don't need any financial intermediary. You're trading against liquidity pools stored in smart contracts. And then there are dozens of other use cases. As I said, the financial system is being rebuilt use case by use case on top of open blockchains, really creating a parallel financial system. And this already has millions of users, billions of value is being logged and transacted. This is real, like this is happening, it's not going anywhere. So other use cases that we already see are brokerages, asset management, derivatives, market makers, indices, insurance, auctions, and prediction markets. So even with all these use cases, DeFi is still tiny. As I mentioned, it only really started to happen a couple of years ago. But in that short time, in 2 years, it's expanded by 200 times, holding about 170 billion in value in smart contracts. But it's still only 10%. If you put the market capitalization of all the DeFi tokens together, it's just 10% of crypto. And we know that crypto is also a fraction of traditional finance. So it's still kind of a drop in the bucket, which, you know, another way to see it is there's a lot more room for it to grow. Right now, speculation is definitely the biggest use case. I think it's so early and there's a lot of risk. So right now, people kind of really using these protocols are whales, you know, traders, hedge funds, crypto funds, using these protocols to make money. But I believe that there's potential here for true financial inclusion, thanks to how open these systems are. They are made to lower the barriers of entry and provide financial services globally to anyone who has an internet connection. So I think this is what's important, and why people are excited about this. We're seeing examples of how DeFi can be life-changing right now. In the past couple of weeks, Ukraine has been able to raise over $100 million in crypto donations. All they did was post a tweet from their official account with a few blockchain addresses, Bitcoin, ETH, and a few other cryptocurrencies, and just started taking donations and contributions globally. And this meant that anyone could easily, in seconds, donate to Ukraine without having to go through any third party, any institution, just directly into Ukraine's coffers to help with their effort. It's just a better global, more efficient system, which allows this to happen. And the consequence is that people, for the first time, can actually own their assets no matter what. If your bank gets destroyed, or if your bank decides to not let you withdraw your assets, you can just take everything with you for the first time. Refugees are able to take everything with them just by having a seed phrase of their crypto account. my family had to run away from Europe into Latin America in the Second World War, and they lost everything. And now, if that's happening today, and refugees don't need to do that anymore. They can take all their assets with them for the first time. So, okay, we discussed kind of the basic building blocks that are already emerging in DeFi. But this presentation was about the latest in DeFi. So here are kind of some of the really kind of bleeding edge, cutting edge use cases that are emerging thanks to composability and are creating things that really can't be done in traditional finance. So an example is self-paying collateralized loans. There's this protocol called Abracadabra, which you take out a loan, you deposit collateral. Abracadabra, because of this money Lego quality, plugs into another protocol called Yearn and starts earning interest on that collateral, and that is automatically paying back the loans of people who, of borrowers. Flash loans. This is a super exciting use case. It allows, again, borrowers to, without any collateral, without having any capital, take out as much money as they want from these lending protocols, Aave, Compound, as long as they can return it in the same transaction. So they can go take out, I don't know, $100 million, use it to leverage trade on another protocol, make a lot of money, and then pay it back. This is obviously kind of super sophisticated, and I wouldn't be able to do this, but you can see how this can be automated, and it can open up a lot of possibilities for people who don't have upfront capital to do this. Because as long as you return the money on the same transaction, you can borrow as much money as you want. And then another innovative use case is liquid staking. This is something that's being done with proof-of-stake networks, such as Ethereum 2.0. You know how Ethereum is moving from proof-of-work to proof-of-stake, and there's other blockchains that are using proof-of-stake, like Cosmos and Polkadot. And what liquid staking allows is that you can stake your crypto, so you can participate in securing these blockchain networks. But you can earn a representation of your stake in return. So you stake on Lido is one of the protocols projects doing this. You can stake ETH on ETH2 and get a token that represents your stake. And then with that token, you can sell it. You can gain instant liquidity. Even though your actual Ethereum is kind of locked up on the Ethereum network. So these kinds of derivatives that are very easy to create with DeFi allow for a lot of capital efficiency that would be very hard to do in traditional finance. And then there's many other kind of cutting edge use cases. There's protocol-owned liquidity, that's this kind of DeFi 2.0 wave, decentralized identity, interest-less collateralized loans, which Robert can talk about now, NFT-backed loans, cross-chain transactions, and it's really kind of a really booming sector thanks to this openness and composability. And finally, so yeah, we're here to see the intersection of DeFi and CBDCs. So what role does CBDCs play? And yeah, similar to Fabian, I don't think DeFi needs CBDCs. As I mentioned, DeFi has its own currencies. NFTs are priced in ETH. Lending and borrowing has many different stablecoins. But I think CBDCs can have an advantage. There can be an advantage in including CBDCs. To start, they can be an alternative to other stablecoins. For example, the fiat-backed centralized stablecoins that I mentioned before, like USDC, instead of trusting Circle, the company, Circle and Coinbase, the companies behind USDC, maybe it's just better to have USD directly from the Fed that plugs into DeFi. So I think that's a really interesting use case. I also think there's an opportunity for central banks to help solve one of the biggest missing pieces in DeFi, which is decentralized identity. If central banks can help provide this piece with some sort of public, verifiable government digital identity that can plug into DeFi, that would open the space for tons of use cases that aren't possible right now. But to do this, I think CBDCs and central banks need to come, play in DeFi's playground. They need to be decentralized. They need to be issued on public blockchains. They can't be on a centralized ledger. And they have to be censorship resistant and allow for self-custody. If that's not the case, then there's simply no way DeFi and CBDCs can talk to each other. And like I said, I think there would be advantages if this were to happen. But that's just my opinion. So let's hear from our panelists now. Sorry? Who's up first? Oh. We're having a discussion. Unless somebody has a presentation? No, right? Okay. All right. Welcome everyone. Such a pleasure to have a chance to chat with you all. Would be great if we can start with introductions. Do you want to start and then we can go?
Sure. I'm Michael Egorov, the founder of Curve Finance, which is a decentralized exchange and automatic market maker.
So my name is Wenqian Huang. I'm an economist from the BIS.
I'm Robert Lauko. I'm the founder and CEO of Liquidity, which is an interest-free lending protocol and stablecoin system.
My name is Roger Wattenhofer. I'm a professor at ETH Zurich.
Great. Okay, so as we saw that it's important to set kind of the ground rules or for everyone to be on the same page, let's agree on what everyone understands that DeFi is. And again, we can start with Michael and then go down.
Yeah, well, I mean, I pretty much agree with what Fabian said in the previous talks. But for me, what's most important in DeFi is the non-custodial part of it. So it's basically you don't trust anyone with your money, and you don't even trust the vendor who made the financial service.
So for me, I think DeFi really, they are just automated and composability, automated smart contracts that can compose with each other. So essentially, they are programs. And a key feature for me is really the open access that DeFi projects try to provide. And then also, this interoperability between DeFi projects. And also final feature of DeFi, I think, is about the global reach. So basically, as Camilla said, that it's open to all usage of all users on internet. So I think, DeFi for me is sort of by nature borderless. I will pass on.
Yeah, I think I agree with pretty much everything which has already been said, but I would like to emphasize one feature of DeFi, which is immutability and autonomy. Like in DeFi, you can build systems that run on their own based on their preset rules. So it's just everything can be laid out in advance, and then the system just performs those actions that has been kind of enshrined in the code. And I think this is something that hasn't been possible before in traditional finance.
I also agree with most what was said. Personally, I think DeFi could have a role in CBDCs, actually. So when you turn the thing around and it's not decentralized anymore, I could see that this could happen. Maybe then the name DeFi is a bit wrong, but apart from that, I would be fine with it. And since everybody mentioned something which they like very much about it, I also do that. So for me, it's really the programmability of these contracts, and I probably disagree with Thomas Jordan here, who said maybe you cannot express everything. I think everything that can be expressed mathematically can also be done. And if you say finance is more than just expressing everything, it's also about feelings and whatnot, then maybe. But maybe we should have strict rules in finance, and then you can express it in fintech or in DeFi.
So you made me think of a question. You said everyone said something they like about DeFi. I'd love to hear what you guys maybe don't like about DeFi.
So on that, maybe I can start, since I'm from the BIS. But jokes aside, I think DeFi is a cool idea. However, I think there are some serious issues that can prevent this benefit from being realized. One major issue is market integrity. Just share some personal experience when I was learning the smart contract language, Solidity and Viper. I just found tons of misinformation on internet, right? And then later on, when I dig deeper, there are just a lot of scams. I totally agree with the non-custodial feature of DeFi, but I'm not very sure whether I can own my asset on the chain safely, because that's just subject to so many hacks, so many potential scams. So right now, actually, I stopped doing my DeFi transactions because I just find there are so many fraud and scams. And from my point of view, I think regulation is urgently needed to safeguard consumers and investors, especially as Camilla said, DeFi has gained in scale. And people put on their wealth into DeFi, into the blockchain, and I think regulations would be very, very much welcome to help them to protect their assets from being stolen from the scams and fraud. And also, I think the second challenge would be more on the technology side, and I know there are a lot of experts in the audience and also in the panels. So I would very much love to hear about their opinion on scalability and tokenization of real assets. Because I think for DeFi to be really meaningful, we need to have more use cases for the financial system and for the real economy in general. And then my last concern is that if all these issues could be resolved and DeFi attains some systemic role in the financial markets, then we will have financial stability issues. So some of them, they are very similar to what we have been seeing in traditional finance. For instance, like procyclicality due to the reliance of collaterals. So basically, currently, all the DeFi lendings, they are collateralized lending, right? So for that front, I think we definitely need some regulation on how to mitigate procyclicality. And then there are also some novel risk with DeFi. I mean, for instance, like Camila just mentioned, there is flash loans where, arbitrageurs, they can borrow and do the arbitrage trade and repay the loan all at the same time. So this indeed is a very new financial instrument that has not yet been seen in traditional finance. However, I mean, these flash loans also bring a lot of problems to DeFi projects, right? So we know about the flash loan attacks, which could be, essentially steal all the money from the liquidity pools because of some bug risk in the DeFi projects. So I feel like, in this field, there are a lot of things happening, a lot of exciting features. However, to really make these features beneficial to the financial market and to the general public, we really need to have a better look about which ones are true, genuine innovations, and which ones are more about, either the decentralized theater, as Fabian just said, or, some just pure Ponzi schemes. So I would very much like to hear from the others, different perspective.
Well, it actually was a very good summary, especially from a kind of BIS perspective. and yeah, I actually pretty much agree with the problems which you enlisted, but I probably mostly disagree that the solution is regulations. Apart from maybe scams in DeFi, I think if there was a regulation to ban Google Ads, that would solve most of the scams. But really, things like like financial stability, for example. I think that could be addressed algorithmically. It's just, it actually takes time to do all the research, but I think things like this can be pre-programmed. So I don't think that like imposing regulations on something which cannot be enforced really would solve the problem. Well, really, DeFi is something which hasn't been seen before. It's like the first time in history you are able to do something without trusting a counterparty, and regulations are really designed to kind of hold the counterparty accountable. So if there is no counterparty, then maybe you need basically the algorithm to be able to do the correct thing. And I think in the past we probably took this point of view that counterparty maybe doesn't know in advance how everything should work. So maybe apart from not wrongdoing, counterparty can kind of steer the system to operate in the right way. And I think now when we are having the ability to not have a counterparty, maybe it's better to kind of pre-program things. Maybe you don't know all things in advance, but right now it's an experimentation phase. So we are looking at what's happening and iterate on the algorithms and maybe address some of the issues you mentioned.
Maybe there is also another layer to this discussion. I mean, there is the protocol and there is regulation and the government and how you would want to regulate it, but there is also this interface to the user. Like if DeFi really aims to become the building block of the future financial system, it has to be accessible to a broad public, ideally to the majority of the world's population. And currently what we see is that it's only accessible practically to a very small kind of selection. I mean, it's a practical issue. It's not that it's permissionless. It's built in a way that it should be accessible, but there are just usability issues. I mean, it's complicated to use by many non-technical people. It's hard to explain because this concept of decentralization is, I think, something which is maybe not as intuitively easy to grasp for many people, unfortunately. So I think there is also kind of on how we as protocol developers kind of market and present the UI to the end user, I think that's also something where I think there's a lot of room for improvement to be done. And I think, yeah, that's also an aspect that shouldn't be neglected if we really want to change like the system.
Roger, what do you think? Do you think DeFi can be regulated?
I'm not the person to talk about regulation very much. I would just like to add an example first for a possible risk. So this is what Fabian Scher mentioned. He said there's a transparency that everybody can see all the transactions. What he didn't say is that transactions are usually visible earlier. Before they are in the blockchain, they're visible to everybody, maybe 10 seconds earlier. So what happens now is that people see these transactions and they basically front and back run the transactions. They make sandwich attacks and they get money out of it. You can use composability, that way it's completely risk-free. You just package the transaction you want to attack with 2 transactions of yourself, front and back, and you make risk-free money. So this is a problem of DeFi, I would say, but it's even worse because there are now companies, one is called Flashbots, for instance, they're calling themselves the good guys. What they do is they offer a service. So you don't send the transaction to the blockchain anymore, you send it to them. They will send it to the blockchain for you. You don't have to pay anything for that, but they will sandwich your attack themselves. So you they promise they're the only ones who sandwich your transaction, and you're going to pay that way. So maybe these things also happen in traditional finance, but nobody knows really. We know a little bit, but it's not as open as in the DeFi world. So you can see these things in the DeFi world back and forth everywhere, and that's in some sense a risk for DeFi.
Yeah, but at least as you said, it's all transparent, so it's clear how to counteract these sandwich attacks, and this is happening actually.
Yes.
But I think there is a problem with transparency, just in a way that, like how much people are informed about the protocols, especially this issue of decentralization theater. Because like not all DeFi projects are really non-custodial, right? And when you deal with I don't know, like probably unlike most people here, I mostly keep money in DeFi and do most transactions in DeFi rather than in traditional finance. But not all DeFi is that trustless. Sometimes you have projects where you actually have the possibility of the team to change the code, change the rules, and in the worst case, take your assets. And really that one is not what you would really call DeFi. It's really closer to traditional financial institutions, and that's where kind of regulations are needed. But also, like even if how would you know that one project is fully decentralized and the other is not? So this information transparency, informing the users what the risks are, is, I think, really, really important. And like not even with enforcing, just the information, it's like just conveying this information to all users is something which needs to be done, I think.
I mean, what you didn't say is that many smart contracts, in fact, have these backdoors. There are studies about this, and not the majority of them, but a large fraction of them have backdoors. And this makes it very insecure, as you say, right? Because you put money in a smart contract, and then somebody calls the backdoor and changes basically some of the code. Right. That should not be happening, but this is happening.
Exactly. If I may chime in, also, what Roger mentioned about the sandwich attack, they very much depend on, the mining powers, right? So they even coined the term miner extractable value. That means that for the large miners, they can have this mining power. They can have the execution advantage over the others, so that they can do this sandwich attack and grab the profit from it. So I think, when we really talk about decentralization, there are several layers. I agree with Fabian's structure that, for the protocol layer, it's very much decentralized. For instance, like Curve, I think they decentralized the liquidity provisions. But then when it gets to the blockchain layer, the record-keeping layer, they are only technical decentralized, right? So that's what Thomas said about, technically blockchain technologies enable decentralization. However, because in the real business life, we are having contracts dynamically. So we need to frequently renegotiate the contracts, redesign the contracts. So in that sense, actually we need some centralized governance behind these blockchains. And as we can see, in the proof of work, we have large concentration in the mining pools. In proof of stake, Hyun has a nice paper shows that, likely, validators, they will need to have incentives. And in the end, economy of scale will make them oligopoly markets, right? So we see all this concentration in decision-making power behind this technology. And I think it's very important that we also mention this layer. So not only the technological layers, but also the governance layer. How centralized or how decentralized the governance layer is for most of the DeFi applications, right? So in essence, when we talk about DeFi, I think we are more of talking about the possibility of open access. But for the decentralization part, I feel like we still have a long way to go. So just one example on I think what we can all agree from both sides. I think Bitcoin is sort of the most decentralized protocol so far. But yet, change of the Bitcoin protocol takes years, right? So it's not easy to reach decentralized consensus. And in real business life, can you imagine that your money would be managed by a protocol that would take years to be modified to fit into the current trend, to fit into the current development of the business world? Well, I guess I would not, but I do understand this is a menu of options and people have different preferences.
Yeah, that's an important point. You raise. Sometimes more friction can be a good thing when it comes to governance. Because, yeah, as you say, if people can change the system while the game is running, that leads to unpredictable outcomes. So, there is also another more radical approach to this where you don't need a governance because there's nothing to govern. And that's basically what we kind of opted for by kind of creating a system that's completely immutable. It's really radical because, it's really hard to foresee all the future challenges and changes, but still, it's something that has been running now for a year, and it turned out to work more or less as we planned, but it's really there, set in stone forever. There is nobody who can mess with it. There is no kind of concentration of power in the hands of a few because, they cannot do anything. Of course, it depends on the base layer, like the Ethereum network, but that's another kind of question. So, I want to hear your opinion. What would you think? Would this, what other challenges this introduces or solves?
I guess probably one thing you didn't mention, but I think that's kind of implicit. If you set the system in stone like this, then how would the upgrade look like? Because it's not impossible to upgrade this system. You just make a brand new system, and if people want to use the brand new one, they use the brand new one. So this is how the upgrade happens. You don't change the code which holds people's money. You just introduce a new one, and it just competes with your old code. So, and who knows, maybe the new system was not a good idea, then the money will live in the old one.
Definitely, I agree with that. That is what we have been seeing with Bitcoin's upgrade, right? So there are many attempts, many proposals. Some of them fail, others, very, very few succeeded because it's very difficult to achieve decentralized consensus. And I think it's a noble thought, as you said, that we are building something that is, that can spare governance. I think totally. I think maybe that is the use case for DLT. However, when we get into the financial market, For instance, like in HFT mediated markets, we are talking about millisecond of changes, right? We are talking about, like how the different traders, they can interact with each other in a really high frequency. And for that kind of technology, for that kind of applications, I'm just wondering maybe, some centralization could help. I'm not saying that, the functional layer of decentralization is not important. On the contrary, I think that is very, very innovative, and I think that can probably help, upgrade the plumbing behind the financial system a lot, reduce the reconciliation cost in the back offices of banks, basically replace some of the inefficient operations from banks with DeFi. I think that is a very, very promising feature. I'm just thinking, being more provocative about, what essentially are the added values of DeFi projects in financial markets.
Yeah, well, one thing is, the most important is that there is no counterparty. So you don't have to trust anyone. You don't have to trust someone that your money will not be frozen, right?
I'd like to add something which I think might clarify, which may be a misconception on how DeFi protocols work, because one thing is the base layer, that's Bitcoin or Ethereum. And in the case of Bitcoin, yes, it takes a long time to make consensus changes, and that's by design, because it's made to be kind of very like very hard to change, and so people can trust it, and has become this kind of digital gold. Ethereum, while more flexible, also takes this kind of consensus between many parties to organize and come to a change. Miners, developers, there's different layers that need to agree on a change. So that's a base, and I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are probably the most decentralized blockchain networks out there. But then there's the applications and protocols that are built on top of these networks. And these have a lot more flexibility to change than their base layer. Like with Curve, Liquidity, Uniswap is, I think, maybe one of the most decentralized protocols running on Ethereum. And Uniswap algorithm, or the decentralized exchange, just runs, but they do have upgrades. So they're now under version 3. And so, there is kind of this ability of having this immutability, but also upgrading and changing.
Yeah, but that's a brand new version, pretty much. In fact, I think there is, at the moment, the amount of funds in Uniswap 3 is about the same as in Uniswap 2, and Uniswap 2 doesn't really want to die off, because it's, very useful on its own.
Yeah. And then the other point I wanted to bring up is, you mentioned MEV, right? And this sandwich attacks. And of course, this also happens in traditional finance, right? In this case, you have companies like Flashbots, which lets anyone profit from this. Like, I could go up to Flashbots and say, like, hey, I want to get some MEV revenue. That's only for traditional finance, only high-frequency traders with billion-dollar, balance sheets can go and do this. So I think, yes, in DeFi we are seeing the same kind of risks and attacks that we see in traditional finance, but at least in DeFi it's all out in the open, and anyone can take advantage of this. And so linked to this, I'm wondering, we were talking about regulation. Because of openness and transparency that's in DeFi, what do you think about the ability of DeFi to self-regulate? Like how we've seen in all these hacks so far. It's really been not with lawmakers or regulators, but it's been the actual DeFi and Web3 community, the ones that have caught hackers. because there's just a very sophisticated chain analysis that, because all of the transactions are public, allow you to go back and find the perpetrators of attacks, block their exchanges, block their accounts, and so they're unable to even get away with it. And in other cases, protocols after the hacks, most cases, these projects have actually returned the money to their users. So I think yes, like DeFi right now, because it's so early, it's in this kind of Wild West where it's not being regulated. But it's not being regulated by traditional regulators. It actually is being regulated internally. So I'd love to kind of hear your opinion on
Yeah, absolutely
on this.
agree. It's actually, that was my observation as well, that in most of these DeFi hacks, after some time passed, well, I mean, protocol probably, very often protocol compensates users, but also the company who develops the protocol finds who the hacker was, negotiates with the hacker, hacker returns money. And this is exactly the traceability, the transparency of the blockchain, which makes it possible. Well, usually when the hacker needs to get out, they would to real world. At some point they do have to interact with real world. So whether it's KYC or whatnot, they do kind of leave some traces to some counterparty there, because how else do you interact with real world? And then you can find the trace on chain, or even if they use anonymization tools, anonymization tools are actually hard to use. I mean, so hard that Bitfinex hackers, or, well, I don't know if they hacked, but they laundered the funds from hack at least. They tried everything possible to hide the traces of the money they had, and eventually they have been found, and the money, well, most of the money were recovered, and I don't think traditional finance has actually a track record comparable to DeFi track record of recovery.
A lot more obscure.
Yeah.
I guess, several points. First of all, on Uniswap v3 and how decentralized is Uniswap, I have some different opinions. Well, I mean, one thing is about this, tokenized Apple, tokenized Tesla that have been listed in Uniswap. And, well, I mean, they have been listed there for a while until the admin team took down because concerns of SEC procurement, right? So there's some, as what Roger said, there are always these back doors that you are not really aware of, or you need very sophisticated technology to understand what is behind. So I find that is something, less transparent, let's say, compared to traditional finance or centralized finance. And then on the second thing about the trace, I totally with you that, in DeFi worlds, you have all the transactions open. That brings advantage, but sometimes also risk, such as the sandwich attack. But in general, I agree, this transparency helps to trace sort of illicit activities. But in centralized or in traditional finance, I mean, that has been always the case. I mean, that is why we have all this anti-money laundering association, FATA, and also we have all these, identifications and regulation. For one instance, like HFTs you mentioned, right? HFTs, they are not, beyond the remit of regulation. They are heavily regulated on what they can do, to what extent they can do. Sometimes they also regulated via self-regulation by regulation imposed by exchanges, for instance. So I think we share a lot of common features in terms of how things should be designed and how things should be conducted. I'm just wondering, in terms of and talking about sort of tracing back and recover some of the funds from the hackers. I saw criticism, saying that that is so not DeFi because, like Tether blocking some money of the hackers fund, that is at odds with DeFi's ethos. So I feel like, to some extent, it's sort of a trade-off. I mostly see that, DeFi and CeFi and TradFi, there are a menu of options, right? So for people who really believe in decentralization, who really want to have autonomy, maybe pure DeFi serves them well. But, and for people who care about efficiency gains, who care about, easy usage, then maybe CeFi serves them well, right? But I guess, for the majority of the population, we lie, somewhere in between, that we want a hybrid form of CeFi and DeFi. We may want to have the, technological advantage of these interoperable smart contracts, right? So that really help reduce the human cost in reconciling all the procedures in the back offices of banks. But we would also like to have trusted intermediaries that can take decisions that we can trust, right? So that there's no that much of backdoor solutions, that we need to go line by code. Actually, I did that when I learned Solidity. So yeah, I was thinking of contributing to an arbitrage bot. And then when I read some line of the code, it actually just sent my money to an unknown address, It's pure scam. I mean, and I wasted half of my day, investigating the code. Of course, I'm not a very skillful coder myself. But yeah, but just speaking of, for average users, for financial inclusion purposes, when we talk about, for the majority of the population, I guess, regulation or centralization and decentralization, they are not necessarily mutually exclusive.
And I think,
Sorry, go ahead.
So just one word on the CDFI integration. I think this is an interesting topic, but I also think that by design, the goal should be to build the DeFi underlying primitives in a way that they can be used, they can at least be used by those people who really need it and want it in a decentralized manner. But then, to make it accessible to a broader public, it does make a lot of sense to allow those bridges to the external world, to the non-technical people, by allowing some sort of interface by traditional players, by banks or like regulated entities that allow you to convert like whatever you take out in tokens to fiat or convert them back. So you can still kind of benefit from the efficiency gains and from some of the benefits offered by DeFi while still also kind of enjoying the extra security or the extra, at least, confidence that you may put in your bank or your service provider. So I think there is kind of a fruitful collaboration or possible between CeFi and DeFi. But the base layer, I do think that this should be based on a decentralized layer. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense. Otherwise, why would you do it in the first place?
I mean, centralized is always more efficient than decentralized, and nobody's arguing here. The problem is that people don't trust centralized anymore. That's the main problem I see. The main problem for decentralized or DeFi, I would say, and we didn't really talk about this yet, is this interface to the real world, right? Something like oracles, price oracles, and stablecoins. I quoted Thomas Jordan before negatively, so let me say something positively as well. So he said it exactly correctly, right? So if we're going to see a bank run, I would fully agree that this comes from a stablecoin meltdown, and then people wouldn't trust the system anymore. So I think this is something we have to understand. So either we can go and say, the future is anyway decentralized, and there's no centralized players anymore, and no SMB and BIS and whatnot, right? That could happen, we don't know. But if not, we have to have the interface somehow. And there, maybe something like CBDCs in a DeFi world would be fine, or as you say, a centralized, decentralized system would also be fine.
Yeah, I can totally see a hybrid where, like, even when I don't trust a traditional financial system, but using a credit card is a much more simple way to interact with reality than taking a hardware wallet and doing transactions this way. So maybe maybe I could give some approval that my credit card can use something from completely decentralized world in quantities not more than something per day, and then I don't trust this centralized thing for amount more than this per day. So I'm kind of reasonably protected from this risk if I care about this risk.
No, but technologically this should be very simple, right?
Yeah.
Google Pay could just integrate something like USD.
Most definitely. And you can be like, I don't know, let's say not 100% of your funds is fully decentralized, but maybe 90% of your funds is non-custodial and 10% is accessible to a custodial entity. So makes sense.
Yeah, and different people have different risk appetites, and also they judge different risks differently. So some people may actually just trust in code, like trust much more than in some player, while other people, yeah, they just get more maybe confidence if they have somebody in between. So I think that's something we have to embrace. We cannot just design it for this or the other way, otherwise you stay in your bubble. But
so you trust fully to keep your password secret yourself? You trust yourself more than somebody else? Like,
oh yeah,
really?
Absolutely.
Because I'm not so sure about it, right? So if I had a lot of, let's say, crypto money, I would kind of get really scared to have somewhere this secret code, and what happens if I, die suddenly or...
Yeah, well,
right?
there are ways to deal with that, technological ways, I would say. So, but yeah, I mean, you can't trust somebody to solve it for you, but I don't know. I don't.
I mean, my PhD student lost $500 million, right, when he started his PhD in my group because somebody hacked into his computer and got 10,000 Bitcoins out of it.
Wow.
So,
right.
Well, if there was another validator on the side which would have kept some part of the secret, I think would have been better.
There are like social recovery, right? Smart contract wallets that are...
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can pretty much split trust between multiple people.
Yeah.
And maybe you can choose who you trust. Maybe you can choose multiple financial institutions. That's possible. And you could, I don't know, could trust several financial institutions in different parts of the globe and distribute your trust this way, and using technical means for that. Yeah.
And also insurance solutions, I mean, why not insure the risks of losing your keys in a decentralized way? I mean, that could also be something to explore.
Or you can insure your risks in a centralized way.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I think that is sort of, the bright future that we are facing, right? So because of this technology, that opens up a door or many doors to potential possibilities. And I think that is a great thing. And I think that's why we sit together and talk to each other about, seeing where we can complement with each other and what we can do together, we can build together, right? So for me, it's really like it's a range, between DeFi and CeFi, and somewhere in between, the entrepreneurs, they are the ones that can fine-tune the tricky balance between how much you want to be centralized and how much you want to be decentralized.
I find the term trust very interesting. Right? For me, trust historically always meant that you trust a company because it has been around for a long time and people have nice ties and whatnot. But now we have this technological trust coming to us, right? And this is much more interesting somehow, right? Because you can really, as you say, you're the master of your domain if you want to be. You can just trust yourself if you want to be, want to trust yourself only. And I think that's the really exciting question here. Who do you want to trust in the future and why?
Well, you also trust that the code is safe.
Yes.
which has this property, like if the code was around for a long time, maybe it's time tested.
Yes.
Just like if the company was around for a long time, maybe you can trust it.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the base layer, I would say I now trust Bitcoin because it has been a long time around. And in the beginning, they had problems, right? They had mistakes and bugs, and not anymore. And age, of course, works there, but I guess it's still a bit different from, let's say, the company world where you trust just a company that's been around for 100 years. It's not so clear that they have to run the same code for 100 years, right? They keep changing it. And
I think that's it's an interesting concept, like how long has a protocol been around and how much money has been locked in the system, and whether this could give you like a trust or risk metric over time. I mean, I think it's not like trivial to derive like what level of trust you would get from it, because now I think there are so many DeFi protocols with like hundreds of millions of funds or even billions of funds that I would say there are not enough security researchers that are probably capable to find bugs in all those systems, because there are just too many of them. So even if they hold a lot of funds, so there would be a high incentive for hackers to get hold of them, there are maybe not as many sophisticated hackers around to be really on the safe side. I think just the proliferation of like,
yeah, it's like the Windows operating system. If you have the biggest operating system, everybody tries to attack you first, right? That's the same in the DeFi world, I guess.
I think what we're seeing now with all the hacks and scams is DeFi becoming safer, right? Because there's so much incentive to break it. And everything is out there in the open for hackers to go and find the loopholes. So they're finding these loopholes, they're attacking these protocols. Sometimes they're succeeding, but developers are learning from it and they're making the system safer. And so another thing that I think we can kind of start to take away is that there will definitely be a spectrum for the financial system between fully decentralized and fully centralized. And that's a good thing, that people will have the option to be in whatever side of the spectrum they choose. But I think it's important that the fully decentralized end of things is allowed to flourish and allowed to live, and that people can actually have the option of using this system where the paradigm is different, where you are in control of your own assets and you want to trust yourself and the code and not some third-party intermediary. Because I think that's what's revolutionary here. Not really kind of the centralized part of things.
Well, maybe can even think from the perspective of a company who, financial company versus a company who creates a decentralized system. So for a financial company, holding customers' money or like having access to those is actually a liability. Mm-hmm. So it probably would, in ideal world, a financial company would probably like to avoid that liability. Maybe they would like to make money, but they probably wouldn't really like to have this liability. And really, DeFi is what would potentially allow that if done correctly.
Sure, but if that's their business model, that would be sad, right? I mean, I think they need to have this trust business model. This needs to be part of it. So
yeah, well, I mean, if it is possible to do something which was requiring trust before, if it's possible to do that without requirement of trust, maybe that's more attractive for the business.
But actually, I think right now, we cannot really say that DeFi is becoming safer or not, because depending on how you measure safetiness, right? So one thing is that indeed, I mean, nowadays more and more investigations are going on in DeFi because of the incentives. But on the other hand, the stake at risk is higher, right? Before we are talking about a few pizza, like in terms of Bitcoin value. Now we are talking about, tens of thousands of dollars for one Bitcoin, right? So right now, if you are measuring in terms of the potential losses that can incur in the DeFi system, I'm not seeing that DeFi is becoming safer. Although I agree with you that, indeed, now, with more interest in DeFi, more brain powers pouring into DeFi space, this area definitely is becoming more and more interesting. And then the second point is also about, so because Camilla, you mentioned that DeFi should be, or decentralization should be allowed to thrive. I would like to emphasize one thing, at least from my personal view. I never think of regulation is there to prohibit innovation. I think all the regulators, or potential regulators around the table, I think they all are holding the thought that we are promoting this kind of new technology and see what we can help. But that being said, I think, probably inappropriate analogy that it would be is a gun produced by a 3D printer and a gun produced by human. They should be regulated at the same level, in the sense that the effect of the gun is the same, right? So I guess here, when we are talking about financial market, when we are talking about financial activities that can have the same consequence for average public's wealth and their property, I think that we should, exercise the same scrutiny when it comes to DeFi compared to what has been done for traditional finance, right? Otherwise, we are creating this unlevel playing field, and that would allow for regulatory arbitrage. And speaking of that, I truly believe there are some genuine innovation in DeFi, right? Like Curve, what the AMM has been doing, or collateralized lending, what Robert has been doing. I think these are very, very good applications, very good thought. However, I also feel like, when it gets to trading and lending, exchanges like CME or LCH, they would claim that they are also providing software only, right? So when you think of limit order book, it essentially is a program behind that support all the trading behind the limit order books. However, exchanges and the central counterparties behind this, the software, they have been under very, very heavy regulation, not because, we want to stop them from innovating, but because when things go wrong, you can have serious consequence. I mean, look at what Nico price has been doing, in early March, right? So it increases from 30,000 to 100,000, within 2 days.
Excellent example on why DeFi is better.
Yeah.
Well, excellent. Well, actually, maybe an example for why, things
I would like to ask you a question real quick. So, do you think Facebook stopped their coin research because what? Because of regulation, almost surely. So I'm not so sure that regulators only have the best of the world.
But who takes over DM? Silvergate.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure,
right.
But,
so essentially, people will find its way to innovate where the proper regulatory clarity has been provided. And actually, I feel like for this space, as Camila said, it's sort of a Wild West. And in this kind of environment, actually, better safeguard provided by trusted intermediary that can actually promote this area instead of stifling innovations.
But sometimes, speaking of regulation, there are good approaches and good initiatives where, at least here in Switzerland, for example, there are regulatory frameworks for some type of tokens which have a real-world kind of bridge, or they are tokenized assets, so to say. But on the other hand, when it comes to really decentralized systems, we are still in a black hole of regulatory uncertainty, it seems, at least to me, because, it's really a different paradigm. It's not just using a new technology to reach the same goal. It's really a different paradigm in and by itself, which kind of escapes regulation, or it makes it very difficult to even find out who to regulate. There are many different players, and who do you regulate? Is it the software developer, whoever deploys the contracts, whoever runs a front end, or whoever has governance power, or nobody, or everybody? I haven't really seen very much clarity on those questions.
If they really wanted to regulate, right, then they could make a color scheme. They could say, this smart contract we trust, and this smart contract we don't trust. That's not what's happening. No. That could be a way for regulators to really come into the game and say, we want to make the system more trustworthy.
Yeah, and instead they're saying you need to KYC every non-custodial wallet. Yeah. That completely stifles innovation.
That's for sure.
That's like killing DeFi.
Well, right. I guess that goes back to Fabienne's point, we need to fix sort of the language about what is DeFi and what essentially DeFi can provide, right? So when it gets to KYC and AML, for me, I personally think that they are just another layer in terms of ensuring proper governance, ensuring that people. I don't understand why but I think actually Camilla, you pointed out that this digital identity could potentially help DeFi, right? So,
but I think that's what regulators and I think participants in general should be thinking about, how to use this technology to help make the space safer, not existing regulations, because implementing KYC in the same way that's done with traditional finance and trying to shove it into DeFi, where decentralized exchanges simply cannot perform that function. So it's not as easy as saying you regulate a gun maker in the same way, because one thing is a gun and the next thing is something completely different, even if they're both used for the same thing. So you cannot regulate it in the same way. You can't expect DEXs to do KYC because they don't have the information for their customers. So I think, or for their users, I should say. So I think that's where the emphasis should be placed. It's how do we use this technology to in its native way, and not trying to kind of fit this kind of square in a round hole, so to speak.
I guess it's better even not to start with technology. I guess it's better to start with demand. Like, what are the risks? How do we make these risks smaller for the users? And actually, that does happen. This self-regulation does happen in DeFi. For example, there is a group of users in Curve who have time to research different protocols, and actually in Curve anybody can deploy a pool, but for that pool to get incentives from the protocol, its governance needs to vote for that. So what would happen if the stablecoin in that pool just claims to be a stablecoin, but actually is backed by nothing, and at some point will become zero? So, and would everyone who votes for that pool research? Do they have time for that? And really, they don't. So that's why there is this group of users who kind of, proposed to do exactly this sort of research about every proposal coming in, and they pretty much report they write quite good reports, like where if this project is it fully decentralized, is there trust to anyone involved, what can that privileged account do, and so on and so on. And then they have a kind of brief summary, like, this is safe to vote for, this is why, or this is not safe. They are not enforcing anything, but they are informing anyone, informing voters, informing users who want to deposit to that particular pool.
And it comes from the community itself. Nobody told them to do them. No, there was nobody forcing them.
Exactly. I find that is exactly what we are talking about when it comes to regulation, right? When it comes to actually providing public goods. In this case, it is really, a group of people, a part of the community that, providing this public goods. And then in the public sector, I think we are also here, just to help. That's why we have the conference, to learn more about you guys, and then to learn more about what can be done and what kind of public goods would be needed in this field, in the sense of, providing a safer and more efficient financial system, right?
Great. Okay, I think we need to be wrapping up. I think to end on kind of a forward-looking statement, I'd love to just hear just briefly about how DeFi and how a future kind of DeFi and CBDCs looks like. Like, if I don't know, 10 years from now, when this all has been solved, how do you think that looks like?
I think one interesting future outcome could be like this notion of financial completeness, where everything that's imaginable has a price tag. I mean, that's just one extreme like which can happen when you can kind of encode all the like options or kind of uncertain events you have like a price for, and you can like completely efficiently represent them in one way or another, and also insure against every risk that you can think of. Like that could be like very far in the future, maybe not even 10 years, but more than that, which could be enabled by this technology.
Yeah, well, maybe not so distant, but I can imagine that if DeFi interacts with CBDCs, it would be like the ultimate way to interact with the reality. So it's the ultimate bridge between real world and virtual world. And I mean, whatever makes sense to keep in virtual world can live there. And CBDCs are the ways to actually for humans to use it.
For me, in 10 years, I would imagine that, we will still gather together for the 10th DeFi conference organized by SMB and BIS, but maybe in the metaverse, like not in Zurich, and that we can welcome all the viewers. So the technology, I think, would be very, very different from today's world. But the fundamental principle, like what Agustin mentioned, sustainability, safe, all these fundamental value for financial market, I think they will still be upheld in 10 years.
I think the two can go together very well, DeFi and CBDC. And I disagree, let's say that's the only thing I disagree with Fabian Scher's talk. I liked all the rest of it, but I think, just because one is a D and one is a C, they're different. I think, you can change things a little bit and mold things a little bit. And what you said, that if you bring CBDCs instead of stable coins on the platform, I think it would greatly make things safer, much more than more regulation even.
True. So maybe more CBDCs, less regulation. No. Actually, decentralized CBDCs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. It was such an interesting panel. I actually didn't follow any of these questions.
But I think it's a spontaneous, good discussion.
It was great. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you all very much indeed. That was a vivid picture of the Wild West, complete with sandwich bandits. So it's coffee time. You'll all be greatly relieved to hear. 15 minutes. The shutters are going up. The lights are on. So coffee is in the back. Do please help yourselves, and we'll ring gongs and all the rest of it to get you back here. But thank you very much, and thank you very much to the panel. session 2. It's going to have, actually, we're still on session 1. Second part of session 1. I need to read the program. The role of DeFi in future financial markets. I won't talk because we're already running late. I'll turn over to Hugh instead, who needs no introduction. But thank you very much, Hugh.
Well, thank you, Henry. And it's great to be here. And thank you to the Swiss National Bank for co-hosting this event. My name is Hyun-Song Shin. I'm the economic advisor and head of research at the BIS. And it's really my pleasure to chair this second panel, which is on the future of DeFi and the DeFi and the future financial system. And what we'll do is cover a number of, I think, very large questions. The first set of questions have to do with the technology, which is, can the limits to scalability of the underlying blockchains be overcome? And we have the perfect person to talk about this, and I'll introduce the panel shortly. The second question is, what is the prospect of DeFi becoming useful for real-world assets? So this is all about tokenization, about the links between the blockchain and the real world, and we touched upon it in the previous panel as well. And related, there are issues to do with what actually ties the token on a blockchain with the real-world object. And another way to phrase this is to say, what is the limit to decentralization? Do we actually need some legal authority, some way of tying down the claim of ownership in that context? And of course, it gives rise to many different and interesting questions, especially when there is more than one jurisdiction and when there is more than one blockchain. How do we actually reconcile? So as a prelude to this panel discussion, let me just throw a few questions out there for the panel to chew over. Now, we know that in the network economy, there is a natural tendency for network effects to kick in, which is to say, the more that some people use a particular platform, the larger is my incentive to use that platform as well. So there is a kind of winner-takes-all effect. Now, what's been interesting is that this kind of network effects and winner-take-all does not hold for DeFi. And instead, what we are seeing is, if you like, an increasing fragmentation of the blockchain platforms, shown by this graph. This is just a percentage of the total collateral locked in particular layer 1 blockchains. Of course, in the recent past, it was Ethereum, which was by far the dominant blockchain. But what has happened, especially in the last year or so, is that these new layer 1s have muscled in, and they've increasingly established a footprint. And the question is, how could this happen in the presence of network effects? And I think one way that we can approach this question is, what is the cost of using one of these blockchain platforms? And in particular, if we look at the gas fees, what we've seen is that the Ethereum gas fees have been really very, very high recently. It's a kind of, a symptom of the scalability problem that we have seen these other layer 1s really take market share from Ethereum. And another way of saying it is, it's when the gas fees spike here in these blue lines that we see the alternative layer 1s gradually establishing a larger footprint. And so I think this points to a very, very important feature, which is something that Vitalik Buterin himself laid out as his so-called trilemma. And the trilemma is a triangle between three features: decentralization, which is what this conference is all about, and two other features which we think is going to be important. One is security, which comes from decentralization, and the greater the genuine decentralization, the greater will be the security. But then there's also the scalability, and scalability is going to suffer if the security is very, very tight, because the consensus protocol is going to use a lot more in terms of the threshold. And so there is this, I think, technical issue which underlies a lot of the discussion, which we need to get to the bottom of. Now, in contrast, if we look at the conventional payment system, we see something which is in great contrast, which is that in the conventional payment system, we do indeed see these network effects that give rise to greater use, giving rise to more activity, and then this attracting even more users to the platform. And here's a chart from a recent bulletin that we published recently on the instant payment system in Brazil called Pix. And this is a payment system where the launch was very recent. It's been in operation only just over a year. And in just over a year, it has actually recruited 2/3 of Brazil's adult population. And 50 million people have actually used Pix to make a digital payment for the first time in their lives. It's free to individuals, and it's virtually free to merchants, unlike credit and debit cards, which have a pretty high merchant fee. And unsurprisingly, what's happened is that the usage of Pix is now poised to overtake credit and debit cards. So could DeFi emulate something like this? I think that's one of the questions that I think we should try and chew on. On the other hand, something that hasn't really been mentioned so far in this conference is another aspect in which the network effects could really kick in, which is the fact that the whole system is sustained by buying coins. And the more the price of one coin goes up, the price of the other coins also go up. And here's a simple average of these bilateral correlations, these pairwise correlations, and we see that they're all positive, which I think does give a sense of this sense of excitement that we've seen in the DeFi universe, which is the more this ecosystem gathers pace, the more enthusiasm it generates, and that's very much partly linked to the coin prices themselves. It's, for example, very noticeable, and we'll talk about it on the panel, that institutional investors now play a much bigger role in crypto markets, and this is just the trading volumes here on Coinbase, which raises a really intriguing question, and I'd like to sort of explore this further in the panel, which is, to what extent is DeFi sustained only by the inflows of new investors? And what if the system becomes mature and that inflow is actually slowed down? Is that going to actually sustain enough of the enthusiasm to make the system work? And here's a very interesting chart. What I've done here is, in the black line, this is just the annual change. It's just the year-on-year price change of Ether. And the pink bars are the new addresses, the number of private keys in terms of on all the platforms. And we do see that there is this correlation where the enthusiasm for DeFi has been sustained by the rise in the price of coins. And the question is, will DeFi, has it matured enough that this system will be self-sustaining even when the prices of the coins stabilize? Does it actually need increasing prices, or can it actually sustain itself even with a level trajectory of the coins themselves. Another question that was raised is how decentralized is DeFi? Of course, as Wen-Chan mentioned in the previous panel, probably Bitcoin is probably closest in the spirit to the original DeFi ethos, if you like, and that's part of the reason why the Satoshi Nakamoto protocol was built around proof of work. As we move to proof of stake, and as we move to a system where the insiders have a larger stake in the coins themselves, are we in danger of slipping into a situation where the insiders have a very large stake and they are the ones who actually collect the rents? And this is also another topic that was raised on the previous panel. The way that the blockchain works is that once you win the right to update by attaching a new block, then of course it's up to you to see what orders there are. And this is something that Roger also mentioned in terms of the sandwich trades. And of course you can reorder, you can front run, and actually benefit from knowing what the trades are. And this is what is sometimes called minor extractable value. How much resources can you actually extract from your right to append the latest block? And of course, many of these things would be illegal in the traditional financial system. And to what extent can we actually think of this as being an essential feature? So let me also just raise, I think, a number of questions that I think will be very important when we think about the use of DeFi for real-world assets. So what are the limits to the tokenization of real assets? And how far can we take the decentralization agenda without some intermediary at some point? So I think at the very least, we're going to need a legal system to say that this particular token is pointing to that particular asset. So at some point, we're going to need some intervention of the legal system here. But even so, imagine that we're tokenizing a bottle of wine. It's a very valuable bottle of wine. It's very expensive. And we can even have part shares in the wine. And there are questions like, whose law governs this tokenization? More interestingly, which blockchain is governing the tokenization? So if we have one token in one blockchain issued that's governed by a law in jurisdiction A, another token in another blockchain governed by jurisdiction B, how do we resolve this? And of course, the conflict between legal claims is not new. It also arises in traditional assets. But there's something else here which I think we need to discuss, which is normally when you're missold an asset, you normally have recourse to the seller who has missold you. How far can we actually get the recourse in DeFi? So I think these are the things that I think would be very good to discuss. And we have the perfect panel for this. And I'm going to just introduce the panelists from Jan, who is my immediate left here. Jan Brzezik is the CEO and founder of Crypto Finance, which is an asset management company. And Jan comes with long experience at UBS Asset Management, but also wealth management and the investment bank itself. Before that, he was with UBS, especially as an expert on derivatives. And Jan has also spent some time at SIX. Next, we have Jota Nasser, who is a policy analyst at the OECD. And she's currently managing the FinTech Experts Group in the Committee on Financial Markets. And she's the leading expert at the OECD on digital finance. Before joining the OECD, Jota also has a private sector background. She was with Merrill Lynch and Citigroup in London. And she's very much straddling the economics and the finance and the technology aspect. Next, we have Thomas Eichenberger, who is the head of business unit at Signum, which is a bank that is specializing in crypto. He's a member of the group executive board, and he also has extensive business experience. He was a strategy consultant at BCG, Boston Consulting Group, where he led projects on financial institutions, insurance, and private equity. And last but not least, at the far end is Evan Van Ness. Evan is the founder of Starbloom Ventures, which is an early-stage venture fund investing in Web3 projects. And Evan comes with a great deal of credibility as a technical expert because he knows Ethereum inside out. He publishes a weekly newsletter, Ethereum News, which is actually a very important resource for Ethereum developers. And so I think you can see that we have the perfect panel for this discussion. So why don't we take down my slide here. I'm going to take this with me so that I can operate the slides from over there. But let's go to the panel discussion. So what I'm going to do is start off with Evan, because Evan is the expert here on the technology.
No pressure.
So you have a lot of responsibility on your shoulders, Evan. So Evan, the high gas fees in Ethereum, this is something that people have mentioned. Of course, Vitalik has mentioned the beacon chain and sharding as potentially one solution. So tell us a little bit more about what's actually in store to resolve the capacity issue. But also, just reflect with us on what the right capacity is, because if we think back to the Bitcoin, block size wars, just having a larger block size didn't really attract people either. And in a way, you need some rents there for the validators for this to work. So if we have an infinite capacity, there's not really that much, rents for the validators to actually work with. And so it seems that, finding the right capacity is quite a difficult problem. So tell us from your vantage point what you're seeing in this scalability issue.
Yeah, I like to start with the technology because I think that really what really matters in this space is the technology, and that's what will accrue value and attention and is important to understand over the long term. So you talked about the scalability trilemma, so security, decentralization, and scalability. I would say that basically every chain that we have now has basically just traded away decentralization and or security for, frankly, relatively little amounts of scalability. It's actually sort of shocking that they haven't been able to get more scalability out of the amount of centralization that they've had. Basically there hasn't been a crazy amount of innovation in the quote-unquote layer one space outside of Bitcoin and then Ethereum. It's actually surprising how little there's been. I think one important thing to think about for understanding this space is what are we really doing and what really matters? And it's providing a decentralized, relatively trustless, relatively neutral settlement layer. And that's something that is difficult to achieve because you need to have a track record. The Lindy effect matters. And essentially, Ethereum, the long-term goal is to be the settlement layer for the financial system and for the world. And really, I think that anybody that wants to take Ethereum's place should have the same goal. So right now, Ethereum is the main chain is never going to be cheap. It shouldn't be cheap. That would be a mistake. It would trade away the decentralization that is fundamental to thinking about the long-term future of these things. And really, the scalability trilemma is broken by using these things that we call layer 2, called roll-ups. Bitcoin essentially also got there as well. They just have the problem of like not being a stateful solution, and so really like Lightning is a very difficult technical solution that hasn't really been solved and hasn't really seen any adoption. Ethereum, being a stateful solution, is able to have a much more advanced layer 2 protocol, roll-ups that basically keep the data on-chain but move the execution off-chain into roll-ups. So I don't know, should I stop there? I feel like I've talked for a while.
I think what you said, let me just have one follow-up question. I think what you said something very interesting here, which is some of the newer layer ones, they have traded away security for a little bit more scalability. So tell us a little bit more about that. And we've had the the Axie Infinity hack recently. It seems that the validation threshold was actually quite low there. And they've now gone back and raised the number of validator nodes that needs to sign off on this. So it does seem that there is a fundamental issue here, which is, of course, you can get more throughput by relaxing security. And I think if you push it too far, you're going to get hacked. So what is the right kind of balance here? And is there a kind of what does this tell us about the finding the right capacity? Somehow we have to anticipate from the very beginning what the right capacity is, and getting it right, from word go. Otherwise, trying to adjust the capacity later down the road seems like a very difficult problem.
I think that in technology, the infrastructure gets built as there's demand for it. So I don't think it's a matter of exactly needing to figure out the right capacity right now. I think there are ways that we will build the scalability as it's necessary. I think it's starting to happen right now. As you said, like there's these cross-chain bridges to other more centralized solutions. So one problem with like using another chain that is like you lock it up on Ethereum, you move it somewhere else, is that even if the other chain is secure, like usually the cross-chain bridge is very insecure. And there's a whole raft of difficult issues to deal with there that basically are insurmountable. So that bridge is what is fundamental to being layer 2, right? So if your cross-chain bridge is a multi-sig, which is to say, 2 out of 3 parties agree or 5 out of n parties agree, which is what we just saw get hacked, 5 out of n parties, and it wasn't exactly 5 out of n, but that's partly a problem because often the infrastructure behind there is not clear. Cross-chain bridges are fundamentally insecure, and roll-up bridges are fundamentally secure because of the basic idea is that there's two sorts of roll-up bridges, and one of them is that you use zero-knowledge technology to prove in every block that the transactions actually occurred, and the other is to use it's called optimistic roll-ups, which is to essentially assume that like you only need one honest party out of everyone that exists in the world, and if that is the case, because the data exists on mainnet Ethereum, then they can take the bond of the dishonest party, basically.
So we'll definitely come back to this. I think we have a lot more to hear. But let me move to you, Thomas. And I mean, you're actually running a bank. You're very much it's the epitome of a centralized institution, regulated. So what role do you see for banks and other centralized institutions in the DeFi world? And perhaps you could also tell us a little bit about the legal framework here in Switzerland, because I think Switzerland has been one of the jurisdictions that's been most far-sighted in terms of adapting the existing laws for the crypto world. So maybe you could take both questions and weave the connections for us.
Yeah, sure, happy to do so. I think, at least in the short to medium term, I believe that banks can still play that role of the trusted gateway for private investors, but also especially institutional investors, to get access to that emerging decentralized finance space. And I believe banks can play that role for 4 reasons, primarily. I think the first one is regulatory clarity. I mean, you know, for many institutional investors, it is prerequisite to make their investments through a regulated entity or through a regulated intermediary, such as a bank. So private and institutional investors can rest assured that if they are allowed to invest or benefit from the decentralized finance space, and they do that through a bank, that the bank has cleared that with the regulator. So there will never be any regulatory legacy in terms of what they've been investing into and whatnot. I think that's the first important element. The second one is due diligence or selection, right? There are so many DeFi protocols out there in the market or in the industry already, and we also heard it, I think, in a previous panel, that maybe not all of them adhere to what you would expect in terms of security standards, technology standards, but also other elements that are important when you make an investment and when you deal with money. So a bank such as ourselves, who have dedicated themselves completely to digital assets and the emerging DLT ecosystem, if we were to offer our clients an access to DeFi, which is definitely something which is on top of our priority list, then we would only allow our clients to take benefit of these protocols where we have conducted an extended due diligence and where we believe we have been able to separate the good from the bad, or the trustworthy from the less trustworthy, or the secure from the less secure, right? I think the third element then is user experience. I think at the moment, probably not everyone would feel comfortable, you know, to deposit some of their USDC into a certain lending pool because they just don't know how to do it, or they just don't feel comfortable, you know, connecting their wallet, which is in place A, with the pool, which is in place B. And I think the fourth element then is whenever it comes to dealing in large amounts of money, there's always an aspect of custody. And also there, you can either, and I think we heard it before, you can either trust yourself as much as you can, or you can trust someone who has set up an infrastructure, a governance, a framework in order to ensure secure custody in all aspects. And I think that's also, I think, one element where a bank can play their very traditional role of being a custodian. Right? So that's my answer to the first question. Second question, Switzerland, I think, is really very much at the forefront of enabling use cases on distributed ledger technology. With the coming into force of the DLT Act over the course of last year, I think we have, or the Swiss government has built the basis or the foundation for us to execute transactions on the blockchain, or to embed ownership in financial but also in real assets onto the blockchain in terms of security tokens, which really enables us to now take benefit from that over time. I think, so from a Swiss perspective, on a purely isolated and standalone basis, we are privileged. We are in a very favorable position. But I think in order to ensure that that we will see mass adoption on a more global scale, I think it requires a certain either harmonization across jurisdictions where other countries put similar legislation in place, or they just also come up with a similar framework like the Swiss government did when it comes to embedding that into legislation across different federal laws.
Thank you, Thomas. And maybe we can also get the audience in later. But what about this example that I laid out of the bottle of wine? So there's a very expensive bottle of wine that we have tokenized.
Yes.
Presumably, you need the legal framework to actually secure your ownership. So at some point, it seems that we have to go beyond the blockchain itself. That we need to go beyond the decentralized world and to have some degree of centralization. The legal system being one here. What is your sort of take on the limits to decentralization? How far can we take this?
Well, I think that's probably a difficult question, but coming more concretely back to your example, I mean, you called it a thought experiment. I mean, we did it exactly this on February 1st, 2021, so it's not necessarily a thought experiment, but something that we did, and there obviously we took benefit of the DLT Act that came into force here in Switzerland. We created co-ownership in that bottle of wine, or multiple bottle of wines actually, by making use of the ledger-based security, and put co-ownership of this onto the blockchain, on the Ethereum blockchain actually. Later we moved to Polygon as a roll-up solution, or layer 2 solution of Ethereum. So I think, yeah, what does it need? Yeah, it needs a legal framework that allows to do so. And I think whenever we think about conducting tokenization projects for our clients at Signum, I think the first element of that entire value chain that we're covering with our solution is not the creation of a token, but is making a legal and regulatory assessment as to whether, under which circumstances you can put ownership or co-ownership in such an asset onto the blockchain and wrap it into, for instance, a ledger-based security. So I think, and that element in Switzerland, that legal and regulatory clarity that we need, that is there. So there I'm not concerned when it comes to Switzerland. But again, there are other jurisdictions which should follow, and some have already followed or have been even earlier than Switzerland was. So, I mean, I think that entire decentralization, but also the tokenization promise, where we believe we can put the entire financial market infrastructure from centralized databases onto decentralized databases in terms of blockchains or DLT. I think there we just need to have the legal and regulatory framework in place across jurisdictions in order to make that happen. And the level of decentralization, well, I think that's then probably a different question, but I think the fundamental prerequisite is really that there is 100% clear legal and regulatory clarity around being able to put ownership in a security onto the blockchain, and under what circumstances, because if there is a break between owning the token versus having ownership in the underlying asset, then I think we are in fundamental trouble if this scales. So that, I think, is the most important problem we need to solve, besides obviously then the technology challenge that we need to solve.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Thomas, for that. Let's come back to this, because I think there's the very fact that DeFi inherently is global and cross-jurisdictional, I think does actually pose some interesting questions. If there are discrepancies across jurisdictions.
Indeed.
But Jutta, let's go to you now, and let me ask the same question that I asked Thomas, which is the interaction between, a centralized, if you like, overlay, governance overlay, and DeFi itself. But taken more broadly, so what do you see as the key issue, as being the key issues in the points of contact between DeFi and CeFi?
That's a very broad question. So if we take a step back and we look at the way DeFi is being developed and is evolving, and we look at it at its interaction with the traditional financial system, the way I see this evolving is through more of a symbiotic relationship, where we will have both kind of systems working together to actually satisfy benefits and incentives from both sides. And what I mean by that is that we have a lot of discussion around whether DeFi is actually going to replace our conventional systems. I don't think this is the case. I kind of see this symbiotic relationship being beneficial for both DeFi and the conventional system. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So for the DeFi system, we know that for the DeFi market to actually grow in a meaningful and substantial way, we need to get institutional and professional investors into this space. And this has to be done in a compliant manner. And indeed, in recent work of the OECD Committee on Financial Markets, we do see evidence of this trend of institutionalization of crypto and of institutional investors wishing to become part of the decentralized finance space. Now, this is going to be beneficial for DeFi because it will allow it to grow to a meaningful scale. And at the same time, Hyun, you showed the very high correlations between the coins that are actually today part of the DeFi system. One of the critical parts of this kind of symbiosis would be the use of tokenized regulated assets in DeFi protocols. And this would, in my personal view, allow for this market to actually develop in a substantial manner and in a compliant manner as well, allowing for this institutional investor participation. From the conventional standpoint of the traditional financial institution standpoint, this kind of slow integration of DeFi as part of the operations of a financial institution, either in the way that Signum does it from scratch, or by integrating DeFi as part of a very traditional infrastructure, will allow the conventional system to enjoy the benefits of decentralization when it comes to cost efficiencies, when it comes to automation and productivity gains, to enjoy atomic settlement, but at the same time, the gradual integration will allow it to test the limits, and we've talked about limits with what Ivan was suggesting previously. So this is kind of the way I see this, this kind of natural evolution and bridging the two systems in a gradual manner.
So that's a very, I think you've raised some very interesting questions, Jutta. On the atomic settlement, I think we also heard it from Fabian earlier. You know, we do have experiments, and you know, they're now quite mature within the BIS Innovation Hub. So one project that was a very early project in actually the Switzerland center of the BIS Innovation Hub was Project Helvetia, which was using a CBDC for settlement of securities transactions. And you know, rather than having to wait you know, a couple of days, you could have immediate settlement using a smart contract. So it's payment versus delivery. This, you know, that's the sort of, you know, traditional term, rather than, you know, atomic settlement. But we have those contingent you know, features already in a CBDC system. We also trialed very recently, and here we have Morten Beck, who's the center head, who was leading this. We have Project Jura, which was this multi-CBDC platform between the Swiss National Bank and the Banque de France, where we had the euro and the Swiss franc legs. And we could see that this payment versus delivery also worked, you know, seamlessly in a multi-currency framework as well. So if it's really the atomic settlement, I think it seems that we're already there to some extent. So my question to you is, do we actually need to pin the whole system on speculation on coins? Can we do without the speculation and just have decentralization?
This is, again, a very interesting question. I would go back to the interesting nexus between CBDCs in the way you use them in the pilots of the BIS Hub, the tokenized assets that can be fully regulated and compliant just in a tokenized form, and the DeFi space. I think that the question of the conference itself makes the link between CBDCs and DeFi, and the way we perceive DeFi today is very much evolving around speculation and unbacked crypto assets. But if we focus a bit on the intermediary point of tokenized assets, and we make the link to the importance of having this kind of innovation also participating between CBDCs and DeFi. And what I mean by that in a more simple way is the following. So in France, for example, Société Générale Forge has used tokenized securities as collateral on Maker DeFi lending protocol as a way to actually refinance its tokenized securities, because one of the big problems is you can tokenize a security, but there's no secondary market for it in terms of having a very developed market around it. Of course, we have very good initiatives in Switzerland with the SDX of the Swiss exchange, but these are very limited pockets of liquidity. So if we think about having more of this kind of compliant, regulated, tokenized assets introduced into the DeFi space, we move away from this kind of speculative nature of DeFi itself, and we move closer to the benefits of decentralization underpinning this kind of mechanisms. And the way I see this kind of interaction between the three CBDC, tokenized assets, and DeFi is that for tokenization to actually reach a development at a meaningful scale, in my personal view, we need to have CBDC arrangements to be able to satisfy the delivery versus payment, as you said, in an atomic way. So if we had CBDCs, this could really spearhead the development of tokenization and tokenized markets. And then those tokenized securities could find a very natural environment for refinancing, for repo, for all kind of secondary market activity within DeFi, which would then give more opportunities for growth in the DeFi space. So adding a little bit an intermediary step between the CBDCs and the DeFi question of the conference, in essence.
Thank you for painting that vision. And let's definitely come back to this, because I think the central bank implementation of decentralization, I think, still relies on real names rather than private keys. So I think it does actually raise a different set of technical issues, which can be solved, but it's not going to be blockchain. It's going to be something else. But before we go there, Jan, let's go to the asset management world and what you're seeing from the clients, and this again. This point of contact between the DeFi world and the traditional financial world. So when you look at the asset management sector, in this area, what is it that you're seeing motivating the clients, motivating the asset owners, and what do you see as being the big questions and the points of contact here between crypto and DeFi more generally, and traditional asset owners, and the traditional, asset owner, and asset management business?
Yeah, thanks very much. First and foremost, thanks very much for the invitation. I think this is really kind of the first step to bring those two worlds together. And from the past discussions and dinner yesterday, I really realized that we're looking at the same thing from two sides of a coin, right? We look at the same thing, but from a different angle. And it's kind of challenging, and I ask everyone as well to maybe switch sides, not only to look at it from a store of value, unit of account, but as well from a technological perspective, that we can start to talk about the same thing. Regarding your question, so we don't just do asset management. We're a FINMA-regulated asset management company in the crypto space, but we have as well a brokerage business where we trade on behalf of banks primarily and do the custody for them. And there is more, it's more client-driven. It's not that banks approach us and say, hey, we would love to trade Bitcoin. It's more that there's a client demand. So in all our discussions, we should not always talk about financial institutions or institutional investor standpoints, but as well retail and clients, etc. From Switzerland, for people who are looking for an alternative mean of revenue in a negative interest rate environment, but as well in countries where they don't have such a financial industry as we have it here, right? When we talk about financial inclusion, I think that's very crucial when we talk about crypto, because DeFi does the same, or most of it, the same things as we have in banks, right? But we're here in Switzerland, we're the lucky 1% globally. We can walk in a bank, open an account, and then lend or get a credit or trade. Most of the people around the world cannot do that. So I believe that DeFi will be absolutely crucial in financial inclusion, that people with small amounts can get a credit for it, can lend it to someone, get a yield on it, or can trade one asset versus the other. So I think from a Swiss perspective, or from the people here in the room, we should really not forget those people.
So yeah, let me just follow up on the motivation of the asset owners. There was a very interesting paper recently by Antoinette Shaw of MIT Sloan, and Igor Makarov at LSE, where they show that a very large proportion of Bitcoin. So they were mapping the whole of the Bitcoin network, and they show that, and they, I think, argue very convincingly that a large proportion is actually held in exchanges, in cold wallets.
In exchanges or in cold
exchanges?
Wallets?
Yeah.
Exchanges, and they store it in cold wallets.
And that seems to be, somewhat counter to the idea that you're actually, using, these. You're using Bitcoin or using, other coins very actively as collateral in these DeFi platforms, but rather you're just keeping it there, rather like a mutual fund. And it raises a question, are they, and in particular with the entry of institutional investors, what is the motive of the large institutional investors to come into this space? Is it more the asset appreciation? Is it the asset price appreciation that they're after? Or is it more the functionality that these coins actually give them?
I think it's absolutely both. First, as I said, it's another mean of getting a yield, a return on its assets, investing in an asset which is increasing in value and not decreasing. But as well, if you want to learn about this new technology, it's like you can read about it, but just doing it is just, your learning curve is much steeper than just reading about it. So really getting into space, trying it out, and then you will figure out what the potential is of this technology. Obviously, we're still at the early days. We need to improve that much, a lot in it, in the technology. We have discussed it, we heard it before, but like 25 years ago with the internet, it was exactly the same. So if you talked about, but it's just a hype, or it's just people are in for the return, I think that's quite crucial, that you get people in, that you get investors in, that you get people like me or other members in the space into the space to get an incentive for it and to build it, and that will lead to something which is much bigger and much more useful over the future, not on the short term, but long term, right?
Well, thank you, Jan. Yes,
if I may add,
absolutely.
And you, Jan, you will not be very happy to hear this, but based on what we are currently discussing at the OECD Committee on Financial Markets, we have tested the drivers for the undisputable increase in institutional investor interest, and we've tested speculation or search for yield, the use of this kind of instruments as an inflation hedge, and their use as a diversification strategy for portfolio management. And we have seen increased correlation with all major asset classes, so the diversification doesn't hold, especially in market downturns. It becomes even more highly correlated. We've seen that it's not an effective inflation hedge, and everything points to greater use as a speculation instrument. And what is very important when it comes to the philosophy of DeFi serving financial inclusion, while I do not disagree that this conceptually could hold in the future, what the data is showing us today is that almost 3/4 of the activity within the DeFi space is coming from professional or large institutionals, high net worth individuals, family offices, and not from the underserved retail investor who wishes to enter the space. So that is not to say that there is not the potential to use it for this kind of purpose, but we don't see this happening today. And the last point, which goes back to the presentation of Hyun and the way he has shown new addresses and the price of Ethereum, we have done some analysis on the flows that come into DeFi, and it's very interesting to see that the largest part of flows coming into DeFi is coming from DeFi itself. So there is a high recycling of flows within the DeFi space, which could be explained by the fact that there is high use of DeFi today for leverage purposes by family offices, high net worth individuals, and the likes.
Yeah, did you want to come back?
Yeah, definitely,
Yeah?
definitely. It sounds a little bit what I said with the internet, like 25 years ago, yeah, only a few people are using the internet. We have analyzed it as of now, and nobody's using it, right? So it completely lacks not the willingness, but kind of this openness to see, okay, it works. It's a system which could be used by people who don't have access to the financial system. Most of them are not very tech savvy, so you need to have these UIs, these applications, these systems where they can easily interact with it. But what we see now is a very tech heavy or crypto investor heavy use of those platforms. But again, very similar to the internet, this is status quo and not what can it enable to become. And obviously, yes, it depends on who you ask. Probably you ask institutional and professional investors for their motivation to invest in it, and then it's probably a way to get an additional return. People who are fleeing Ukraine now or who have lived in Turkey, maybe they have other motivations, the same as they have bought gold in the past, right? But it's just a little bit more heavier to take with you if you need to leave your country overnight. And then, I think it's really that we should be open for it and welcome this new technology to use it. And another thing is we should not over-regulate it and kill it before, right? That's very important because a lot of people will not use it for money laundering or so, but they will just use it for small amounts. And if you require them to do KYC, you need an instance who does KYC, and this is quite intense. And then you will have such high entry barriers for them to enter that they will never participate in it.
I think the KYC, leads us to a very good segue. So, and I would like to also bring in the audience at some point. But Evan, I'd like to ask you a question from your vantage point as a venture capital investor. So, what are you looking for when you're scouring the universe? And you, I think, laid out very eloquently the trade-offs there between capacity and security, and the Buterin triangle. So, tell us what you're looking for when you look at potential projects?
Yeah, well, I'm looking for founders that can execute, and I'm looking for technology that makes sense and that can go out and find real-world use cases. I mean, one great example is you talked about financial inclusion. I'm looking for people that can go out and not only make the case for the rest of the world, but also in ways that make it easier for them to use. So I have lived in, my wife is from Argentina, so I've spent quite a bit of years down there, and we were just down there for a month. And there's really a difference between those of us in countries that have stable banking systems and people in Argentina who do not have stable banking systems. And it's easy for us to poo-poo, oh yeah, crypto doesn't really matter, but it's literally life and death for some people to be able to have access to dollars and be able to flee the peso and a system that has robbed them of their savings, has robbed them of stability through corruption and just terrible, incompetent governance. And it's real. I mean, you can be in Argentina and the middle class, the working class is buying DAI, they're buying USDC. They are doing anything they can to get out of the incredible inflation, which the government lies about. You know, they like to use DeFi, right? They want to be able to get a return that is on their DAI or on their USDC, which is 2 or 3%, which, you know, in dollars is, you know, world changing and life changing for these people. And really, like, that's who DeFi matters for. And of course, like, you know, crypto and blockchains can't solve like the fact that the world is imperfect and has a lot of inequality. But so it shouldn't be surprising to us that given like the way inequality is in the world, that most things in DeFi do come from rich people. But it's really what matters is people down in the trenches who, you know, do not have access to stable banking systems, and being able to have things in DeFi that do replicate anything that you could get in a bank in an advanced developing country like Switzerland, and not have their savings stolen overnight in the Corralito. So, yeah, that's why it matters.
So, Evan, I think you've, I think you've laid out quite a sort of, I would say, quite a controversial view of the interaction between the central bank-based system and DeFi. I mean, let me put it this way. If the conventional system has weaknesses, and we had the choice between improving that system versus rejecting it completely, wouldn't it be better to improve that system so that we can actually have the system working better? So I guess that's one question. The other question for you, it's more of a technology question. And this goes to the vision of decentralization that's inherent in many of the BIS Innovation Hub projects. Decentralization is, I think, very important and a very important, very, I think, productive step in many ways. And in some ways, it's actually necessary because when we have a cross-border multi-CBDC system, as we call it, there's more than one currency, and therefore there's more than one central bank, and so decentralization is more or less inevitable there. And the way that we've done it is to use decentralization, but using real names, so we don't use private keys. Everyone has their real name, but then we need the privacy of our transactions, so we cannot just put it on the blockchain for everyone to see. And so we have to use some other means of preserving privacy. It's the same public key cryptography, but used by keeping track of the unspent transactions, zero knowledge proofs and so on. So definitely decentralization is important, and I would even say inevitable. And it's a kind of different vision for decentralization that doesn't have the coin speculation attached to it. And in a way, it's come with greater scalability because you don't need to incentivize the validators. You can actually scale because this is very much part of the central bank vision. What do you feel about that vision of decentralization? Is that going to be compatible with the crypto ethos?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. Let me start with one of them, which is that does coin speculation matter? Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin and Ethereum, like proof of work is really just an inefficient form of proof of stake. And these native assets have to have value in order for the systems to work. That's what gives the decentralization to it. You are actually staking by, you can only mine Bitcoin by staking your money in a very expensive hardware system that is frankly useless outside of mining Bitcoin. It only runs that hashing algorithm. Proof of stake is a little bit different in that it is much more capital efficient and and can be much more decentralized. Now, should the systems should we switch to another system? Should we, I think that's just a question of technology. And I think in the long run, like, technology always wins. And as a technologist, like, I think you can look through the history of technology, and it's easy when it's in a nascent state, and it is still in a nascent state right now, to say that, like, this isn't going to work, and there are all these problems, and, this isn't really going to be a thing. And, like, look, like, I come from a long line of technologists, but we're also very skeptical people. I don't know, it must be the Dutch genes. And, my dad and I were talking in the early 90s about how this thing was never going to be a real thing, because who was ever going to put their credit card into the internet, into your browser? Like, we knew all about how these systems worked. Nobody was ever going to do this. It's crazy, right? Well, it really wasn't that crazy. And, things evolved. And I think in the end, like, there is, the march of progress is inevitable. I think, it's really just a question of how things get adopted. I think CBDCs are inevitable. I think that it'll be great to issue them. I think, well, like people in Argentina would love to have, a Swiss National Bank franc, right? Like, they would love to be able to use that. They might be a weird case because, they love the dollar. They have more religious faith in the dollar than anyone possibly on earth, including Americans. But if they could get the franc, I mean, the franc has a long history of stability. So I think they would like that too.
Very good, very good. So Thomas, let me come back to this question of the bottle of wine and the jurisdictions and the blockchain. And actually, we have here as well, actually, later. So we can maybe delve into this a little bit further, or even, maybe we can have a comment from the floor as well. How do you deal with that kind of disputed ownership? And how does tokenization actually deal with that?
You mean with the question as to whether ownership in a token also represents ownership in the underlying asset? Yeah,
so say that I have a token on, layer one, one layer one, blockchain. You have a token in another layer one blockchain. You're in one jurisdiction. This other person is another jurisdiction. It points to the same bottle of wine. How do we deal with that?
Well, I think that should never happen, ideally, right? No, well, I think that's a very difficult one, right? I think initially, and I think we heard it in a previous panel as well, there must be an element of trust, right? And I think technology can provide trust because, transactions are being executed in an immutable and irreversible manner. So, if a transaction has happened, it has happened and it is final. Now, obviously, before there can be a transaction, there must be a process of putting ownership in an asset onto the blockchain, right? By minting the respective token. And that process, ideally, before that process happened, there should ideally be an analysis as to whether we can, as I said before, as to whether we can embed the ownership in such an asset onto it or into a token and put it onto the blockchain by applying the legal and regulatory frameworks that are in place in the respective jurisdiction. And that, I think, at the moment, probably there's no really good way, at least I haven't seen any, to also embed that information into the token itself and make that visible to anyone. Hence, you need someone or trusted parties in the market or in the industry who can do that for you, right? Who can write the contractual framework around it to ensure that there's no break between having ownership in a token and having ownership then in the underlying asset. And that's, to some extent, what we are doing at the moment as a bank. And as a bank, in the end, what we sell is trust and peace of mind, that whenever you deal with assets that have been issued through our platform, there is a binding claim with regards to the underlying asset. And there are many other institutions out there who can provide the same trust as well. But having the means to do so in the first place, in terms of having the legislation in place, I think is the first step. Again, we are very privileged here in Switzerland that we have the legal basis. That is, I think, undisputed. In other countries, it may not exist to the same extent. And you, as an individual or as an institutional investor, you don't want to have the burden to, whenever you want to buy a token, you have to analyze or investigate as to whether this token had been issued under full legal and regulatory clarity in the respective jurisdiction. So there, I think, we need to find ways. Either the governments find ways in order to harmonize legislation across countries to enable that, and then we can just trust Similar like we trust today that if a share or stock is being issued under US law, there is a rightful claim towards the dividends of these companies and exercising voting rights if there are any. And the same, I think, will emerge at some point with tokenized assets, that we can just trust that there is the legal basis in place that allows you to do that in a proper and bulletproof manner. But I think it will take us quite a few years in order to establish that without any borders. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'd like to give some space, a little bit of time to the floor as well. Let's see if we have any questions. Henry, do we have some microphones that we can hand out? Yeah. So let me turn to the floor. I think we have a question over here.
Hit us with your best shot.
Yeah. No, just behind. There we are.
That would actually be a question to you. So, have you ever seen in the history of humans a fundamental innovation that was not kind of matched by euphoria and speculation? I think it's just natural that we see this.
Totally agree. Yeah. How do you have innovation and like change, have a paradigm shift without people getting crazy about it before it's really a thing? But it happens. And Web 1 was reading only, Web 2 was reading and writing, and Web 3 is reading, writing, and self-sovereignty. So you get to own the things instead of relying on centralized databases.
So Alex, I think a very interesting question for us to ponder is whether we need continuously rising prices or whether we can level off at a very high level. If we level off and stay there, or we follow Hotelling's rule and we just have appreciation according to the rate of interest, is that going to sustain? I think that's a really interesting question for us as economists. Or do we need continually appreciating coins in perpetuity? Yeah. Okay, so I think we might be getting into a debate, but Alex, go ahead. Oh, okay. Next question.
So thank you very much for this presentation. I would like to stir the pot a little bit and ask, on this CBDC and DeFi topic, like we make it seem as if this is really possible, right? But if I look at DeFi, what's actually happening, a lot of the assets that are being onboarded that have some level of centralized control, which, for example, for a national bank is required by virtue of its mandate, is largely rejected, right? So usually assets, if we look, for example, at MakerDAO, every time we see an asset that is a question of being onboarded with any sort of backdoor functionality, that's just rejected. So what is going to give here? How does this really look like?
Actually, we have two panels this afternoon on exactly this topic. So let me not steal the thunder of the panels, in the afternoon. Yes, but
just to give a very short example of this actually happening in sort of a mitigated way with the institutional versions of some of the large DeFi lending protocols. So we have from Aave, we have Aave Arc, where you have a pool of whitelisted institutional investors, right? We are doing the customer due diligence, the AML and CFT checks. So you are actually kind of allowing a compliant version of your DeFi protocol in a permissioned manner while still having the permissionless DeFi protocol alive on the side. So there are ways that are in between that you can consider already happening.
And actually, the two biggest stablecoins are USDC and USDT, and both have block list functions. So, and they are widely adopted.
Iota,
yeah.
What is the volume in terms of Aave Arc to Aave?
I don't have this.
It's a fraction. So probably the regulated way will never succeed, right?
No, but still, I think I would go back to your point, Jan, right? You said before that obviously whenever innovation is happening, we're not going to the perfect state from the very beginning. But I would also see that as an experiment, right? We're in that innovation cycle where there needs to be incentives, where there probably needs to be speculation to keep it rolling. And also there, I think Aave Arc, probably they wouldn't call it an experiment themselves, but I, to some extent, also see it as an experiment. Can such a pool that requires the participants to be KYC before and be accepted by the governing body, whether that can survive, yes or no? And I think we will make use, or Aave makes use of the beautiful technology in order to enable that. Whether it will survive, I mean, we also see it. Volumes are super low, yields are correspondingly low as well. But I would also see it as part of that innovation cycle. And if it survives, I think it's beautiful because it may make life much easier for us to get closer to that access to decentralized finance through a regulated institution, right? And if it doesn't survive, yeah, then so be it. Then that's probably just the collateral damage that we have been causing when going through these innovation cycles.
Can I also add, you are comparing two things that are not at the same state at the moment, right? Because the DeFi protocol of, the decentralized protocol of Aave is currently in a bit of a limbo in terms of regulatory compliance. And I try to avoid regulation in all my interventions, but we have to also admit that some parts of the DeFi protocol's activity are actually regulated activities provided in a non-compliant manner. And I'll give just one very simple example, the governance tokens. In some jurisdictions, governance tokens could be having characteristics that are similar to investment contracts or even to securities. So we cannot compare the two levels of development because they are not actually, we're not sure this is going to be a sustainable way forward for the decentralized protocol, while there is still a bit of absence of clarity about the regulatory framework applicable.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think as well what you said, right? Probably it's going to be two-phased. So first we have more like it's just up and running, and then we will need to have an institutional kind of platform which fulfills all the regulatory requirements. But in the real world now as well, we don't have eBay is not regulated. Why don't they need to be regulated? They are transacting a lot of volumes, right? So we should adhere to this one in the crypto space as well. And if I'm just transferring small amounts in and out, then I shouldn't fall under the full stack of an institutional player. But if I participate as a bank or as an institutional investor, then obviously I should participate, or I should have the same regulations and requirements as in the traditional world.
Well, all good things come to an end, and I see that our time is up. Well, this has been a tremendously rich discussion, and I'm sure the panel, the two panels this afternoon will also follow up on this. I guess it's Morten, we've teed it up very nicely for the key question. What is the relationship between CBDCs and the technology here as well? So, Evan, Thomas, Jutta, Jan, thank you very much for this very good discussion, and thank you all.
Your next one will be at the OECD.
Thank you very much indeed. So we have the conference trilemma. The trilemma is the quality of the discussion, the time, and the time allocated to lunch. And I'm afraid we're sacrificing the time allocated to lunch. So if you could be back on at 2:15, as said on the agenda. So thank you very much. It's been wonderful. And I'll see you in an hour or so. narrowly escaped death. Right, we're going to get going. So, it's the most difficult slot. It's after lunch. Everybody's a little bit tired. But that's why we put this panel together. It's stablecoins, DeFi and stablecoins. It's potentially the most exciting item on the agenda of a very exciting day. So, I won't talk. Instead, I'll pass over to Robert Sams.
Thank you, everyone, and in particular, thank you to the BIS Innovation Group for allowing a scrappy tech startup guy to moderate this panel of this very distinguished panel of people I respect a lot, and especially be able to address some of the SMB and BIS leadership. So today, in this panel, we're going to talk about DeFi and stablecoins. And I'm going to give a pretty short kind of overview of what we're going to talk about. I'll try to be as descriptive as possible and not editorialize. But where I find that unavoidable, I'll make that explicit. So the first. The first part I want to say, just to set the stage, is that it's really important to think about stablecoins as a system, like we do with money in the existing financial system. And I think this quote by Mr. Carstens, money and payment systems together make up the monetary system and should be seen as two parts of the same whole. Often it's the case when jargon and vocabulary creates an object, like a stable coin, tends to frame the discussion around the component rather than the role the component plays within the system. And the relationship between a stable coin and the protocols, in this case blockchain protocols, that enable its functionality, its transferability, capability of being controlled by smart contracts, etc. The utility that comes from stablecoins is part of the decentralized payment system. And for the same reason that we can't really give a good characterization of fiat currency, commercial bank money, M1, you can't really characterize that without also understanding how fiat currency transfers from one bank account to another, and the systems that make that magic happen of Alice's bank account at HSBC gets debited and Bob's bank account at Citibank gets credited, all the stuff that runs behind the scenes that make that possible. The payment systems part is part of the characterization of fiat currency money. And the same holds with stablecoins. So let's start with that in mind, that stablecoins are part of a broader system. Let's just ask a question: what's a coin? I mean, what's the meaning behind that jargon? And that jargon actually has quite a specific meaning that even predates Bitcoin. Comes from the field of financial cryptography, where it's been known for a long time that a chain of cryptographic signatures where the payer uses his private key, his or her private key, to cryptographically sign a message, including the payee's public key. You can build a chain of these cryptographic signatures and create something that quite amazingly actually has the key indicia of a property. It's excludable. It's capable of assumption by third parties. And when you include the system part, which is the solution to the double spending problem, the ability to uniquely identify these chains of cryptographic signatures, which is what In the case of Bitcoin, Nakamoto consensus, more modern blockchain proof-of-stake protocols, Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus, whatever the underlying technology is, there's this logically centralized, like, single record of that chain of cryptographic signatures, and that creates digital assets. And the really interesting character of digital assets, which makes them very different from today's money and all financial assets, is that they're commodity-like. You note that in this definition, which comes from the Bitcoin white paper, we define electronic coin as a chain of digital signature. There's no reference to the coin has value because it's a claim on some issuer or on some third party, and that is a unique form of property that it has characteristics of being like commodity, like precious metals, but without the physical characteristics of that type of scarcity, and certainly doesn't have the digital assets. Certainly don't have the property of being a claim on another party. So what's a stablecoin? And a stablecoin, there are lots of definitions that have been offered of this. I'll just take the FSBs. It's a crypto asset that aims to maintain a stable value relative to a specified asset or pool or basket of assets. It's a good enough definition. It could probably be generalized a little bit because I think it would be fair to call us like a stablecoin, a crypto asset that's stabilized relative to a price index, for example, not necessarily an index of assets, but it's descriptively correct in terms of all the stable coins I'm aware of in existence today. So if that's what stable coins are, like let's talk about, and this is, I think this is a really important part of kicking off the discussion with the panel, is like, what are the different types of stable coins? There are actually quite a number of different flavors of these things. But the key distinction is between custodial stablecoins and non-custodial stablecoins. And custodial stablecoins are defined by having an issuer. And in addition to the coin, the crypto asset of the coin also has like a legal right to redemption. So it's the redeemability of the coin that provides its redeemability against real money from the issuer. That's its mechanism for stabilizing its value. The other class of stablecoins are the so-called non-custodial stablecoins. Some people have called these algorithmic stablecoins. Algorithmic stablecoins or non-custodial stablecoins are more in line with the underlying ethos of DeFi, in that there is no issuer. There's stability, just like, because stability is a function of supply and demand like anything else. Demand increases, supply needs to increase, demand decreases, supply needs to decrease. The mechanism for changing supply is not through issuance and redemption against real money held by an issuer, but through minting and burning the coin versus on-chain collateral at a particular market-determined price. Stable coins, non-custodial stable coins, are really a type of cryptocurrency. They're like a form of cryptocurrency that doesn't have has an elastic supply rule rather than a deterministic supply rule, and that's what gives them their stability. So they're very different systems that have different problems and different opportunities. Important to keep that in mind in the discussion today. There's subdivisions within these two categories. Within custodial, we can carve this up in multiple different ways, but I think the most useful way is to think about where the reserve is held. So we can talk about custodial stable coins that hold their cash reserve in commercial bank money, and there are stable coins that hold their cash reserve in central bank money. In the non-custodial category, there are really kind of two different categories of non-custodial stable coins, and they're distinguished by how their collateral is treated. The thing that you can convert the stablecoin into is either collateral that's external to the protocol. So in the case of the oldest stablecoin, Maker DAI, that was originally Ether. It's now a basket of multiple of crypto assets, but they're all crypto assets that are outside of the DAI protocol, external to the DAI protocol. The endogenous variety of stablecoin actually has the collateral as part of the protocol itself. And this is like a crypto asset that typically has a valuation basis to it that captures the transactional utility through fees of the underlying stablecoins. You can almost like think of, if we take Terra as the Terra stablecoin as an example, the Luna is this native staking coin of the Terra blockchain, which holds UST, the Terra dollar stablecoin, and that Luna collateral that backs the dollar stablecoin collects fees off of all the transactions that takes place on the Terra blockchain. So just quickly, few statistics about size of the market. Still quite small, just under 200 billion today market capitalization. The custodial stablecoins are in blue, the non-custodial ones are in red. Custodial stablecoin market's quite a bit larger, about 5 times larger than the non-custodial one. This is a space that's grown a lot over the last 2 years. So still small, but very aggressive growth rate. Just looking at the like the breakdown of the market capitalization a little bit further, you can see the most popular, largest stablecoin in the market is Tether USDT. It's the oldest custodial stablecoin, plagued by lots of concerns about the quality of their reserve, but nonetheless, the largest stablecoin in the market, followed by Circle's USDC, and the third in line in the custodial flavor of these things is Binance's Binance Dollar, and then in the non-custodial variety, there's the largest non-custodial coin is UST, which I just talked about, which is an endogenous collateral-based system, followed by Maker DAI, which is an exogenous collateral-based system. So one of the interesting things about all these guys here in the bottom right-hand corner is that there are actually meaningful differences in the mechanism design behind these protocols. They are very meaningfully differentiated from each other, and that pretty much describes the space. So now that kind of stage is set, talk about the role of stablecoins in DeFi, and I think it's fair to say that like DeFi wouldn't exist without stablecoins. The panel earlier today talked quite a bit about some of the stablecoin use cases. Here we can see like the two most largest use cases being decentralized exchanges, so swapping coins directly on the blockchain rather than through centralized exchanges, and collateralized lending, where you can lend or borrow coin against posting collateral of another coin. And in both of those cases, the role of stablecoins is quite clear. In the stablecoins are almost always the quote asset in decentralized exchanges, so they're one of the assets that's being swapped. They're also the most commonly lent or borrowed asset in collateralized lending protocols. Some of the potential problems of stablecoins, I'm just going to kind of focus on the custodial ones, but we can cover some of the issues with the non-custodial ones in the panel discussion. But one of the issues of custodial stablecoins is that if they were to become popular, custodial stablecoins that hold the reserves in commercial bank money have the implication of creating deposit substitutions. This is the kind of scenario where Alice decides that she'd rather hold her U.S. dollars in USDC in a crypto wallet rather than on deposit at Citibank. Now, the bank deposits on aggregate don't change. What happens in aggregate is that the bank kind of gets disintermediated from the end user, and those deposits flow back to the banking system in the form of wholesale deposits, which are generally less desirable to the banks. They're less predictable in terms of liquidity requirements. They probably have to hold more regulatory capital against them, so less profitable. So not a great development for the business model of banking. Whether that's a feature or a bug depends on your perspective. The next issue is in the taxonomy I showed you earlier. I kind of broke down the custodial stablecoins into the ones that hold a reserve in commercial bank money and the ones that hold the reserve in central bank money. The latter are sometimes referred to as synthetic CBDCs. And there was a very interesting development in this space since last summer, where Circle put out this press release saying that they intend to become a full reserve national commercial bank operating under the supervision and risk management requirements of the Federal Reserve, et cetera, et cetera. We believe that full reserve banking built on digital currency technology can lead not just to a radically more efficient, but also a safer, more resilient financial system. Now, this is an interesting development because not everyone agrees with that. So the text here, I won't read it out, but the text here is not related to stablecoins themselves, but related to something that I want to connect some dots here. So there was back in 2019, there was a proposed, the Fed proposed an amendment to Regulation D, where the story behind this is that there was a startup bank called the Narrow Bank, TNB. The founder of the Narrow Bank was an ex-Fed researcher, Jamie McAndrews. And the business model of TNB was really quite simple. It's like, well, it's kind of wholesale trading firms, corporates who want to hold their cash in something more safe than bank deposit, can put it in the Narrow Bank. And what the Narrow Bank would do is hold it as reserves in their Fed master account. And they would just pass on most of the interest on excess reserve to the depositors. It's a very simple business model, and you can see how that could be popular. The Fed didn't like this idea. Said they refused to open an account for a Fed master account for TNB. TNB sued the Fed. Fed came back with this proposed amendment to Regulation D, basically saying you can't do that. And what was interesting about the proposal is this particular text, where they refer to one of the potential implications of basically allowing narrow banking in the banking system is it can be destabilizing to the fractional reserve banking system by being too popular, by draining liquidity, potentially in times of stress, draining liquidity away from fractional reserve banks into narrow banks. And which I call this the deposit alternative problem. I understand that from a conversation earlier today that in central banking research, this is referred to as the problem of digital runs. And I think it is a very real problem or an opportunity, again, depending upon your perspective of whether you think narrow banking as an unintended implication of popularity of stablecoins, custodial stablecoins. Depending on your perspective, maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's not, but the potential of it being an implication all the same probably needs to be kind of front and center the discussion, in my opinion, the discussion about custodial stablecoins. And I'll just conclude with that summary with this quote from Andy Haldane, former chief economist at the Bank of England, to show that not everyone's from the central banking world is unhappy with the prospect of, narrow banking-like implications to stablecoin, narrow bank stablecoin business models, that is interesting for a number of reasons, not least of which it seems to be a habit of central bankers who retire from the Bank of England to publicly espouse the potential benefits of narrow banking. But I think it is important to connect the dots between that potential implication, which is probably the most significant potential implications of custodial stablecoins to the stablecoin topic. So with that, I'll kick off the interesting discussion with the panel. So instead of doing botching the introductions myself, I'll let each of the panelists spend 60 seconds just tell me who you are and why you think this is an interesting topic. We'll start with David Puth.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Robert, for that great introduction. So my name is David Puth, and I'm the CEO of Center. Center was a company that was formed by Coinbase and Circle with the idea of developing a governance organization, both technical and other governance standards, to ultimately develop a global network of interoperable stablecoins, commencing with USDC. So USDC was the first stablecoin that operated using the Center framework, and we're now in the process of working with others around the globe to do the same.
I guess it's me. So my name is Alexander Berenson. I'm a professor of economics at the University of Basel. I have my entire life been fascinated by money. Already in my dissertation, I was writing papers about money. I actually, in the end of the 90s, I was also in California. There was all this discussion of private money, digital money. We had this discussion. And there were actually protocols there, like eGold, that worked and had the chance to become big. But then the FBI kind of closed it. Or the CIA, I don't know anymore who. And that was this thing, like how can we decentralize it? How can we create a private money that can't be seized? And that was basically, Satoshi Nakamoto's invention. And I have to say, he made my life. I mean, since then, not as early, but from 2014 on, that's my dedication.
Great, thank you. David Nunes.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. David Nunes, I'm the head of SDX, which is the sixth digital exchange. So the world's first fully regulated financial market infrastructure with a CSD and exchange based on top of blockchain and DLT technology. I'm really interested in this conversation today because we power our cash leg with what is today considered a stablecoin or a custodial stablecoin, as you pointed out, or a synthetic CBDC where all the reserve is held at the SNB. But very much looking forward to this conversation.
Great, thank you. And Katrina.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for organizing such a great event. My name is Ekaterina Anthony. I represent Crypto Valley Association. I'm board member. Probably not everyone know, but we are quite a big organization. Our membership landscape is more than 10,000 people in Switzerland and outside Switzerland. We help to support startups and educate the market on crypto activities and developing of the industry. I also chairwoman of IDAXA. It's a global organization supporting digital exchanges. And here I would like to also share my experience because I'm involved in compliance, where I try to be bridge between regulated world and decentralized and help them to coexist. So yeah, I'm happy to share my knowledge as well.
Right, thank you. So I'm gonna start off with like the first like obligatory question, which I want to get the response from each of you on, and that's like what is the role of stablecoins in DeFi today? Let's start with you, Katrina.
Okay. I think that it's important to have stable coins because really when we talk about trust and about security, of course investors need to have stable instruments that we can trade, and we just hear a lot of discussions already. We now know all that 2/3 of the money which are in decentralized finance actually from professional investors, right? It's not like retail customers. So in my opinion that it's essential to have instrument where you can hedge your risk and have a stability mechanism. I also believe that you can look at technology point of view here where you can actually back your stable coins with commodities or real assets in the market. And but I also believe that we will not avoid regulations. You know, when we bridge between stable coin, which back to the real assets, yes, traditional assets, and decentralized world. So this is my short answer.
So, no, thank you. Regulations coming. So, David.
From my perspective, it's a sort of it's the not entirely at the moment satisfactory foundation of DeFi. So it's required for, as Katarina mentioned, so to enable you to essentially get out of the volatility that is represented by the cryptocurrencies otherwise you're involved in when participating on DeFi protocols, and it essentially acts as a payments platform for DeFi. What is going to be interesting here is to see how that can be improved in terms of regulatory oversight and also the role of CBDCs within that sort of stack of technology that supports DeFi.
Interesting. Alexander.
Robert, you actually said everything about it. So the only thing that I can say here is, look, I mean, we already have stable coins, right, in the traditional financial world. That's called the US dollar. It's called the euro, Swiss francs. And just think about the traditional financial system without these assets. It just wouldn't work properly. And I think it's the same thing. Now this is for DeFi. But I have to say something nevertheless, because, look, so why are we sitting here? Right? I mean, at the end of the day, we are sitting here because something, an innovation happened that is extremely successful. Right? And this innovation is not so old. Think about Ethereum, probably 7-year-old. DeFi is probably 2-year-old. Congestion that we see on Ethereum, the high prices, is because it's so successful, right? And it can't keep up with scaling. And we instead of bashing DeFi, and of course DeFi is very kind of young. There's a lot of things that don't work properly. There's a lot of scams, etc. But instead of bashing it, it would be more useful to actually sit down with these people that are innovating. We have two geniuses here, Michael and Robert. I mean, Michael, for example, set up an application, Curve, now has $20 billion TVL. And he innovated this, I think you told me yesterday, about 2 years ago. He was sitting down, writing this up. And this will be one wave after the other. Every young generation has open access, you know, to this technology. It's open source, it's open, everybody can innovate. And generation by generation will do that. That thing is unstoppable, and instead of bashing it, we should, you know, embrace it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander, I'm going to come back to you later on this point, because I want to get your thoughts on why you think DeFi is popular and been successful as it is. But before doing that, David Puth, you have probably more than anybody sitting up here, are closest to the operational reality of stablecoins as a business model. What do you think of the state of it in DeFi today?
Certainly that stablecoins and safe stablecoins have created the foundational layer that has enabled DeFi to grow. And I think I would certainly agree that this is one of our generation's greatest innovations. And while stablecoins relatively unexciting and on a standalone basis, they've created this foundational layer to enable this technology, and it's only just begun.
Okay, so let's really kind of dig into this now. Like David Nunes, one of the projects I mentioned on an earlier slide was Project Helvetica. And can you tell us a bit more about this synthetic CBDC of SDX, why it's different from some of the more well-known stablecoin projects?
Yeah, absolutely, very happy to do so. So Project Helvetia was a two-phase project that was driven by the Bank of International Settlements with the support of the Swiss National Bank and 5 commercial banks, and SDX operating as the third-party platform provider for the technology. We proved through Helvetia that from a legal and an operational perspective, and also with integration to core banking systems, that you could carry out a number of workflows within the sort of delivery versus payments security sort of construct with a CBDC. So at the moment today on SDX, we are, because there is no CBDC that's been issued by the Swiss National Bank, we to help to manage the settlement of securities transactions, a member of SDX deposits Swiss francs with SDX. We hold that at an account at the Swiss National Bank, which is why we consider it to be a synthetic CBDC. But it's still underneath SDX's account. And we then issue tokenized Swiss francs, which then sit on the ledger to enable the atomic settlement of those transactions. And Helvetia enabled us to go one step further in a controlled set of experiments to prove out that we could do the same thing with a CBDC. So taking that whole process one step forwards in terms of how you would actually then implement a CBDC within that particular construct. And given that we're a financial market infrastructure provider and the Bank of International Settlements advice around how FMIs perform the cash leg, settling that in central bank money obviously is the most sort of risk-free way of carrying about that. So that is the recommended mechanism. But in the absence of a CBDC, that cannot be done in this atomic settlement construct today. So it would be really interesting for us, and I'm very enthusiastic to see how the SNB proceeds with their policy decisions around a CBDC to actually move to that final stage of essentially completely eliminating settlement risk in the securities transaction by, instead of having still the counterparty risk of SDX being the holder of the account, actually having those accounts held at the SNB and the cash leg being settled in central bank money, because at that point, combined with atomic settlement, you now have no settlement risk whatsoever, which I think would be that's an utter game changer for the financial markets and in the capital market space.
And what is it that makes that project a stablecoin as opposed to another delivery versus payment FMI integration?
So why would a CBDC be considered not a stablecoin?
Yeah,
I think because ultimately it's a risk-free asset. So ultimately backed by the central bank, it's that sort of fundamental foundation that you don't get today with commercial bank money or with any of the stable coins that exist. Even in the case of the sort of synthetic CBDC that we have, there's still theoretical counterparty risk associated with the fact that your counterparty is SDX.
And do you shift this question to the other David? Do you see that that distinction between custodial stablecoins that are backed by central bank money versus custodial stablecoins that hold the reserve in commercial banks? Do you see that as an important distinction in terms of the evolution of this space, and in particular for Circle, the published intentions for Circle to be like a narrow bank business model. Do you think that entails like a change in the composition of its reserves at some point in the future?
Well, certainly we would all see the distinction between central bank money and commercial bank money. So there is a fundamental safety difference there. So I agree wholeheartedly with David about that distinction. At the same time, the bulk of the world operates on commercial bank money, and I think does so quite safely. Whether Circle's move into a narrow bank actually enables further growth of stablecoins, I can't really comment. I think it's an interesting proposition for them to make. But what I think the greatest interest lies today, and the question that comes up most often is how does a CBDC and a stablecoin exist in the same ecosystem? And my answer to that, I think, is the one that you're probably trying to get at here, which is you've got stablecoins, even at approaching 200 billion today, it's still a very small amount of money in the overall ecosystem. However, stablecoins are able to perform today exactly what a central bank digital currency will be able to do tomorrow. I think we're still a very long way off from having a practical retail application for central bank digital currencies. The prospect for what can happen with stablecoins today in terms of enabling financial access to the literally billions of people in the world that do not have banking access today, it will take so long for a central bank currency, digital currency to get there. Let's try to employ stablecoins today to make that difference. The ability to move money at the speed of the internet for virtually no cost in today's environment is real. It's an opportunity today that we have, and we're starting to explore much further. So I think that I appreciate the distinction of central bank money and commercial bank money, but we have an opportunity today to literally change the world in terms of financial access. And I believe truly that we just need to continue to invest in that and create financial access for those that don't have it.
And just so keep moving forward. And Katrina, you mentioned at the beginning that regulation is coming. So can you tell us what you think the impact of regulation is going to have on the DeFi industry as a whole, but also in particular, like what it means for the existing stablecoin projects?
Yes, I think that in general, the whole evolution of the crypto industry and including stablecoin is in a way. So we see the global adoption start happening. We can't stop it, of course, anymore. But we still far away from, understanding how the decentralized finance should coexist with the traditional. And we have to, let's say we have three words now. We have a traditional finance, which are pretty stable, the same at the moment. We have something in between, like a custodian, crypto regulated environment, like let's say Coinbase or Kraken, which already purely regulated. They exist practically by the same rules like a traditional world. And we have this DeFi, where we have also peer-to-peer transactions. So the question is that if we have peer-to-peer and decentralized world, and we have traditional world, and we have already something in between with these exchanges who are trying to deal with both, we still need to see how we can, transfer from one world to another, right? And here we have a lot of issues. If we look at just stablecoin, first of all, it's cross-border. We don't have the same regulation where we still need to issue stablecoins. Not, if we talk about centralized stablecoins, we still need to develop them here in the traditional world back to the traditional currencies. And then the definition of stablecoins are also very different from one jurisdiction to another. So we don't have a common approach. Then if we would like to create something in Switzerland, for example, it will not probably possible to transfer it without any risk to other countries. And Financial Action Task Force, they produce a lot of recommendations where they really stated that if you create a stable coin today, you need to make sure that you have power of the control over the IML. So if you issue that stable coin, then later you need to guarantee that it's not go to the platforms where you know, in some countries where you don't have control anymore, you don't know what happened with the stable coin. So this is a big issue. This is sunrise issue, we call it. And it's not only for stable coins in the whole industry. And we also can talk about travel rules here, like SWIFT for crypto, yes, if we talked about traditional word. This is one of the you know, main problems to create the stablecoins. Also, if we look at the issuing mechanism, you also will probably end up with a lot of regulation and licensing, because we talk about different type of stable coins, but they also can be collective investment. They can be, you know, something where you need to have a security prospectus. So this is a lot of questions still not answered. That's why we don't see booming of stable coins, and especially in jurisdictions which are more regulated than in others.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting point, because like these have, by almost any KPI, been a hugely successful business model over the last 2 years. You know, like why haven't more stablecoin issuers, custodial stablecoin issuers, been set up? And your view is it's because of the impending changes in regulation that may make that business model less attractive.
Yes, I think that if we look at the requirements which now are in place from the, let's say, Financial Action Task Force, I would say it's rather easy to issue already centralized bank stable coin to be used in the in this ecosystem, because then at least central bank can control it, you know, because this, or you need to really have a solution which will have a blockchain that will be compatible with many different factors, you know, from technical point of view. You need to control everything what will be in secondary market and guarantee that it's secure and it's not, you know, it's in line with IML law as well.
Well, I think I would step out on a limb here, but I think probably everybody on the stage here, you know, would agree that some level of regulation is needed for custodial stablecoins. A question for Alexander: like, do you think that non-custodial stablecoins also need to fall inside some regulatory perimeter, or should they be treated differently?
No, I think it's exactly this type of stablecoins which they cannot be regulated. I mean, if you think about liquidity, this is just a small contract. It's living by its own. There is no address. You cannot even write a letter as a regulator there. And I think this is a good thing. That's my hope, because I think the current regulatory environment worldwide is so inefficient. I mean, it's so costly to do kind of cross-border finance that I really think the only way around that is that one of these stablecoins, you know, non-custodial stablecoins, is going to be so big at some day that you can't ignore it, and then you have to adjust worldwide common sense regulatory framework. DM, why has DM Libra? Why did they fail? Because they wanted to be regulatory compliant. It's impossible. And I think or it's very costly. Of course it's possible, you know, but it's amazingly costly. And I think this is just so inefficient that we need to, you know, get some solution around this.
So just to follow up on that, I personally don't disagree with the answer at all, but one of the potential challenges of it is that almost all of these stablecoins, non-custodial stablecoins as well, are dollar pegged. So they're pegged to an existing unit of account. And what do you tell a central banker who says, okay, there's this future state where this yet to be identified non-custodial stablecoin becomes hugely successful, that I have to start including it in my monetary aggregates, because it's pegged to the dollar or the Swiss franc or some other fiat currency. What do you tell a central banker that that future state of affairs is not really a problem, even though some unregulated form of your fiat currency is now arguably like something that you should care about because it's in your backyard?
Well, I think first of all that takes a while, I mean, but we can imagine this. I think at some point, when it comes to non-custodial stablecoin, I mean, there are two types, fully collateralized, like DAI, or liquidity, and kind of non-collateralized algorithmic stablecoin. And there I have my reservations. I think that's very dangerous. But stablecoins like DAI, that are fully collateralized, you have very little systemic risks from them because they are collateralized up to 150%. Of course, there can be always, some really dramatic event, say on the Ether price, and then it depegs. But the probability is very, very low. That's why I think they are even safer than bank money. I mean, in traditional banking, we have these bank failures from time to time. That's also a depeg, right? They issue liabilities which are pegged to the dollar or are pegged to the Swiss franc, and then they just fail. And they say, well, I can't pay you. That's a depeg. So I'm optimistic about stablecoins, non-custodial stablecoins that are fully collateralized. The other ones, we talked about this, like Terra, I have a little bit my doubts.
Not a fan. It's an important distinction, though, for sure. David Puth, on the topic of regulation, going back to the custodial stablecoin domain, so the regulation is definitely coming. I mean, it already exists, depending on the jurisdiction you're in, exists in some form. But that regulation is going to change. It's on the way. What would you say to a regulator in terms of what their immediate focus on stablecoin should be?
So USDC today operates in a regulated environment using state money transmission laws that perhaps were not immediately designed to help solve that. If I were sitting in the global regulator seat, I would focus initially on operational resiliency, the strength of a public chain, what can it do under a variety of different stress test scenarios. I would look at the claim on money and make sure that that claim is one that is secure. I would look at the quality of reserves, which is something I think we do. Part of what Center is in business to do is to provide standards to ensure that among other things, there's reserve transparency. So I think that's already being accomplished today. And then lastly, the whole topic of settlement finality, which in retail transactions, I don't think makes a tremendous amount of difference. Settlement finality atomic transactions take place on small transactions. But if we were to get to institutional sized transactions, trying to solve this question of settlement finality is one that's really critical to the development of stablecoins going forward. But the first focus should be on operational resiliency. We've now got billions and billions of dollars in the system operating on public chains in, I think, a very secure way and I think a very resilient way. But that's going to need to continue to be the focus of the regulatory community.
On the finality, settlement finality topic, you have this concept of finality in the blockchain world, which is technical, about when the state of the blockchain becomes irreversible, and some blockchains reach finality very quickly, others are probabilistic and never get there. But then you have the concept of settlement finality, the legal concept of settlement finality that we know in the legacy world. And I mentioned in the introduction, that one of the key distinguishing factors between the custodial stablecoins and the non-custodial ones is that the custodial stablecoins are a crypto asset, but they've also got this contractual right to redemption that's attached to it. And do you see any particular potential issues with finality of transfer, scenarios where the token transfers on the blockchain, but some condition, maybe it's bankruptcy of the sender, that the legal thing that's been stapled onto the crypto asset doesn't transfer with it. Do you see that as a problem area that needs more attention?
Given the fact that it's only going to happen under the most extreme stress scenarios, it's something that needs to be addressed. I don't think it should stifle the growth of stablecoins today. But getting legal finality done for stablecoins and for crypto assets in general should be something that it's a legal issue, not a technical issue. Technically, we know that it's able to be done today, but we should solve that legal problem. And I think more investment needs to be made in that area.
And David Nunes, I want to get your review on this as well, because is this potentially one of the areas where maybe the distinction between the synthetic CBDCs and the stablecoins backed by commercial bank money start to differentiate themselves beyond just the reserve, but also the kind of permissioning of the ledger, the rules around finality of transfer, or converge? What's your view on that?
It's a really interesting question, and it's certainly one that when SDX was initiated in 2018, one of the concerns was how do we actually achieve the finality requirements for an FMI, because the public chain technology available then, and even to a great extent today, would not allow for that. It didn't actually achieve the legal definition of finality from the perspective of financial market infrastructure, which is one of the reasons, and there are several, that the implementation of SDX is on R3's Corda private ledger technology, because we could achieve finality through that particular technology. So I expect that in the future there will be innovation that enables us to leverage public chain technology more effectively for that. But it was something which was very much front and center when it came to our design around how do we actually build the CSD specifically on the blockchain technology to address that concern. And again, for it to be a completely risk-free settlement process, then ultimately that has to also have the central bank money as the backing for that cash leg. So it's like one tiny step away at the moment from that being the case. Okay. I say tiny. It's a significant policy decision by the SNB.
Yeah. Yes. So I think this is interesting. So I think my oversimplified view of the regulatory landscape is I tend to see there's the financial regulation that's all about consumer protection, kind of protecting the retail person, and then there's the systemic risk stuff that's targeted at large financial institutions. And but in DeFi, we seem to see the distinctions between them starting to blur, because you're getting types of trading activities that are taking place in DeFi that, if they became even larger than they are today, and given growth rates the last 2 years, if you extrapolate from that, they certainly could, start to become the kind of systemically risky kind of thing. And I'm interested to focus first of all just on the more kind of retail-facing side of this. Katrina, your views on the AML KYC, the travel rule. How are we going to reconcile the seeming requirements around custodial wallets with what's probably one of the big driving forces of success behind DeFi is precisely the absence of that kind of gating? How are we going to reconcile those two forces?
I think that first of all, of course, and we discussed it a lot today, not all projects are truly DeFi. We need to accept that there are really DeFi projects, and I saw a lot of cases when you start to analyze the project, when you come to the conclusion actually it has centralized mechanism somewhere. Yeah, it can be, and it was really discussed quite in details what can it be. It can be that IT, team is developers influenced, or there is a marketing activity, and so on. So if we just extract this really decentralized world, that I would say at the moment we, from regulatory point of view, I would not worry too much because if it's really decentralized, it should exist as it is. But everything what is related to the intermediary touch need to be comply with the regulation. So if the project has a centralized governance, then we need to see how it can address the AML and KYC, how they can control what type of funds coming, to whom they go, and so on. And here, of course, as I already said, I think that for regulator, it's important. I can't say push, but I wish that we have like a SWIFT for crypto in this centralized regulated world, because it will really simplify cross-border transactions. Today, there are not many countries who really adopted, but the good news, we just on a DAX level, on crypto level, we analyze the existing solutions. There are enough already done by developers in different countries. We have OpenVAS protocol, which merged with TRP, for example, in Switzerland. So travel rules can already be implemented, but it should be like maybe deadline from regulatory point of view that until this moment you have to comply with this. But what I'm saying, not for DeFi, yes, I don't want to make some restrictions for DeFi, but it will be important that globally we have adoption, and industry need a bit of push, because each country, neighbor looks at another neighbor, company to another, and it's like a chicken egg situation, nobody moving at the moment. So I would say this will really speed up the process of adoption, and regulation will evolve, but again, the same principles, and very often we have inefficiency in regulation. In traditional market, we have a lot of problems. It will not, the DeFi cannot be regulated, but we need to find the way to interact between each other, like zero knowledge proof and other things, where when people move funds from DeFi, and we saw that there are a lot of transactions now, but maybe these transactions happen because people, they don't know how to get out with this money from this environment. They can't justify. If they want to, get out from the profit, they don't have resources how they can cash them to the real fiat, because it's difficult to explain, and not many banks will accept it, maybe several in the world, right? And just to have this bridge, again, we need to see how to do it, and I know there are already solutions which capable. I know your company, David, is working on such solution where we can help this coexist, because again, my vision, we will not have only DeFi for, in 2-3 years, maybe in 10 years, it will be all more a la DeFi format, but it will be very long transition period where the technology need to be evolved and a lot of investment should be done, yeah.
So I think I agree with that. I think it is going to take time, and I think to kind of take this into, to make it really, really concrete, like one of the things that surprised a lot of people was the degree of also kind of regulatory forbearance around custodial stablecoins in KYC AML. So like you can today, there's no permissioning around USDC. So someone could send me USDC even though I don't have a relationship with Circle. And arguably, you could take a literal reading of the FATF recommendations and say that shouldn't be allowed. You should have to whitelist everyone who's you can't send USDC to an account unless they've been onboarded by Circle, first onboarded by Circle. So I'm interested to get the perspective really of anybody on the panel, but I'm directing it David Puth. What are the pragmatic solutions to keeping the liberality of stablecoins whilst complying with the purpose of the AML KYC regulations without killing the golden goose?
I think it's creating decentralized identity solutions is absolutely the way that needs to go. And we know that creating a better identity solution than that which exists today is going to be good for the world. So having better situations whereby the holder of, that we all get to hold our own identity and just share that information which is most necessary for that particular transaction. That to me is going to open up an entire world of solving some of these issues with respect to both stablecoins but other crypto assets. So decentralized identity, I think, is the answer and the next step.
Yeah, I would agree completely with that. Do you want to go first, Alexander?
Okay. Oh, where is it? This is a non-custodial wallet. I have some Swiss francs in it. Now, I would like to pay Morten, because he paid me my beer. Now, the travel rule applied to non-custodial wallet would require that we report that transaction, and that's just crazy. It's totally crazy, but it's in fact right now the European Parliament is in discussion of doing this, and there was a kind of a subcommission that actually said yes, even transactions between non-custodial wallets need to be reported, and that's completely crazy. So, what's the optimal solution in my view? It's the same as with cash. I don't have to report if I pay Morten, but if I bring more than 10,000 francs, or in Switzerland I think it's 100,000, I don't know anymore, to the bank in cash, they have to ask me question. If I go to the bank and I say, okay, give me 500,000 in cash, they have to ask me question. Right? That's the correct thing. You have to control the entry points. But once you are in the system, you don't want this traveler rule to be applied to every transaction. And I think this is we have to just regulate it in the same way as we regulate cash. And that's a sensible regulation somehow because at some point everybody needs to get, you cannot just live in metaverse, right? At some point you have to pay, I don't know, your beer and your rent. And so we get in and out of the virtual kind of blockchain world. And at that point, that's where you can control. And I think that's where you have to apply AML and KYC.
But we do want to be paying for beer and rent with stablecoins before too long.
But I don't want to report that.
No.
Right?
Well, I would disagree with Alexander on a couple of points. One, if my 11-year-old would be more than happy to spend his entire life in the metaverse.
He would.
He would. Yes, we had to actually do an intervention recently, given how much time he was spending playing Fortnite. But also on there is something that I think we need to be cognizant of around stablecoins, digital money, and so on, which is versus cash, which is the concept of smurfing, right? Is that you can much more easily facilitate lots of small transactions that are going to get under the radar, versus how much more difficult that is to do with cash. It's just less practical. But I don't disagree that we should simply be imposing the regulation, the AML, KYC concepts that come from the traditional world straight onto DeFi. I think that would be a way of absolutely killing it. And it's not appropriate, given, as David mentioned, that there are out there potential DeFi solutions to these problems. So I think the important thing for regulators to do is actually have a really good think about what the future might look like, what the future problems might be that we need to be solving, and then solving them with innovative solutions rather than simply imposing, as we tend to do in the financial services sector, of just squeezing anything new into an old model, because that's not a very sensible way of approaching things. So I do think that we can probably have our cake and eat it from that perspective. I'd also say that I think regulation is a good thing, and if I look at the world that we've got ourselves into, the sort of challenges around surveillance capitalism with sort of Web 2.0 and the sort of the fact that the internet emerged into a regulatory white space, and now it's proven to be very difficult to kind of get the toothpaste back in the tube when it comes to our personal data. And I think that journey is going to be quite a long one. I think it does absolutely. This is a responsibility of regulators to have a real think about what the future implications of the technology should be and how to make sure that they balance not destroying the innovation, but also trying to identify what future problems might sort of evolve as a result of the innovation.
But so I think this is kind of going back to Alexander's point, which you're partly disagreeing with, which is like, well, we could just do what we do with cash, and not everybody's happy with like the state of cash. Like it's used for money laundering and a lot of other things that.
I heard if it was invented today, or if it was proposed today, it wouldn't be accepted by the regulator.
Yeah. So so like a lot of people are unhappy with cash, but at the same time, like it's been a highly resilient form of medium of exchange for centuries, almost since the beginning of civilization, notes and coins, and the degree of anonymity that it provides is something that the blockchain space has tried to replicate as best possible, unsuccessfully so far, but it's tried to replicate that characteristic of cash as much as possible. I mean, is there a case for conserving because we basically have two kind of states of affairs. There's the one where we say, well, our bar should really just be as good as cash in terms of compliance. There's the other view, which I hear you articulating, which is, well, we should actually raise the bar. Like cash isn't that great. Like we could actually, improve surveillance without undermining, privacy, using new technologies, DID, etc. Which goal?
Raise the bar in effectiveness, but not raise the bar in terms of onerousness.
Yeah, raise the bar in terms of effectiveness. Like, is there though a case for keeping the privacy characteristics of cash, like aiming towards that, or is this just too good of an opportunity to achieve another like policy objective, which is to improve the effectiveness of AML KYC.
Well, I don't know how representative of the sort of communities that would benefit from the anonymity that the audience here represents. And I'm not saying that because we're not a bunch of criminals. That's not the community that I'm thinking of. I mean, there are regimes out there that are not pleasant, or where there are very different approaches towards sort of social issues. So if you look at sort of countries which have kind of hard right perspectives towards religion, and we're trying to get, and there are people there who are working to sort of to deal with human rights abuses, but if the information about, well, to actually get funding to them is a highly effective mechanism to actually ensure that those individuals are not jeopardized in terms of their identity by not being able to provide this way of anonymizing the transaction or the delivery of cash. And there are there are sex workers and so on. There are communities that again could benefit from this when the environment that they're working in would be dangerous if they couldn't actually leverage this to actually enable them to continue to live a safe existence.
Interesting. So, slightly related, slightly different question, Katrina. Like if you taking this KYC, AML, and privacy and compliance topic again, like if there were like two alternatives, there was a completely unregulated coin that offered a high degree of privacy and anonymity, and one that was compliant with in the low burden way, through using new technologies like decentralized identity. Like, which do you think would be more likely to flourish and gain network effect and adoption?
Definitely no regulated, but again, we talk about decentralized world and regulated world. It depends who are your investors and what are the, what's behind this coin, right? If you if you want to invest like in Bitcoin, you can do it in a regulated environment now, right? You can go to Signum Bank or Coinbase and buy it, and it will be custody. You don't need to think about it. If you go to decentralized world, I think it's also special mindset of people who are there, you know, who are the pioneers of this. They're really different, and they're trying to change the perception of the finance because they don't want to be controlled. And this is where we need to find a way how to give the freedom, but also that there is no that you have security, you know, for the money that you use, because it's money mean a lot, you know. It's not only value today, it's the future of your, you know, family, children. You need to secure yourself. So, but again, peer-to-peer world can. From compliance point of view, I have no problems with this peer-to-peer transactions and I think cash will disappear anyway. You know, you still have to pay with your digital franc in the future. I don't think in 5 years we have any paper money anymore. So, but if you do it in this small microtransactions or something, you don't need to be compliant because it's something. You know, if something really happen, then you need to have you know, if it's a criminal case, somebody should have access to these coins and to identify what's really happened. And then these blockchain analytics guys can help. Then you can actually, for regulator, having this type of blockchain coins, maybe it's the best you can have because you can trace it everything, what's happening. And from compliance point of view, it's give you more information than cash, which is in a pocket now. We don't know where it's come from. So I would say I will be very optimistic about living peer-to-peer environment, not regulated, but as soon as you want to go into regulated environment, you have to comply, you have to explain where it's come from.
So the chain analytics and like data analysis piece is a really interesting one that you brought up. Like I'm curious, like, is that an alternative to compliance and permissioning by just like improving the capabilities, the surveillance capabilities, data analysis capabilities of law enforcement and regulators? Because you do have the characteristic of blockchain. It's all public, pseudonymous based system. Law enforcement's been pretty successful, it was mentioned in an earlier panel today, of recovery in a number of cases. Could that be a credible alternative to permissioning, regulatory mandated permissioning? That's kind of
It just depends on how far it goes, because you give people more and more sophisticated tools. Where does that stop? There is a digital currency in the world today that's used as a means of surveillance. We certainly don't want to see a world where that happens. And so I think technology has enabled things to happen that we maybe didn't believe were possible only a few years ago. I think regulation will do a better job of guiding things than necessarily giving these super tools to people who may fall into the wrong hands. And that I think that would undermine the future of the potential of what we have today.
Got it. And on the prior question about the choice between the two coins, we kind of have this today with Tether and USDC, right? And the gap between the two has narrowed, but Tether is still the most popular stablecoin. Like, do you think that reflects? Does that just reflect the incumbency, first mover advantage, or do you think that reflects a preference amongst the user base of stablecoins for less regulated, less compliant stablecoin issuers?
I'll answer that quickly. I think it's both. I think there's no question that people appreciate the transparency that comes with USDC, and there's no question that people choose Tether because of the absence thereof. And so I think frankly, that defines the world that we're going to continue to evolve into, and that it's not going to be one solution. It's going to be an algorithmic solution. It's going to be a custodial solution. And the combination of those two will enable things to happen with digital money moving in a way that we never dreamed possible. So I think they're going to coexist, and I don't think one model will end up. There may be a dominant model in the long run, but there won't be only one model.
Interesting. Yeah, I actually agree with that. I think it does reflect both. Okay, I mean, we've only got a couple minutes left, and I want to get. I'm going to ask an annoying question of everybody on the panel. Annoying because it's about sticking your neck out and predicting the future. Fast forward 5 years from now. There's a quantitative and a qualitative part to the question. The quantitative part is, I gave like 2 stats earlier about the market capitalization of custodial versus non-custodial stablecoins. Like, what do you think in 5-year time the market capitalization of stablecoins as a whole will be? And the split between these two, which is custodial stablecoins about 5 times the size of non-custodial stablecoins, like, do you think that's going to increase or decrease? So that's the quantitative part of the prediction of the question. The qualitative is just like, what does DeFi and what do stablecoins look like in terms of use cases and characteristics in 5 years' time, starting with Katrina?
Okay, let's say now we have 150 billions, and difficult to say. It's, you know, it will be very fast growth, and it will be trillions for sure. But I can't predict. It also depends on the regulatory environment, right? Which way we will go. If tomorrow it will be not officially allowed, then it will be gray market, which will be grow again. But then it's, you know, it will be interesting development. So I guess it will coexist. I believe we will have central bank stable coins, we will have non-custodian and custodian coexist together, depending on the jurisdiction, depending on the regulation, because we never will get global regulation anyway. So in different part of the world, we will see different things happening. And let's say over trillion, my prediction.
Over trillion, okay.
Yes.
David Nunes.
I would agree over a trillion. I'm very optimistic that there will be that sensible regulation will actually be implemented, despite sort of the wailing and gnashing of teeth coming from the crypto native space. And I think that will actually help increase adoption amongst the institutional space when it comes to DeFi protocols and so on. And I think that the transparency and the requirements around custodial stablecoins will actually increase their adoption as well. So very positive about the expectation that that part of the marketplace will mature, and that maturity will then increase adoption. And on the flip side, I think also that what will also help will be there will be CBDCs issued within that time period, and that will, I think, act as the ultimate backstop, the sort of and de-risking of the whole DeFi ecosystem, which again will, I think, help with adoption overall. So definitely more than $1 trillion of value locked up, as they say, within stablecoins within that time period.
Okay, Alexander.
So market capitalization right now of crypto, I think, is 2 trillion. I expect in 5 years, perhaps 10 trillion. And right now, the stablecoin part is about 10%, and it sounds about right. So that's probably 10% of 10 trillion. Mm-hmm. That would be 1 trillion.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You're the professional, and you're the expert when it comes to the economics, so I'm very happy about that.
So we have over a trillion, about $1 trillion.
Oh, certainly measured in trillions, but I think where the change is going to come and what we'll see in the next 5 years is a mass adoption at the retail and consumer level, and that's going to enable the next real leg of growth, that crypto will continue to grow in its current state, but the enablement of payments, of cross-border payments for a much greater percentage of the world, that's where stablecoins will be 5+ years from now.
No investment advice.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
informational only.
And
we have to disclaim, yes.
And with those final words, thank you all for a great panel discussion, and thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you all very much indeed. Sorry, I keep bending down for that. So now the conference question is a $1 trillion question. It's break time. There's coffee in the usual spot, and back at 3:45, please. I think that's right. Yes, 15 minutes. Thank you again. in the day rather than progress back from lunch. So the signal that I always wait for, yep, is the closing of the blast doors. Excellent. So we have a panel, we have a moderator, we have most people sitting down. Okay. So, last panel of the day. And this is just going to wrap it up and it's going to answer the question for good. So, and you know, remember, it is a $1 trillion question. So, last panel, CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency. Please, Thomas Moser, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Henry. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to moderate this last panel of the day. Of course, having a late panel always we have the benefit of having listened to everyone else and benefited from everything we learned. The challenge, of course, is to bring something new to the table. And given the panelists we have, I think we will be able to do that. The topic of our panel is challenges and opportunities. So we heard a lot about money today. We had different perspectives on how one could look at money. I will try to give again a little bit a different perspective, which is not very controversial. It's just an economist's perspective. But one who could say the monetary system that we have is really built of these two layers. We have a base money, also called outside money, and then there is a derivative money that is based on that base money, or sometimes also called inside money. And when we were under the gold standard, of course, the outside money was the gold, or a commodity, specifically the gold. And we had some type of bank money that was the derivative money. And what is typical for these two layers is that the derivative money is redeemable in base money. And the trick of the base money, or the important function, is to keep this base money scarce. And with gold, of course, scarcity was done by nature itself. We moved, as we all know, to a fiat system where central banks provide the base money, central bank money, and they keep it scarce by their monetary policy, by managing it. And now in the world we are now, we have the new kids on the block. We have cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, where scarcity is guaranteed by the code. And then we have stablecoins, which I call derivative money, because they are based again on the base money. Interestingly, we do not see stablecoins being based on Bitcoin or on cryptocurrencies. Because of that, the problem that we have a very large price volatility. But stablecoins are based again, as we heard in several panels today, on fiat money, and even non-custodial stable coins, they at least peg their value to the US dollar in general, to the fiat. So you could say if they do not need CBDC, apparently they still need the Fed to provide that anchor. So that's one way to look at it. And of course the question for us then in terms of CBDC is really the question of who gets access to the base money, who gets access to the central bank money that we are providing. And we heard before in the panel, Circle, for instance, they would like to get direct access to central bank money by having an account with the Fed, just like commercial banks do nowadays. Another way to provide access to central bank money would of course be a CBDC, a wholesale CBDC, or at the retail level, a retail CBDC. So these are a bit the questions that we are discussing when we talk about CBDC and DeFi. Now, central banks, and I would like to take a step back here, they are not only in charge or mandated to keep money stable, but they have a mandate actually for financial stability. They are the lender of last resort. I don't know whether you already had a chance to look at the Wall Street Journal today, but today you have this article in the business and finance section that says short sellers bet Tether is vulnerable to runs. Also something we talked about today. So the question would be that I would like to discuss is not only do we need a CBDC in DeFi, but do we need other central bank functions in DeFi? Do we need a lender of last resort, for instance, in DeFi? And if we want to take that a step further, and I probably don't make a lot of friends in all corners with that, we remember the DAO attack in 2016. And one could say there was a bailout of the first DAO ever. It was too big to fail. That's the words that actually were used in the CoinDesk article. At the time, at least, the 60 million hack of the DAO was considered too big to fail, and there was a bailout action. So apparently, there are also things that can happen in a DeFi world, and the question is, do we need someone in charge to do these bailouts? At the time, the community came together, and it was solved by basically rolling back the history on the Ethereum blockchain, and you had a fork as a result. You can say, okay, that's okay. Those who didn't want to participate have now their own blockchain. Those who participated, so that's a possible solution that we have for these kinds of accidents. Now, the question then is central bank functions, and I would say most basically controlling money, preserving financial stability, and safeguarding the payment system. In the current world, that is done by central banks, and the easy access points for central bank are the financial intermediaries. And also for regulation, financial intermediaries are the access point. And the question, of course, that also came up already several times today is, if we take the intermediaries away, how do we deal with these? How do we do the central bank functions? How do we do regulation? And it's also not the case that we have nothing in between, but we have smart contracts there. Mainly the interaction now is not with intermediaries, but it's with smart contracts. And the question is, for central banks, is there a role here to provide these functions that the central bank provides also in DeFi world that acts with smart contracts? Of course, we could even be more radical and say, why not also have the functions done by a central bank by smart contracts and get rid of the central bank? And we could have a DAO as a central bank, which I herewith officially christened the DANB, the Decentralized Autonomous National Bank, which could fulfill the functions of a central bank nowadays, and maybe regulation the same. Maybe we can also have a smart contract, or at least embed regulation in the smart contracts that are used in DeFi. Now, we heard several times also the question, how decentralized is DeFi? And what I take from the discussion really is that there are different shades of DeFi. So we do not only have the corner solution of totally CeFi and totally DeFi, but we have different grades or shades in between. And I took this from a paper that addressed this question. Fabian gave his definition. There, as he said, there are other definitions, and one that I found interesting here in this paper was really a decision tree that looked at who can do what. So the first question was, do the users have custody of the assets? If you say no, then you're in centralized finance. Then you go further and ask, can anyone single-handedly censor a transaction execution? Then you would go into something that has a DeFi settlement but a CeFi intermediary. Or next, can someone single-handedly censor a protocol execution? Then you would have something like centrally governed DeFi, or if you answer all these questions with no, you would be in DeFi. So we have different forms, different degrees, different shades of DeFi that we deal with. And then the final question before I open up to the panel, something that I would also like to ask the panelists is, does DeFi scale? I think this is also a question we have already touched upon, but for me, I don't know whether it's fortunately or unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember the emergence of Web 1. And what we were promised was this, a peer-to-peer network. And what we got is this, a pretty centralized network. Now, the question, of course, is, how will Web 3 look like? Does DeFi scale? Do we get, again, something centralized? And if not, why not? And if centralized, why? We heard several reasons. There are technical reasons. Roger Wattenhofer, for instance, reminded us that the central solution is always the most efficient. Could that be something that drives centralization? We heard economic reasons, economies of scale, network effects. Could that drive centralization? And then we also have the users themselves. Not everyone wants to be her own bank. Alice sometimes is very happy if somebody else does all the services for her. And Web 2, we have to say, most people loved it. Most people love a centralized network. So the question is, do we go there again, or not? What does regulation have to do with it? We also touched upon this. It's much easier for regulation to have intermediaries. Does regulation force intermediaries up on DeFi? So that's really the question we want to go into. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities going ahead? And for that, we have, again, a fantastic panel. And let me start by asking the panelists to introduce themselves. And Andreas, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Thomas. My name is Andreas Glarner. I'm heading the FinTech DLT team at MME. We are a law firm here in Switzerland. We've been active in the space for almost soon 10 years now, so a very long time. And my role is originally a tech lawyer, but now discovering this interface between technology and regulations, between CeFi and DeFi, supporting our clients to navigate through the regulatory fields.
And maybe I add here, what did get you into the DeFi space? Why are you working in this space?
Well, again, coming from a tech side and having had interest in technology, I think it's probably the best place to be in if you're a lawyer now.
Thank you.
Nothing more exciting, nothing more that you can help shaping a new world.
Thank you. Amit.
Yeah. Hey, so my name is Amit. I lead the DeFi research at a Polygon technology. So let me give a brief background about Polygon. Polygon is an Ethereum scaling solution, and we will talk about it. That has been a word in the town. And I don't want to get into too much technical. I know it's a trail end. So think of it like a perfect example would be a Swiss knife. We have all the set of tools to scale it from POS chains, side chains, sovereign chains, and ZK rollup. I mentioned ZK rollup because we as a company has allocated $1 billion from our treasury to ramp up the scalability problem. And the scale of the Polygon users, around 500,000 people use it. And our core thing is like a highly secure and least transaction cost. 0.014 is the transaction cost. Personally, my role is to help people build the DeFi protocols, and the range of people who I deal with like a bunch of college dropouts to $1 billion financial institutions. So a big range. Yeah.
And what got you into DeFi?
Oh, so my journey has been a bit of diversified. Like I'm an engineer by background. Worked for traditional big banks, had done my PhD, some of the projects on DeFi, but the main thing which draws me is like background. So my grandfather was a farmer. Every year he used to buy a futures contract, but that was never obligated, right? So that drives me, the financial inclusion part, the decentralization part. So I think that's what drives me to the DeFi.
Thank you. Lex.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lex, and I had 2 brownies and a coffee to have some pizzazz for this panel, because it's tough. But I'm going to try to disagree with everybody, just so you know ahead of time. Okay, so we're on track. I'm not switching topics. Everything's fine. So I work for Consensus. I lead the cryptoeconomics team at Consensus. Consensus is at the heart of Web3, which is Ethereum plus Polygon plus a number of other underlying computational blockchains that run all the software, that run all these smart contracts. And so Consensus is best known for MetaMask, the crypto wallet. So if you are using DeFi, very likely you have a Fox installed in your browser, and hopefully you don't give anybody your seed phrase. And then the second thing that we do is we help developers build stuff. So we have a pretty deep developer tech stack from Infura to Quorum, institutional, independent, and just getting as much of the ecosystem up off the ground. And then my role is cryptoeconomics, and that's a combination of token engineering, a combination of treasury and balance sheet management, because we take revenue in hundreds of currencies. Some of them are the long tail of Binance Smart Chain trading, so you can imagine the quality of that revenue. Thank you, whoever's laughing. It's really important to me that you do. And then finally, DAOs and Web3 participation. So those, I think, are kind of the key tools of a crypto economic team.
And what got you into DeFi?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So if you ever watch YouTube and you start out like watching something normal and it's just, you look something up and then you just click next and it kind of gets weirder and then you click next and then 2 hours later the earth is flat and everybody's a lizard person. So that's kind of what happened to me. I started out on Wall Street in strategy and for an $300 billion investment management business within Lehman Brothers. And so that gave me a fantastic experience very early on in my career, and I've kind of self-radicalized. Like I started with Wall Street, then I went into fintech entrepreneurship and built out a digital investing business, and then from there felt like fintech just wasn't doing enough. And seeing what Ethereum and Web3 is able to do has just been a really profound and inspirational change for me to dedicate my career.
Thank you. Morten.
Morten Beck, I head up the Swiss Center of the BIS Innovation Hub. I'm an economist by training. I worked at the Danish Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, and now I work for the Bank of Central Banks. My mom always reminds me that I never had a real job in my life, so that's my background.
Thank you.
And I'm not in DeFi.
Okay, not yet. So I think a fair summary of today's discussion would be, in terms of the question that has been asked by the conference, would be, does DeFi need, a safe DeFi need a CBDC? I think the answer would be not necessarily, but it could be helpful. If we now, I think everyone would agree, maybe with the exception of Lex.
I disagree already, whatever it is.
But if we take one step back, Morten, I talked about central banks more generally. Do you see a role for central banks at all in DeFi?
Should be no surprise. I do. I like to paraphrase a quote by Bill Gates, which is that banking is essential, banks are not. And I actually think it also applies to central banks. So central banking is essential, central banks are not. So what do I mean? I think central banking, what is central banking about? Is, as you mentioned, it's about providing monetary and financial stability. Both of those are public goods, so what we economists will call non-rival and non-excludable. And if it's left to the private sector, it's under provision from a welfare perspective. So I think that is what we still need. I haven't heard anything today that suggests that in this new world of DeFi that would not be the case. Sometimes technology actually changes what is a public good. Those of you that can remember broadcast TV that was transmitted over the air, that was a classic example of a public good, but then along came cable, satellite, and scrambling, and it's no longer a public good. I think it's what we call a club good. So sometimes technology changes that. But I haven't heard anything today that leads me to believe that monetary and financial stability, even in a world where we only have DeFi, that still would not be a public good. So you would need somebody to implement that. Does that have to be a central bank? No, not necessarily. There's a train of economics that really thinks that institution matters. I think Evan highlighted where bad institutions do bad things, but good institutions can do good things. But I think it's important that institutions keep up to speed, and especially for central banks or other public institutions, what goes on in technology. And I actually think, if I just one aside, I think that's exactly what the BIS Innovation Hub is about, is to make sure that central banks keep up with technology, that we help them kind of like push out the production possibility frontier in both terms of financial stability, but also monetary stability. So I think, yes, central banking, no matter the functions, as you mentioned, of a central bank, I think they will be needed also in a future financial system where we have DeFi. How we're actually going to go about doing that, it might look very different. There might be different functions or way or instruments in the way that we do that.
Thank you. Lex, you said before, you don't necessarily agree. Would you see a CBDC helpful to the DeFi ecosystem?
Yeah, so I do think it would be helpful. but I think we're talking a bit at a level of abstraction that, at least for me, feels disconnected from some of the underlying economy stuff that's going on, right? And often for me, it's helpful to turn it back to the consumer, the user perspective. So from a tech company perspective, right? What's the product and what's the value proposition? What is the user, what is the person doing? And people aren't doing anything new. They are paying, they have money in motion, and then they are saving, and then that money comes to rest. It needs some sort of interest, and they have enough of it, they invest it, or they trade it. And then you have asset management product grow up, and then you have insurance product grow up, and so on, right? So these financial functions are, 1,000 years ago, it would be these same financial functions. So are today's institutions necessary for people to do those financial functions 1,000 years ago? Absolutely not, right? They were able to transact and go to a market and buy stuff and save with a pretty different set of tools. And in 1,000 years from now, will the things that we have be relevant? Absolutely not. They will be better. They will be on a different architecture. And so the tricky thing is that I think in our current economy, or in our current capital markets architecture and payment architecture, we have very different rails and very different regulations, right? So a portfolio management system is different from a card network, is different from a bank core processing system. And so we kind of think of it differently. And we think of money market funds pretty differently from how we think about what happens when you swipe a Visa card, even though for a regular person it's just money, right? And we're talking about money in this conversation, but for a user, it's very different and different architectures. But in Web3, it's all the same Borg soup, right? It's basically, everything's been melted down into a general computational platform. And so we have this confusion of a cash sweep, a stablecoin essentially being the cash part of an asset allocation, which was a point made earlier, which totally makes sense. People want to settle into cash for their exposure. And that's quite different from you paying for a sandwich with your phone or a card tap. And I feel like a lot of the conversation about CBDC is paying for a sandwich. But you wouldn't pay for a sandwich with Apple stock. You wouldn't pay for a sandwich with money market funds. And so I think there's a lot of still kind of pulling apart that we have to do before you can say, this is what a CBDC will be used for by the people who will end up using it within a DeFi context.
Consensus works a lot also with central banks, I understand. You do a lot of education, you do workshops and so on. How would a CBDC have to be designed to be useful? Maybe we can then look at the question that way. How would it have to be designed to be useful for DeFi? Or what functionality would it need to have?
I think this is just the framework I have, so I'm biased in kind of pushing it forward. But I do think that you have to start with, what is it for? So the discussion about DVP and settlement within a context of wholesale capital markets or something like that, that's a useful both technological and financial outcome, right? So designing for that is going to be great. No one's going to be buying sandwiches with that particular version of it. And then alternately, if you want to solve for retail CBDC that is really good for tax collection or for distributing universal basic income or something like that, that's just a different use case problem. And you're probably going to end up using different scalability solutions, right? So something like Polygon or the ZK technologies or things of that nature, you'll probably think about lots of throughput. You'll think about anonymity and privacy for people expressing commerce and consumption preferences. But when it comes to, I'm an endowment and I have lots of crypto assets and I want to rebalance into cash because there's a war, you are going to have kind of a different architecture, I believe. And so it starts from, this sort of naive of me to say, but it starts from the problem and it lands with the answer only after you get the problem right.
Okay, so that would be a little bit like we provide central bank money now in in an account form, but also in paper form. So depending on the use case, you would have a different type of CBDC. Maybe Amit, can you add to that and maybe also say something about scalability? So Polygon is really working on the scalability of DeFi.
Yeah. Before the scalability, I think one quote which I really want to have is like about George Orwell. Like he said, like all animals are equals, but some animals are more equal than others. Just to rephrase, all money is equal, but some money is more equal than others. So this is what, like, you know, a perspective from a DeFi world. Like that's the perspective which people are now growing in. That's a narrative, like something like a CBDC versus a DeFi or central bankers regulation versus the decentralized world. But I don't believe this narrative. It's not like there's going to be a war or something like that. We can work in a collaborative way. The reason why I feel the collaboration and what we can learn from each other, it's an objective, because all the regulation, all the mechanics there has to be an objective. And we have a central bank, a great institution, and we have a DeFi. Our objectives are same. Like, what are our objectives? Financial inclusion, we have already chatted about it. Reducing transaction costs, yes. Privacy. We should acknowledge, there has been a change in culture. Privacy is very, very, very important to users. They are willing to sacrifice a lot of efficiency gain for privacy, and we have seen that. So if the last objective, I think you would be surprised to hear that financial stability. Why? And everybody knows it's something important. It's the important stuff for central banks, but it is growing to be important for DeFi world as well. I am running agent-level financial stability simulations on like large clusters, and I am seeing that the owners of the protocol are doing so. And we have real-life examples. People do stress test now. And I was talking to one of the colleagues in National Bank. And I want to connect to such team and align our processes of stress testing with what the real economy does. So that's what we are doing in terms of objective. The final question, like just connecting the dot with Lex, like how I feel the CBDC would be helpful. It's a retail CBDC which I'm like literally after. Like the wholesale CBDC, like it would be not fair to have a discussion in a country like Switzerland. Already the things are pretty stable, not more efficiency gain to be coming from them, unless you have a black swan event like in a dream or something like that. But what I mean by retail CBDC, you look at the DeFi, one of the cool innovations of a DeFi, lending protocols. I imagine that CBDC can come to those lending protocols, right? Why it's important? It's important because now it's a great that lending platform is a great equalization platform with a minimal transaction cost, with secure privacy. A farmer in, suppose, let's say, rural part of Europe can have a same cost of borrowing as a multi-billion company, like building a factory. So that's what, like, if CBD can come in like that way, that like would be more than acknowledged. Second thing, which I think which would be very important, like gone are the days we have like a awesome person from Curve sitting down here, like, oh, so when I was working in one of the traditional finance firm, like one of the largest actually, everybody was worried about settlement, T0, T1, T2. Like, I used to worry about that. With the technology we are right now, like, it's like literally T, no zero, like instantaneous. Like, so what I think that CBDC can really put in effort, like, is that coming to those kind of efficient financial market, increasing the efficiency, and in fact, not one CBDC, all the CBDC coming together in a platform and have it cohesive environment with a stable coin. Like you can swap the CBDC with the other part, the other stable coins. So that's what, like, I think would be the great innovation in the CBDC world, because that will serve the objective. Because that again reconnects to my thought about the regulation has to be an objective. It's a public good we are talking about. But the scaling part. The scaling part is actually pretty interesting. The blockchain world is moving really, really fast. We know that, like, and the amount of money which we are just seeing is enormous. Like, we as a company just raised around, let me figure, around $450 million. And we are investing it in the technology. And I just told, like, we have a token, and we do have a treasury. So we committed $1 billion to have this ZK roll-up fully scalable solution. And now I think I should connect to one of the presentation, a great presentation on the scalability issue what we have. So I am a ETH guy. I got onboarded myself on the ETH first. Then the Bitcoin paper happened, I think, in one of the train journey. So the ETH now, so we want to kind of be connected with a large connected network which has a scalability potential, which is fully decentralized, completely secure. We want to scale it up. So what we are exactly in line with how the scaling and network solution looks in the real world. A same network, Ethereum, but we're going to scale it in a better technology, ZK, and improving POS, and everything will be built on the EVM framework. So the biggest problem the applications or the DeFi application right now have is, like, it's very difficult to move them from one platform to other. So that's what the scalability will come from, like what we'll provide, we'll build on the Ethereum system, and just with the single minor changes, you will be fully scalable. That's what I think, yeah.
Thank you. Andreas, scalability and regulation. Is there a connection there? Do you see obstacles from a regulatory point of view to scalability? And how would CBDC fit in there? Would CBDC be helpful in regulatory terms?
Yeah. Well, I think at the end of the question kind of focuses, or it boils down to the question, well, what are the current regulatory or other challenges in DeFi, and how could CBDC solve those issues? So we first need to look at those challenges. And now, from my perspective, not being involved in any monetary policies, but more from a legal and regulatory side, of course, we have a lot of regulatory questions around DeFi, depending on how you define DeFi. I think there was an exercise done in the morning. But at the end of the day, they're all around regulatory liability of the developer DeFi, deployer of technology, liquidity providers, the users. The question is, are there any central players or central activities which trigger a regulatory liability? And then, of course, it depends on the type of digital assets involved, what type of regulatory liability that could be. I think that's one side. And here, I don't really see CBDC to solving those regulatory problems. If it's DeFi, we need to look at that anyway, independent of the underlying assets of the stable coins versus CBDC. I think more on a practical level, when I look at the DeFi landscape, I see it to be very fragmented. You have thousands of different assets split around different chains and protocols. You have rather complicated user interfaces, which I think most people in this room don't use on a daily basis. And there are reasons for that, because it's just simply a bit too complicated. And I think the question of scalability comes into play. It's about making things less complex also, making access convenient for the user to get to a more of a wider adoption scale. And I think if we go down that route, one thing is a technical solution for that, but the other side is the question whether or not users would prefer to deal through a kind of some form of an intermediary and be more comfortable having an intermediary in place who helps them accessing DeFi. And at that point, we kind of moved DeFi to CeFi. We built a bridge between CeFi and DeFi. I think that's something many players in the market, both from a DeFi side as well as from a CeFi side, are looking at, to how can we build those bridges. And if you have such a bridge and you're in a much more regulated space, because you're not DeFi, you're CeFi, then of course the discussion on the use of CBDC makes a lot of sense, because stablecoins as of today, depending on what kind of stablecoins, they have their own inherent risks, their own uncertainty on their legal qualification. Could there be securities, depending on the setup? Certainly in one jurisdictions, we heard that in a panel earlier. And if you would have a CBDC on that side, that may help, but it probably doesn't solve all the issues. I think from my side, you create a new set of questions, because CBDC is likely to be, in one protocol, probably most likely not a public chain. And if you want to use it in DeFi, in a public environment, you again need to wrap those CBDCs and put it on a different chain, and who's going to do that, and what kind of legal framework will be built around that. So many nice questions to be solved.
Thank you. Morten, CBDC, central banks are really talking about CBDC deployment on permissioned networks. Is there any thought, any pilot or any idea about issuing CBDC on a public blockchain?
Not that I'm really aware of. I think there's a lot of thinking about it, but I think, as you said, I think central banks are just inherently much more comfortable with the notion of a wholesale CBDC. I think retail CBDCs tend to raise a lot of other questions, not at least like actually having to deal with retail customers, which I think would be a challenge for most central banks. So I think, but it would be interesting if central banks were starting to consider more detail how to do retail CBDCs on blockchain or public blockchain. I think there might be a couple of experiments out there where they're looking at it, but some of the ones that are most furthest ahead, are they really public blockchain? What are they really doing? I think we're still a couple of years away from something like that.
One thing that was mentioned already earlier, but also now again by Andreas, is that intermediaries could be basically a gateway to the DeFi space. I know Consensus is building applications for that. So do you need intermediaries, or can you also just build applications and make it much more convenient for users?
I'm going to hijack this question. You knew it already. You knew it. Okay. I'm going to try to remember the question, but I do want to hijack it because there's been a couple of really interesting points to respond to. I think one idea just to put in there is that stable coins are sort of, not really, but especially with Tether, are the cumulative on-ramp into crypto, right? So you're putting in fiat, you're getting tokenized fiat, and essentially it goes up because it's a cumulative chart of fiat flowing into crypto. And so I do think there's a really useful function of a CBDC to make that. I mean, it's already kosher in the sense of some of the instruments that exist, but to make it even easier and have better infrastructure and make it, part of M2 or whatever it is. I think that function is there. But I want to twist the frame again a little bit, because we're talking about finance and money as if it's the independent variable, as if it's the thing, but it's not. Finance is a feature. Finance is the thing that grows up. You have an economy, and then you have finance attach itself like a mushroom in order to serve the things in the economy and do risk transformation, blah, 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 right? Like, we're not actually in the business of organic productivity. We're in the business of enabling the economy to function well in a smooth way with price stability and so on. And so some of this framing of like, how can we take this DeFi infrastructure, which is a machine that makes financial product, which is similar to other older machines that make financial product? And how can we attach this new machine to our traditional economy, or somehow plug it into the asset management workflow or whatever? And it also is part of this thing of thinking about crypto as an asset class, right? Like crypto is just Bitcoin and it goes up like this, and so I need to asset allocate to it. And wouldn't it be nice if it was just in a Fidelity account? I mean, the answer is for me, is that that's like super wrong. Like that's entirely not what we should be doing. It's not interesting. It will be done, and it has been done, to have the buy Bitcoin inside of an asset manager or broker. But that's really an uninteresting outcome. So then what's the actual way, I think, to think about it is, and this is a journey I've gone through myself, which took a while, is to think of DeFi, again, as an outcome of a Web3 economy that actually generates GDP. Now, you might have skepticism about how valuable somebody's generation of metaverse GDP is. You might not believe that punks are worth millions of dollars. You might not think that a DAO should be able to raise $450 million or billions of dollars and have a treasury to deploy it. You might have these opinions. They're wrong, but you're entitled to have them. It's fine. And so there is underlying economic activity, and it's not just issuing NFTs, it's not just reputation, it's the launch of networks that, it's the launch of protocols, it's the launch of companies that are being capitalized and organized in a completely different way, where the value accrues to the tokens, right? And so you now have literally a GDP that lives largely outside of the traditional system. That economy is massively attractive to Facebook, Square, to the point where they want to change their name and pretend to be part of that cohort. Is that controversial? Okay. I'm on track. So you have this Web3 economy that's generating actual operating activity that matters, where people are building things that are organic bottoms up. And then out of that grows out a finance system which looks like every finance system ever in terms of pay, invest, save, trade, lend, insure. Nothing weird about it. It's just the functions that people need. And then it sits on top of that Web3 economy naturally. And that's where it should sit. That's what it should empower, right? So it's not about how do we get that inside of an asset manager. That's a strange question. The right question is, what's the economy that's growing up here? How can we bank it? How can we engage in it? How do we build the pathway of fiat money there? Because if we don't, we're irrelevant. And I think that's a lot more difficult. So it's something that I wanted to frame for folks.
But is that the only thing DeFi will be then?
I can make the argument, although I think most people would disagree with me, but I can make the argument that the Web3 economy is going to be more valuable than the meat space economy. And it's sort of, you don't believe it intuitively, but you can look at things like Amazon and e-commerce as a share of all commerce. At 2% as a share of all commerce is just a little startup. At 5%, it's a big tech company in every index. At 20% during the pandemic, it's calling the shots with every government in the world and getting $500 million subsidies from New York so that people can go work there. So I do think that there is a much broader shift about what people find valuable to spend time on. And I think we all have this bias of it's real, like this glass, this is worth more than if I rendered this glass and put it into Sandbox, right? Like this is real, or like a piece of bread, that's valuable. And the piece of bread's gonna be £1.50, and the metaverse piece of bread is gonna be, $1.5 million, or however much the ETH rock is. And so I think I wouldn't presume that the other is too small. I would treat it as something that is really important to build rails into. And I know I'm ranting, so I'll give one last thing and then stop. When you get into an Uber, you don't think about putting cash into your phone to pay for the Uber. And in the same way, when you think about DeFi and Web3, think of it on its own terms and the structures that it has.
If I may add on that, I mean, I really like the thought, and I do share the conclusions. You mentioned one thing at the very end of your statement by saying, well, we should think of treating that as a separate economy, but then consider how to make it bankable. So how to build a bridge into the financial system as of today, because if it would be a separate economy by itself fully, we wouldn't need to make it bankable. So we're looking at bridging to the banking world, and without saying that's wrong or right, it's just if banks have an interest in making DeFi bankable, they also see that as an asset management opportunity. So you automatically go into that direction, even though it's not the key question to ask, it is one which is on the table.
I agree with you, and obviously what I'm saying is rhetorical to get folks to think about it from the other side, because everything you're saying is true as well.
I will rather bring the discussion much more closer to the finance world rather than the metaverse. So plain and simple, like that's a fact of past data. Technological progress can only bring the growth in the current state of world, unless you are nihilistic and believe the destruction and go for a war and start building things from scratch. That's a reality. I think everybody agrees that. And like we at blockchain, crypto, DeFi believe the technological progress is the reason. Now comes the fact like how we are building it in our own metaverse or decentralized finance way. What we are providing are new financial products. Like what we recognize that current financial products are not working in the sense for a mass consumer, or maybe even for the large institutional players as well. Like if you move towards other parts of the world, even large institutional players face this counterparty risk, systematic risk from a government. We are making liable a lot other smaller players, but transparency in government expenditures. This is one of the main, should be one of the main thing, and they should put all of their expenditures on blockchain, a public ledger. Everybody can view them. But going back, like the innovation in financial market, I think somebody mentioned that from the policy group that the value of this asset class is reducing because neither the inflation, hedge against the inflation, nor it is a return value because there's a lot of drawdown, things go worse. But we have the same products in the traditional finance world, and they do have an interesting products called structured products, advanced financial products, the world of derivatives, the world. So the next generation products in the DeFi are already thinking about these things. They're going to give the low vol target products, structured products, which are going to behave exactly like what is a combination of an equities and a bond market. That's what we are looking at, and that would be completely scalable. And you don't have to go to a large bank and pay large transaction costs. You can do it in like literally one transaction $0.016 on Polygon.
I asked a question before about Web 1, Web 2. You know that we were promised a peer-to-peer world that did not materialize. What makes you so sure that it works this time around? I mean, of course, Web 2, we had also transaction costs decreasing dramatically, but we have this big tax. What do you think is the difference now with Web 3? Is it that the technology is different? Is it that we will regulate it differently? Or how confident are you that we are staying in a decentralized world?
I think the monetization part is different. The one thing which gonna make a huge difference is the data monetization part in Web 2. And that's what the culture is right now, the change, structural change. Nobody is willing to trade a large amount of private data. Even the likes on maybe on one of the biggest social networking platforms, which for some maybe ad generation, revenue generation, those kind of private things. So that's going to be one of the biggest difference, I think. The rule of the game is going to be changed. Maybe down the line, you're gonna get paid to do some likes or swaps.
Does anyone want to chip in on that?
I'm happy to take it, but I don't want to abuse the privilege. So am I allowed?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
So I think it's a great question because human nature is not going to change. People aren't going to stop trying to build monopolies and be profitable. But it does come down to, it all comes down to incentives and what the constraints are. And so I think there's kind of a philosophical polarity now that's changing. I think it's in finance and it's in crypto and in money, but it's much broader and you see it everywhere in the world. And it's kind of this change between institutionalism and populism, right? And that's kind of the polarity. And the internet, which for a long time really had this one definition, is now splintering into two different philosophical camps, and they have different incentive structures and they have different economic function. And so if you'll allow me the sketch, the first one is this sort of everything is free. And artists, for example, digital artists today are really a lot of them are really struggling with NFTs because they grew up on this remix culture of the internet. Everything's Creative Commons, everything is shared, it's Napster culture, and peer-to-peer means everything's free. Obviously, in crypto land, peer-to-peer does not mean that. It means the opposite. Crypto is the best digital rights management technology ever built. So you have this model of everything's free, and that's ingrained in the DNA. And so if everything's free, then nothing is worth anything. And so the marginal cost to produce is nothing. And so everybody has everything. And the outcome to that is that you have to curate and essentially, you have to curate and package things for people so that it's kind of a feudal system, feudal in the sense of there's a castle. It's usually a castle built out of robot artificial intelligence that picks things for you. So if you open up Instagram or Facebook or whatever, right, like your counterparty is largely a gigantic machine learning system trained on you. And so you're inside of this feudal system in this castle, and you're grazing on the stuff it gives you, and you're eating the dopamine it provides. And then your consumption of that stuff is packaged into attention products and sold up the stream for folks who need your attention, right, into the advertising model. And so that's fine. It's not clear that's where you get to from having everything be free, but it is where we ended up. And then the crypto world is so deeply different in its incentive. Right, so instead of monopolizing attention, what you start with is this like anarchic, hyper-capitalist, Hobbesian base of law and economics encoded into software. And so if I steal your Bitcoin and now I have it, well, too bad for you. You should have watched your keys. If you lost your laptop or you bought a pizza, or if I got your NFT and you clicked on my link, too bad, it's mine. There's no enforcement mechanism, right? And so that's the Hobbesian nightmare on which you start. But then what you get on top of it is really, it's almost unbelievable. It's magical, this moment. What you have now are these collections of decentralized autonomous organizations, which to me look like labor collectives. They are like communistic or they're collectivist architecture. People come together and they say, we are going to build something, we're going to launch a token, and because we're owners of it, we're going to benefit from the fruits of our labor. So it's unbelievable, the language, because it is the language of seizing the means of production so that we don't have to perform for the capitalist. But it works because you have this software which intermediates all the commerce. And then on top of it, you have the human organizations that soften all of that and create social constructs and are starting to humanize the ability to be in that environment. And so compared to the feudal environment that requires a monopoly for attention selling, the outcomes here are going to be very different just based on the incentives. They will still be unequal. They will still have a bad Gini coefficient, but they will be different distributions of people who receive the outcomes on one side and the other. And so I think just by the nature of it being kind of like a dialectic, it's very productive.
So different incentives, different business model, basically. So if I want to simplify it. Yes. Okay, thank you. One thing that came up already twice today in the panels is on regulation of hosted wallets. And there was also said in the previous panel that the EU Commission, I think the Economy and Monetary Commission, is discussing these rules, whether virtual asset service providers can interact with unhosted wallets, and basically the decision was no, they can't unless they get the identity of the unhosted wallet owner. So Camilla said earlier, if we start regulating unhosted wallets, that's the death or the end of DeFi. How do you see that as a regulator? I mean, is there a way around it, or would you also see
I'm glad I'm not a regulator. But I need to apply regulations, whether they're good or bad. Well, I actually, in this announcement of this EU board subdivision of an AML group has been just very recent, a couple of days ago, and I actually yesterday tried to dive into the jungle of EU legislation, and well, I figured, so much to consumer protection and transparency, you simply don't really know where to find the real sources because you find different things. But from what I understand, not being an EU lawyer, essentially, the background is FATF, it has been mentioned before, the DeFi guidelines, which now are about to be implemented, and the discussion is on how should the implementation take place in the details. And essentially, the rule that has been discussed is the same rule, more or less, which already applies as of today in Switzerland. So it's nothing extraordinary, at least from a Swiss perspective, and not that I necessarily share the result we have in Switzerland, but so it doesn't not per se kill DeFi as such. And the rule is also not, as far as I understand, to regulate all type of non-custodial wallet transaction. The concept, as I understand it, is transactions between a non-custodial wallet to a service provider. So most likely a financial intermediary. There, the financial intermediary shall have the obligation. Whereas on a peer-to-peer level, user-to-user level, the non-custodial wallet solution is not subject to any kind of regulatory information obligations. That's my understanding as of today. And I sincerely hope that is the right understanding, because anything else would be just outside kind of any privacy understanding I would have. Yeah. And interestingly enough, if you look at those laws, then the key question is, well, who is a provider? Who qualifies now in Switzerland terms as a financial intermediary? And the old understanding was, and that has been lasted for decades, I think it's the beginning of AML regulations being entered into force, that a financial intermediary is someone who actually has control over third-party assets. So that's where the intermediary term comes from. And now in the connection to DeFi, this understanding suddenly started to be shifted. And now, at least in Switzerland, the understanding is it's already sufficient if you provide certain level of infrastructure without having control over third-party assets. And that's a real danger to DeFi. And it may well be that that's also a logic which then is going to, on the long run, apply within the EU, that you say, okay, we look at you as a gateway provider. And you asked before, will Web3 be successful in staying on a decentralized peer-to-peer level, or will we have centralized entities? And maybe it's not that black and white. Maybe it is an intermediate path where we have gateways, which are subject to certain control, but we don't create the same dependency anymore from a user to a provider. So the provider doesn't hold my assets. He doesn't control the transactions. He can't cheat me the same way as in the old world someone could, but he still needs to provide a gateway. I can at any time switch to another gateway provider, so with the same smart contract setup. So I'm not dependent as much anymore, but it could well be that those gateways are going to be regulated.
Mm. Let me see if we have questions from the audience. Doesn't seem to be the case. Everyone still listening. So I mean that on gateways, actually you didn't, you hijacked the question, but you never answered it.
Yeah, but I have something to add to, if there's not a question, then about the Web3 part, because one thing which we are now discussing in DeFi world or Web3 world is DAO frameworks, like decentralized autonomous organization. Just to give you a background, like we have seen, like everybody would have read in the books, democracy is difficult. It's one of the most difficult concepts to implement in a real life. That's why, like, we are actually thinking about this from the framework of democracy, decentralized autonomous organization, and that's what is going to be the driving force in the Web3. So it's going to be the small, large set of communities who are going to come and play a role in this Web3 framework, who are going to enforce some decentralization rule. So it's going to be, so if one system is not performing well, then the communities or large communities can gather and vote them out, something like that. And we are, right now the system is not perfect. We've seen in the news the skewness, and there are various papers written by like the professors who are already there in the conference. Like there is skewness in the voting pattern right now in DAO governance framework. Like 1 or 2 people own like 50% of the voting power. But that's going to change. And that's why I'm so bullish on the CBDC being into the retail world. More people will come in. Like it's like exactly like a democracy. You start giving adult franchise to everyone. It took world like, I don't know, 150 years to make up a mind that the income and the voting power should be uncorrelated, right? So it's difficult, but yeah, it's doable as well. And
so could you see a decentralized autonomous national bank with governance tokens and people voting on monetary policy with governance tokens?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think you are amused with the idea as well. So so monetary policy committee, 4 to 5 members, slow to react in this inflationary time. If you have like a dollar, if you have a SNF, like that's your vote. Probably central bank can start thinking about having a signal vote, not a vote, but probably people can vote and say like, yeah, I signal, do something. Like it would be faster.
Morten, how comfortable would you be with a done B?
I don't know. I think it's a long-standing discussion in central banking, kind of like this rules versus discretion. And I think, I still think this thing that you cannot plan for all states of the world. And I think the DAOs will find out that central banking is actually part science and part art, okay? And so even though they might be slow to react and they might get it wrong, I don't think you can write rules for everything. And I think your experience, I was at the other side, I was working for the Fed during the Lehman crisis, and there was a lot of discretion there, and I think it was needed, and I think we saved the financial system, and that could not have been done with the rules.
I mean, the nice thing is that in the crypto world, you can do both. You can run these experiments, right? You can have something like liquidity being as rule-driven as possible, and then you can have DAOs that are completely fuzzy and full of people's discretion, and you can run these experiments over the same amount of time on the same population with limited impact. And that's one of the most amazing things, I think, for this group to take away about the crypto economy is that, like, it's just applied macroeconomics. You can build these sort of toy environments and have answers really, really quickly. And the DeFi protocols that experiment with this stuff actually, they learn and they iterate so fast, because it's not just the simulations. It's not just Monte Carlo in every sort of edge case. It's they did it, they went through it, they changed it, they did it, they went through it, they changed it, and they went through it using risk capital. And yeah, it sucks when things are hacked and people lose money, but it's risk capital. It's getting the sort of extraordinary return because it's there to take that risk. And so I think that's one point I wanted to say. The other one, just to the gateway point, and there was earlier in the day this comment that maybe it's hard to get traditional assets into Maker, and then like Centrifuge isn't as big as Olympus DAO and various other things that are more questionable than the good supply chain bonds in centrifuge. So I think to that point, my view is that DeFi and much of Web3 is dollar denominated. It should be seen as a national or supranational geopolitical strength, as kind of like a Western asset. It's already dollar denominated. I think that there's huge demand for fiat onboarding in a smooth way, and I think that if there was a CBDC that was congruent to the function of on-ramping, which lots of caveats, I think it would be massively useful. Like if you look at the infrastructure of on-ramp today, it is a zombie clobbered together out of sitting on a card network as a merchant, being a merchant of crypto assets in the same way that you would be a merchant of sneakers or clothing, and then you're connecting to some intermediate horizontal international brokerage layer, which is keeping weird omnibus accounts that you have to build systems in between as a merchant to the broker, and then the broker has strange custodian things all over the other place, and it's just nonsense, honestly, and it's expensive because you're paying the spread into the card networks, you're paying the spread into the brokerage, and it is also not native to crypto architecture. And so I think if there was a CBDC that took DeFi on its own terms and then built backwards as to how can we be the cash and equivalent in the system, I think that would just be fantastic.
So from a central bank's point of view, we made some progress. We went from CBDC could be useful to could be massively useful if done the right way.
I'm ready.
Let me see if there is now a question from the audience.
Oh, there's actually a question from the panel, to the panel. So I'm hijacking your moderation role. Apologies. No, because just to pick on that, I was really wondering, now assuming you would want to integrate a private non-public chain CBDC into a public chain environment, DeFi environment, how would that be done on a technical level, ideally?
Oh. So there are already some solutions which are being developed, and I think here me and Mike are having a full-day workshop around that, half-day workshop, and there are some solutions which are kind of a bridge. Bridge are now not in a good news right now because two of them got hacked, $600 million and same, but the technology is developing. So what you can actually have a bridge CBDC own blockchain, and the various other blockchain, let's say ETH scalable solution, and there's going to be a secure bridge.
Like a bridge between different blockchains, like we have EOS, whatever.
Yes, and the nature
not
of
a blockchain though.
EOS. No, yeah, again, but the main part is that okay, the technology exists. People are willing to invest on that. The framework of that bridge, like how much regulation you want to do on the bridge and certain things, that's debatable. Like you can have a collaborative bridge or that specification can be decided.
And the bridge will be operated by the national bank, or would it be a private bridge?
That's why I'm saying like it is. It has to be decided. But the main part is like as I begin, we don't see this as like a David Goliath kind of a story, right? We see as a collaborative and learning framework because we understand the value of a institution, the independent institution, like supposedly independent, and the people are willing to work around the regulation. So because we have been working closely with the large institutions, and of course they have this historical thing of working closely with the regulators and all, but they are willing to give away small efficiency gain with gaining the acceptance in the regulatory world. But it has to come with some cost. As I said, like the cost cannot be infinite. You're not gonna say to other person, shut down the shop and be regulated. That's something not bizarre. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, no, just before we close the session, I just wanted to give. There's also a question back there, but just before we end, I just want to give a shout out to the organizing committee. So just want to thank Mike Alonso, Henry Holden, Oliver Seacrest, Richard Yell, and Natalia Luton for really organizing this conference. I think they've done an amazing job. So if we could just give them a quick round of applause.
No, absolutely, but we are not quite there yet. So we have a question from the audience, I understand.
Yeah, drop this one at the last minute. I guess it's directed at Lex, but anyone on the panel can pick it up. I was a bit scandalized by what Lex said at the end, embracing CBDCs on blockchain, which seemed to be a change in your position since the beginning. Here's my question. With public chains, if there's a contentious fork, like there was with Ethereum, which created Ethereum and Ethereum Classic, the native coins on those chains split as well. So you have Ether and Ethereum Classic. With centralized stablecoins or CBDCs, you obviously can't have that. Like the issuer of that token onto the blockchain is going to choose which of the two versions of the protocol it sees itself being on. And that obviously, if there is a stablecoin, or particularly if there's a CBDC that lives on a public chain and it's very popular and widely used, gives the issuer of that token an enormous amount of influence over the governance of the layer 1 protocol. So the question is, if there was a CBDC that, like Lex said, was sort of built back from the first principles of DeFi, and it was popular and widely used throughout the chain's ecosystem, would that not effectively make the protocol, the layer 1 protocol, regulated by the issuer of that digital currency?
That's a really interesting question, and I'd love to hear what others think as well. I'm just going to answer on intuition. It's mere opinion. I think just to reconcile the earlier bit, I think the distinction I would make is that sort of forcing orthodox architecture or forcing a CBDC architecture into the crypto world, or forcing like a traditional payments architecture into the crypto world is not going to work. Like that world should be able to grow on its own. However, building a way for fiat value to onboard into that world and then exist in it, I think is a highly fruitful thing. So hopefully that clears the distinction a little bit. But as I understand your question, you're saying that, let's say there's a CBDC that's plugged into a chain and it becomes so systemically important to that chain that the chain can't really fork, because the fork chain won't have a real version of that currency anymore, because it's maybe not redeemable on the other side of the bridge or something of that nature. I think it's a really interesting question. I don't know off the top of my head of examples that have run into something like that. I mean, I would say that in all forks, there are really powerful players as it relates to those chains, right? So the miners and the developers are large political groups that heavily influence the direction of which chain will be successful, right? So if Curve went with ETH3 and didn't go to ETH2, or whatever chain, maybe EOS, then essentially the presence of that protocol would still king make or queen make that fork chain. So I think because the ecosystem's much bigger and it's much healthier, we do have to think about these issues, that it's not just the miners and the core developers that matter now. It is the DeFi protocols that decide to build their business there. It's the NFT platforms that are driving Web3 commerce. It's the, if you connect traditional finance into it, then it's the traditional finance providers that are part of it. So I do think you will have politics around these forks no matter what. But yeah, I would love to have that problem and solve it if it does happen.
Great question. We will put it on the to-do list of the Swiss Center. Unfortunately, we have to stop here because we still have the concluding remarks by Andrea Mechler. But let me thank the panelists for this discussion.
Thank you so much.
It's good to talk.
Hello, everybody. It's been a long day, but exciting day. I was just asked if someone needed to introduce me. No, I think by now you are all ready to just absorb what we've heard. I think what I can really say is innovation at this juncture is exciting, as have shown the discussions today. We have talked about, I've just gone through my notes, scalability and Buterin's trilemma. We've talked about backdoors and cross-chain bridges. We've talked about, an interesting one, algorithmical financial stability. That's one I'll have to come back because I'm not sure I yet see the world where central banks can be totally replaced by algorithm, but we're here to discuss these things. We've talked about sandwich attacks, which, by the way, is not that different, also in high-frequency trading, where there are these kind of issues. We've talked about old things like narrow banking, and even geopolitical assets. I'll stop here. So clearly very exciting, and clearly a world where much expertise and knowledge needs to come together to tackle the challenges that we are all confronted with, challenges and opportunities. I will not rise to the challenge tonight of trying to do a summary. No, I've decided that is not what I'm going to be doing. What I want to do is one step back and try to think about what we've heard today, what does it mean, what have we learned about today's financial system, and what can we learn from today's financial system and also from tomorrow's financial system. In fact, I want to come to the one question that was posed earlier today, whether DeFi and traditional finance will continue to evolve largely in parallel, or whether they will integrate. I think Agustin Carstens mentioned, will it collide or complement with will DeFi collide or complement with the existing system? Initially, if you remember, DeFi started out with the ambition of really becoming an alternative and parallel world to traditional finance. Even today, DeFi is still often considered self-referential, really working only with crypto assets for the crypto universe. In DeFi, we've seen it, we've heard the main unit of exchange are stablecoins. In contrast, in traditional finance, we have a combination of central bank money and book money, commercial bank money. But today, there's one thing is clear, is there's no seamless integration of these worlds. There are gateways that are starting to be appearing, and I'm not just talking about the cross-chain bridges, but real gates between these two worlds. And I believe that this development, and we've seen it today, really has potential for the future and on both sides. I think it would help traditional finance gain efficiencies. And on the other hand, it would certainly help DeFi profit from the introduction of more traditional securities and particularly the real asset, the real economy assets, to bring them also in the same world. So in my view, what we've learned today, well, that is what I take away a lot about, in order to see, if you were to ask me, how do I see the world in 5 years? Central banker never answers this question, but it depends on how are these two worlds going to be approaching? What is the approchement? How do they integrate into the future? And how do they integrate it smartly? What kind of, yes, our world, yes, what kind of regulation, but I think more importantly, smart contracts, how do we make them not only smart, but also safe? So let me this is where I want to take a step back. I quickly want to go back to after having heard the whole day about DeFi, I want to go back to what does today's financial system look like? Well, I guess the traditional finance is the way we should be talking about it. Yes, I'm talking about the two-tier financial system, right? The two-tier financial system, what is it? Is where we have a strong core of the financial system that supports, that ensures there's safety and trust in the financial system. What is it? Yes, it is central bank money. It is RTGS system to ensure payments, and it is also a lender of last resort function of the central bank. So this creates a strong core of the financial system. But then you have the outer core. The outer core is where the private sector comes, the banks do take risk. And I think that's an important part, is that in the traditional financial system, yes, we do talk about regulation, but risk-taking is an incredibly important and central part of any modern economy. Risk is needed for innovation, for investment, for loan taking. And so the traditional world, what I'm trying to get at is you have a system with systemically important flows of transaction are done using central bank currency, because that is the risk-free asset that reduces the risk in the system. And on the other hand, you have banks, I'm talking here, banks, financial institutions that take risk. And they're allowed to take risk, and in fact have to take risk, the whole disintermediation of the system. And they have to go into the real economy and take that function. And the question for me, the most interesting question at this juncture is, how can we replicate this system? So the system that is both safe, has a safe, whether it's a core, I know it's a DeFi, so the core might look very different, but where you have really a safe element in the system, and yet that allows risk-taking in the system to thrive for the real economy. I think Huan Xin asked the question a little bit differently. He asked it, can you get decentralization without speculation? I know he was trying to be a little bit cheeky, but I think that is, how have we managed to bring this balance between safety and trust in the financial sector, and yet the right incentive for risk-taking? So let me now go to the DeFi world. I have to be careful. So if you think about risk-taking, much of the activity or much of the monetary function today in the DeFi world is through asset-backed stablecoins. We know they're very useful, they are needed in this system. There are clearly also risks, right? We've talked about a number of them, whether it's market integration or fraud risk, whether it's run risk, right? If there suddenly is a convertibility issue. Thomas, you showed even the article today in the Wall Street with Tether. And you also have what I found really interesting, that discussion on what are stable coins. Okay, we've talked about non-custodial, but custodial, but collateralized. But ultimately, this idea, a stable coin is stable because that is how it maintains its trust. But a stable coin, ultimately, if it is really stable, if it really is fully collateralized, which some of you think is really the way it's going to go forward, is really a narrow banking system. And then I thought it was fascinating to think, is that a good thing? Because that's going to make it so high demand that that is going to be the asset that everybody wants? Or is it going to be uninteresting because narrow banking ultimately doesn't allow leverage, ultimately doesn't allow the kind of things that we allow in traditional finance, right? We allow central banks to use commercial bank money to ultimately take leverage, make loans, engage in a number of activities. So this is, to me, where it's really interesting to understand what is the purpose of these stable coins and how can they integrate into the virtual universe. So one way is, I think, where, and also as a central bank, is, to me, it seems it makes sense that stable coins need to be smartly, but they need to be regulated. They need ultimately to be integrated in order to play a very similar form than book money plays today in the traditional financial system. So this is for the risk-taking part. And then, yes, you do need a risk-free asset. You probably do need central bank money, not everywhere, but where you have systemically important flows of transaction, then it is really helpful to have central bank money. We've seen it also in the last crisis over again. So where does this leave me? I really liked Fabien Scher, who started in your opening, in your presentation. You actually answered two questions that are very crucial here. Does DeFi need CBDC? I quote his answer, no. But it was also picked up a number of times. And the other question was, does CBDC help DeFi? And you answered maybe or possibly. What would my take be out of this? In my view, so does DeFi need CBDC? I think for me, the question is not so much does it need CBDC. For me, DeFi ultimately needs to be integrated in one ecosystem. Ultimately, money needs to be fungible to have the trust, and ultimately we need to find a way to have one ecosystem, and from that premise, that also means same activities need to be regulated, not in the same way, but the risks need to have the same approach. And to the second question, does CBDC help DeFi? I think there we've seen it's really going to be about, it is about asking the question, what is the role of CBDC, of central bank money in this question, the role of central banks more generally, or whether you can replace them with algorithm, and what is the role of regulation. So for me, it's not only CBDC, but again, it's the broader, it's having CBDC that interact with the rest of the system. It's about a system that allows for innovation, continuing innovation, that allows for risk-taking. Absolutely, we need this, but it does it in a way that is sustainable and successful. So for me, a future with two parallel financial worlds would lead to regress and not progress. The ultimate goal should be an integrated financial system that both fully leverages the technological innovation to address the long-standing shortcomings of the traditional financial sector and ensures trust and safety for its users. This goal will not be achieved by central banks only and not by regulators only, but it really requires decisive action from the private sector and the public sector. And this is why an event like today is really precious, because it allows all of us to come to common understanding how we think and from which perspective we come. Many questions are yet to be addressed. That's why we look forward for further similar or other dialogues. But to me, today has been a great learning experience. So I also want to thank every single participants and discussant and people we've been able to share during the breaks. It is the promise for a successful cooperation. This is also a very, in Switzerland, we like to talk, we like consensus space, and I'm not talking about protocols here, but I think it is very important, and it's been really wonderful for me, for all of us. So in the name of the SNB, I would like to thank you for your participation at today's event, and I'd like to thank the BIS. Where is Martin? I've lost him. He is somewhere. There you go. I'd like to thank the BIS Innovation Hub for the great cooperation, for the great brainstorming we have together, and for working together. Merci beaucoup.